Okay, wait, I gotta go in and edit the chapter 24 and on with Balladbeetle. Oh my god, I just got notified on like all of my devices and they all like lit up. And it scared the shit out of me.
Is alive.
That's the first time I think it's ever notified. Like, I've never seen it notify, actually. That's crazy.
Beep.
Bambada. This is gonna be like on your Spotify rap next year, by the way. This
Oh, you know what, Rosa? I don't even care. My Spotify Wrapped was so bad this year that, like, I don't even care anymore.
You should.
I know I'm not on my Spotify Wrapped. I'm not gonna be Mitsuki's #1 fan anymore.
That's so upsetting.
However, in my heart, I know it's true. I know in my heart it's true.
Is it true though? Is it?
It is true. I listen to her every day.
Hello, 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 everybody.
Ah! Oh my god, I almost dropped Arizona.
If you hear stuff in the background, my roommates do have people over. I feel like I say that every single time. It's Saturday night, so they're gonna have people over. So I can't do anything about it. I wish I could. I guess we'll just have to be louder than them, don't we, Beetle?
Yeah!
Just yell.
Get low!
Go check the audio for me.
I am. It sounds good.
Okay. Chat, are they lying or telling the truth? Is Beetle lying or telling the truth? Let's see.
Guys, am I lying? Am I a liar?
Am I a liar? Telling the truth.
Doodler says we're all good, so...
Oh, okay, Doodler's... Is Doodler in the chat?
Doodler's in the mic. 2.
You're all good, okay. Thank you, Doodler. Beetle's lying / It's okay, I'm dying on my couch and just found out Dipper Pine from Gravity Falls is supposed to be trans or transcoded. Oh, so you came from that video. Hello. Dude, it's gonna be so embarrassing because they have people over and they're gonna like hear me like
they're gonna hear you reading a fan.
Ink Sands, no! Ink Sands! How bad is it gonna get? How bad can I be? Is the music good? Should I turn it up? Should I turn it down?
It's at a good volume, in my personal opinion.
I'm asking chat.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Who's excited for chapter 6 of Roseverse dropping tomorrow?
I'm
Where
excited!
the Roseverse fans at?
Beep.
I'm excited. I've been working on this for a while. It's honestly not that long of a chapter, but it took a lot of thought to put into it. Also, I'm gonna be posting something on my Tumblr later. Beetle, could you
Could I?
link my Tumblr so I can pin it in the chat?
Huh?
I'm gonna be posting something on my Tumblr in a bit, something that I'm working on with another person that I think Roseverse fans are gonna get really excited about. It's gonna be really cool. Beetle, do you know what I'm talking about?
Hold on, I can't hear you. I'm focusing on Tumblr.
I'm not gonna announce it to my YouTube yet, because we gotta wait a little bit longer, but I am working on something with someone. It's really exciting. It's elsewhere centered. Oh my god, we have 28 people in chat. Y'all! Oh my god! Where'd you all come from? We don't have enough mods for this. No way. No way we do. No way. No way. No way.
And Tumblr. Beep.
Hi, guys.
Oh. I accidentally clicked voice thing and it heard me saying blurred.
Blurred. Here, wait.
Blurred.
Pin. Message. So, you guys should go look at my Tumblr soon. Not yet, but if you're here for Roseverse, there's gonna be something with Roseverse dropping soon after chapter 6 that I'm gonna be announcing. Very exciting.
So excited. I gotta connect to hijinks. Hijinks.
Anyone 2069? Can't wait! OMG!
No hijinks? Okay.
I'm making sure everything's so good. Hey Rosa, we got no nightmare, please. Beetle is Rosa's minion and I love it. Do I know about it? Should I be scared? Yeah. I sent it in the chat in Roseverse Graveyard Doodler. Tumblr's so great. I'm so sad she said no. Alright, Beetle. Are we ready? My voice is actually calming. Okay. That's really good because this stream is about us reading, so out loud, so I hope so. I would hope my voice is very calming. I'm assuming you came from the audio. Not the audiobook, oh my god. The video essays I've been doing. Which another one is coming out. We have a KJ feature on it. That should also come out tomorrow, or maybe it might come out Monday. It's gonna be Dreamin' Inc. centered. So, yeah, there's a lot of things dropping back and forth. Tomorrow is Roseverse chapter 6, possibly tomorrow, and possibly on Monday is the video essay that I'm dropping about Dreamin' Inc. And then, yeah. One of them was just really loud, and you probably heard a man's voice just go like, ah! I don't know what's going on over there.
Did I? Rosa, I'm stupid. I haven't been connected to my microphone this whole time. Let me do that.
I'm angry at you right now.
That's why I hesitated when I said audio was good, because I sounded weird. Hold on.
Okay, so, what are we doing here, guys? So, for people that don't know, because I'm assuming we're getting a lot of people that don't tend to tune into these streams a lot, every Saturday or Friday, or well, we didn't do it for a little bit, every Saturday and Friday, me and Beetle will read a couple chapters, around 3 or 4 chapters of For the Forgotten Ones, which is a Undertale fanfiction from I'm_sorry_buddy. Its main character is Ink, and we have a bunch of other live streams about this, so if you want to get caught up or you just want something to listen to while we read, that's completely fine. We do make jokes in the middle of it. We do also talk to chat in the middle of it, so it's like kind of engaging as well. We also drop theories. The reason why I started this is because I'm working on a massive For the Forgotten Ones like breakdown and like summarization to inspire people to read it. Been working on this for a while. And because I'm making this, I want my followers and subscribers to kind of know what's going on in For the Forgotten Ones, because I'm not going to be summarizing the full plot and a lot of like little details that I really want people to be able to look at. And it's also to just refresh my mind, because reading something out loud better helps you understand a piece of media. So that's what this is. Every time I read a chapter, I have this fic practically memorized, but I can't always remember what's going to happen in every single chapter because I don't go by that. So I'm going to try to say trigger warnings the best I can when we get to certain scenes that I remember. General trigger warnings for this fanfiction is there's graphic descriptions of violence. There is going to be minor character death later on in the series. There's a lot of talks of mental health, and there's a lot of suicide ideation and suicide discussion in general. Not all the time, but there is a lot of mentions of it because it's about Ink's backstory and all that stuff. It's also focused a little bit on the gang's backstories as well, the Bad Sanses, so that's gonna have some dark habits as well. So there's also mental and physical abuse coming up. I think we might get to the chapters that have it. Actually, no.
Oh.
That's chapter... Well? That's chapter 27, I think. And I don't think we'll be able to reach that, because this chapter alone that I'm about to read is, like, so long. If you don't know, last time I read... we only read 3 chapters. We usually read about 4, which is why our streams are, like, 5 hours long. When we do this. However, the last chapter that I read, it took me about an hour and a half to read because it was so long. And this one is going to be the same, and I'm also going to be reading this one, because how we do it is I start, Beetle goes, I go again, and then Beetle ends. So, I don't know how far we're going to be able to get. Beetle's not allowed to take Benadryl tonight, because we could have gone longer, but...
My bad.
Hi,
My
Rosa.
bad.
Morgs, get out! Get out of my chat!
Hi, Morgan.
Don't say hi to him. Don't encourage him.
Not hi, Morgan.
Don't encourage him. Don't encourage him.
That's my bad. My bad.
No, I'm not saying that because I don't know what that is, and I'm scared that I'm gonna get canceled if I say that.
Oh, I'm stupid. I almost said it out loud. I don't know what that means either.
Don't. Guys, if you don't know who Morgs is, this is the voice actor for Error in my pilot. He's part of the Rose Gang, officially. I've officially dubbed our friend group the Rose Gang, so I don't just say my VAs.
We've been Rose fam. We've been Rose
fam, but I like Rose Gang better. I had to put in a boundary in my Tumblr, by the way, to not ship me with, or like anybody in the Rose Gang members.
I saw that.
Because I kept getting asked. And I was like, guys, we can't do this. I deleted them.
That's funny.
Yeah. Beetle, are we gonna get the next shipping content? Guys, make ship art of me and Beetle. I'm kidding. No.
Hey,
Beetle.
Don't hey Beetle me. You have a whole partner. I'm telling Skashu on you.
Skashu would laugh. Skashu's gonna flirt with you next. Watch out.
No.
Guys, draw British Rosa X Beetle. Oh my god, that's my favorite
multiverse
ship ever.
No. That's horrible.
I think it's pretty great. In the club, we all fan. Pregnant bottle art might come if you're not careful. I hope not. I hope not. That's
no.
This is
I'm gonna say this. Wait, hold on. Pause. I'm saying this right now. Do not, please do not draw me pregnant. Dead serious. Absolutely serious. Do not do that. Instant block.
Say this. The fact you have to say this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Roll your R's. Shut up, Morgs.
Rosa's like, I can roll my R's. I'm crying.
Are you actually?
There was tears in my eyes.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's part of my. Okay, enough dilly-dallying. We have work to do.
Oh yeah.
Enough talking about ship arts. Stop it, guys! Stop, okay? I actually have 100% in my Spanish class right now.
Have they started on the pronunciation part yet?
Actually, we don't get graded for pronunciation because we're a beginner class.
Oh. That's really funny.
So I'm doing really good. I'm learning a lot. Morning / evening, Rosa. Hello, official Mari. Alright, I think we should get started. We have like 20, well, like, my YouTube is saying 2 different things. It's saying like 23 and then 18 people, so I'm just gonna go with 18, because...
I see 26, so...
yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why we have such a wide variety of... Chat, did you know Rosa is constantly whining about her teacher only speaks in Spanish? She doesn't understand. Stop it, Morgs! Stop! Okay, let's
Shite!
Shite! Let's get started. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second.
4 billion people watching. Facts. Now it's 23.
Okay, so... let's see. Where did I have this again? Okay. You get your drawing tablets out, guys. Start drawing. It's time. I know that's what you guys do. I know that's what you guys be doing. Okay.
Grab your water.
Exactly.
Do some stretching.
Oh shit, let me put on my Vaseline. I almost forgot last time.
Crunchy ass lips.
I'm on Accutane. Shut up, Beetle. I can't help it. I have no control. I will sit here and watch the stream and only watch. I think we just hit our peak viewer number, which is 30. That is actually insane. What is going on today? We don't... and like, there's only like, I think 1 person that's newish that's talking, so... we have a lot of observers. Maybe- oh, people probably just like this chapter, too. I didn't even think about that.
We love misery here.
Yes, this is so much fun. All right, trigger warnings. There is going to be experimentation. There's going to be like medical malpractice. There's going to be kidnapping. There's going to be physical mutilation. I think that's the best way I could say it. It's not described. I don't remember if it is, but it is mentioned. And it will be really important. There's gonna be talks of like self-loathing. It gets pretty heavy. If you remember the last stream, we talked about how this chapter is gonna be really heavy. So be prepared. If I remember a scene coming up that's like super bad, I will say something, but this chapter specifically is a little bit fuzzy in my head, so forgive me if I miss some stuff. Fellow new, hello, welcome, welcome.
Trauma blocked this chapter.
Yeah. Trauma blocked this one out. I hope you guys...
it makes me sad.
I hope you guys like... yeah, trigger warning, fellow gaster. I hope you guys like the stream and you like this whole thing. Me and Beetle, I never stream by myself. I always stream with Beetle, so if you like me and Beetle, then yeah. Beetle's like my streaming buddy. I never stream without them. They're like my emotional support animal.
I'm her emotional support lackey.
Okay. Painting with the light of broken rainbows. Prism's Tale Part 2. Oh god, I gotta remember fucking Healer Ink's voice. It's gonna take a while for me to slip back into it. Okay. How bad is it gonna get? It could have gone worse. Could have gone better too. But nothing can be done about it now. Even in our multiverses, some damage simply can't be fixed. Hortel was safe. Ink could hardly believe it as he stumbled through a portal back to Zephyral Top, hands still shaking as his pounding soul struggled to accept that the battle had been won. None of them expected Ink to have to make his debut on his birthday, when the Angel of Calamity and his augurs attacked Horror's home AU. Despite Core Frist's monitoring of the Angel's primary body, the attack on Horrortail blindsided them. The Angel tended to target genocide timelines, not neutral, and even then the latter was usually targeted because a Frisk or Kara was sighted in the world and set the augurs off. This attack wasn't random or induced by a single-minded desire to wipe reset from the multiverse. It was more likely that Horrortail was intentionally attacked because Horror was one of their active fighters. The Angel had gone after the World Core, but the Star Sans' error and the gang forced him back. With Core's guidance, Ink managed to keep him out and reinforced the shields to make him stay out. Once the Angel was expelled, Ink used a full restore to fix the world and bring back any souls that had not been consumed or directly destroyed by the Angel or his augurs. So now they were back. They had won. Ink's soul slowed down from its frantic beat. The fighters dispersed around Aster and Top's kitchen to try to process what just happened. Even Core lingered, sitting on the edge of the couch as they leaned against Horror's arm. Okay. Sorry. None of them had picked a name for their alliance, unit, family group. Regardless, even Blue didn't bring up the topic, and he was the one that named the Star Sanses. Ink wasn't sure why they were all so hesitant. Maybe it was out of sense of an identity. Or maybe they feared their arrangement was temporary and would one day fall apart. Horror was still in shock, and Nightmare's tentacles continually lashed with subtle anger. Ink wondered if he blamed himself. He shouldn't. None of them could have predicted that the angel would be able to break into one of Nightmare's protected worlds. Then again, they had broken into the anti-void. Did that mean the Omega timeline wasn't as safe as they thought? Ink's gaze was drawn to the colorful birthday cake on the table, its candles lawn melted into a rainbow layer of wax. He was drawn from his lingering disbelief as Sans Papyrus entered the room and rushed him. Papyrus immediately pulled him into a hug while Sans hung back, looking around as though he was waiting for an attack to follow them home. Aster and Top hung back as well, with the former putting a hand on Horror's shoulder and guiding him to a chair at the table. Killer was forced into another chair by Dream, and began to heal the cut he had gotten by his right eye socket. At least no one in their team had gotten too badly hurt this time. Ink had lost count of the number of times someone had come in after a mission with bandages or a limb in a sling until Dream came along to heal them. "I'm okay," Ink assured his family. Despite his exhaustion and the lingering shock from the attack, he managed to smile. "I blocked the angel. He can't get into Horror Tail." Back into Horror Tail. Frick! I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to get in there without permission after what you just pulled. Era groused, but Ink could hear his pride. He had been the one to teach Ink about codes after all. "Make sure that Farmtail can send in their usual shipments," Nightmare interjected. Ink double-checked the codes he had placed around Horrortail. "Already done." Aster watched them, his relief turning into concern. "Don't wear yourself out." "I'm okay," Ink assured him. "I'm just glad Horrortail is safe." Dusk grinned down at him. "Not bad for your first mission, kid." Horror gestured silently, and Ink immediately sat beside him, tucking himself against his side. Nothing was said, but Horror placed his hand on top Ink's skull. It was shaking, but his tremors lessened as Blue managed to salvage Ink's birthday cake and pass out some pieces to everyone. As his family gathered around him, Ink could not help but think of who wasn't there with them. Before the attack, his plan had been to go after his birthday party. It still was his plan, even though it was dark by the time Core, the gang, and the Star Sanses left. He didn't want to wait any longer. Era was much less eager to see him off. "You don't have to do this now," he warned as he followed Ink around under Top Papyrus's room. His brother had offered to let him borrow some colorful outfits for his counterpart, though some of the colors were so garish that even Fresh would balk at the sight of them. Ink put aside an amazingly hideous purple and pus polka dot shirt. Ugh. Ugh. Papyrus, I expected better from you. Ugh. Okay. That almost made me projectile vomit, and grabbed an orange and yellow sunrise one instead. He placed them in the pants inside his bag before turning to Error. "I do. I want to. He's waited long enough." Ink adjusted his scarf and beamed. "I'm ready for this." Ink was not ready for this. He appeared in an empty white world that could be mistaken for the anti-void and froze up, his soul pounding so rapidly it felt like it was going to burst. His breathing sharpened in response, and he squeezed his eye socket shut, trying to block out the empty white that was his old world. Ink's origin never left him. The white and the silence haunted his nightmares even now. No matter how many years passed or how many people surrounded him, Ink could never forget the emptiness and loneliness he came from. He hated being alone, and feared the quiet. Most of all, he feared that one day, he'd wake up and see no one was there. No one was there in the whiteness. Ink's desperate plea to be in the wrong place never had the chance to be uttered. He could never forget the atmosphere of his empty world. The sketches that had once been his only company were gone. All of them. Ink could sense the echoes of their destruction in the minimal code floating in the stale air. The world was so unfinished that the few codes it did have were like neon lights in Ink's sights, so blinding that he could not tear his attention away despite his desperation to. I have a feeling Rosa will hate Note Ink's outfit, lol. Oh god, does he wear polka dots? Ugh. Maybe I won't read Spilled Ink. In the years it had taken Ink to return, the others had been killed. They were gone, destroyed before they had the chance to live, with no way to pick up the pieces and restore them to bring them back. His brother was the sole exception. There were remains of foreign code in the air, wrapping around the echoes where his brother once stood. He had been taken. Ink saw an echo of the deceptively peaceful emptiness of the Angel of Calamity, and there was no question who was responsible. He clung to his brother's scarf and sobbed. Our multiverse wasn't as messed up as yours, but that didn't mean it was easy to protect. There were times we won, and there were times we didn't. Unfortunately, people got expectations into their head, and couldn't accept that the Protector was unable to fix everything with a snap of his fingers. The Angel and his augurs had become much more active lately. Any justification the Angel had were long disproven, as he targeted purely pacifist worlds with the same viciousness that he targeted genocide ones. Although he claimed to be above such emotions, it was clear that rage drove the Angel now, and Ink was capable of bearing him from worlds. Now that Ink was the only problem, Ink could only bar the Angel after he showed up, like how a body became resistant to a disease only after being exposed to it. And even then, the Angel still managed to get back in, a rarity that was becoming more and more common with each attack. Despite his successful infiltrations, the Angel did not like to be hindered. He made the multiverse suffer for it. It was a rare moment for Ink's bones not to ache as the marks that represented different AUs burned. More often than not, the codes would remain intact, but on occasion they became charred. When Ink felt a stinging sensation in the codes that represented Aftertail and Outertail, he, Error, the Stars, and the Gang rushed off to defend those worlds. Error and the Stars went to Outertail, while Ink and the Gang rushed to Aftertail's defense, to find that the Angel himself seemed to be present. Two augurs fought with their master, serene and graceful as they assimilated or tore through Aftertail's populace. Sorry guys, I also have dyslexia, so heads up. Ink's breathing hitched when he spotted Augur Papyrus. His crimson cloak showed no sign of blood, unlike the bone attack that he had just stabbed through Aftertail's Frisk's chest. Oh no, my baby! The human soul struggled briefly in Augur Papyrus's gloved palm before he clenched his fist, crushing it. There was no reset. The Angel did not allow it. Ink had to expel him from the world before he could even try to fix things. Yet even that reset, and even restore, might not bring back Frisk's soul. It entirely depended on whether whispers of their codes had avoided destruction. This time, it seemed Augur Papyrus was determined to keep Ink from even trying to help Frisk. More likely than not, the Angel of Calamity himself had ordered this particular augur to stand in the Protector's way. Ink had not forgotten the attack in the Anti-Void. He wasn't a child anymore, but fear gripped his soul when he spotted that familiar crimson cloak. Augur Papyrus gave him a warm smile that could be mistaken for the overjoyed expression of someone who had spotted an old friend. He swept past Aftertail Frisk's body, the blood-stained bone attack that had killed them gripped in his hand like a sword. "Protector," Augur Papyrus greeted. "Do not resist, and your death will be swift." "Neat offer, but I'm gonna have to pass." "Neat offer, but I'm gonna have to pass," Ink quipped as he summoned his ribbons. He's relieved to hear that his voice did not shake. Augur Papyrus inclined his head. "Very well. Let me grant you Angel's mercy." Ink felt a distortion in the air. He twisted and deflected Augur Papyrus's attack with a flick of prismatic magic ribbons, the impact of the blow sending a shockwave that made several of the nearby windows shatter. His opponent had appeared out of thin air, with the warp of shifting codes similar to a shortcut acting as the only warning. "Hello, welcome to the stream." "No, thanks, pal." It's not my favorite outfit. Oh, someone help him. Like, we need to help that baby girl. Like, what is he wearing? It just reminds me of that one message that Morgs sent looking at the old Roseverse era design being like, "Baby girl, what are those pants?" There wasn't a natural shortcut in that location. Augur Papyrus had made one. He can use some codes, Ink realized. Not all of them, or the angel would have been able to code break, but that's how he's been able to get back into worlds I protected. Is it from the angel, or does he have the ability naturally like me? No, it can't be. Despite every lesson Error, Top, Nightmare, and Killer drilled into his head, Ink hesitated. Augur Papyrus did not. Ink barely blocked the sharp end of a bone attack with his ribbons. Although the ribbons saved him from the injury, the attack still hit Ink in the chest with enough force to knock the air out of him. He fell into open air and barely had enough time to realize he'd fallen over the edge of the cliff before he hit the ground hard enough to make his vision swim. When Ink looked up at the augur, When Ink looked up, the augur stood over him, the bone attack raised above his head as he smiled warmly. Fear gripped Ink as he braced for the fatal blow. The bone attack struck the snow beside his arm. Augur Papyrus wasn't smiling anymore. He had lost all expression, leaving no emotion on his face. Slowly, he lowered his hand as the bone attack vanished from it. So I had a dream I met KJ, but he looked like a scrawny version of Justin Bieber when he was a kid with a buzz cut. And that screenshotted, and I'm gonna send that to him immediately. He's gonna be so mad. I bought him DoorDash today, too. Making a sketch right now. Making 2 homosexual skeletons kiss. So why don't I get it? I must miss the stream. Oopsie daisy. You're supposed to live. Ink stared at the augur in confusion. The shadows at the base of the cliff warped. Augur Papyrus dodged Nightmare's attacks with ease. The arrogant gracefulness of his movements was harshly contrasted by the empty look on his face, like his body was moving but his mind was absent. Nightmare bared his teeth, eye-light glowing a menacing cyan, only to freeze in place like he'd been turned to stone. He physically flinched, clutching his hands to his head, and Augur Papyrus's attack sent him flying into the base of the cliff. Augur Papyrus ignored Ink completely in favor of Nightmare, gliding over the snow towards his new target. Before he could press his attack, a shift in the air announced that the angel had left Aftertail. Augur Papyrus lowered his weapon. He kept his blank expression as he turned and walked away. Ink struggled to sit up, reaching out in a desperate attempt to restrain him using codes. His attempt was thrown off like a hand being shrugged off of Augur Papyrus' shoulder, and instead, Ink saw the fragments of code that floated around him. They were hauntingly familiar in their incompleteness. With that, Ink could no longer deny who Augur Papyrus was. It was too late to call out to him. He was already gone through a portal. Not a second passed before Corfrisk appeared next to Nightmare, panting heavily as their form glitched like they could barely hold on to it. Nightmare finally pushed himself up, a hand still pressed to his head and his teeth clenched. Ink's mouth went dry. What happened? Tears brimmed at the corners of Corfrisk's empty eyes, and they shared the horrible news. The angel was never in Aftertail or Outertail. While they all fought to save those worlds, Underfell was destroyed. Red, Edge, and their father survived. Many others didn't. The survivors were moved into the Omega timeline. They rushed to Ink the moment he stepped through the portal, surrounding him as they shouted over each other in an attempt to be heard. Ink stood in the middle of the throng, frozen in place as pleas for him to somehow restore Underfell and accusations demanding to know where he had been washed over him. The demands, bargaining, and vocalized blame faded into a harsh white noise as the world seemed to close in around Ink. His vision blurred as his breathing sharpened, and he caught a whiff of a specific cologne from Underfell. He spotted Dr. Felgaster a moment later. Unlike many of the others, he was not shouting or crying. He stared at Ink coldly, ignoring his sons, as Red helplessly tried to console Edge. Ink didn't see who made the first move, but suddenly, horror was fighting felt undying in the middle of the courtyard. No magic attacks flew, only fists, but Ink knew it would not be long. He threw a shield of colorful magic between them, separating them before either could draw their weapons, and hastily moved between them with his back to horror. He knew Horror's background with his own undying, but he did not look afraid now. He was livid, his eye-light glowing a violent red. Corfrisk appeared before Ink could wonder what he'd missed. "I think you need to go," they said quietly to Nightmare. He nodded curtly, and ushered Ink and the gang back towards a portal. Ink felt Dr. Felgaster's eyes on his back until he vanished through the portal. He did not even have time to process the fate of Underfell or his brother before there was yet another attack. They shouldn't blame you. I'm glad you see that. Now apply that thinking to yourself and remember it when some jerk tries to guilt trip you. But that's different. Is it? Trust me, I get it. But self-blame usually ends up hurting more than helping. A sigh. Look, I don't know everything about being a healer. There is one lesson they and protectors share in common. If we try to save everyone and overwork ourselves, we'll end up helping no one. It's a lesson. It's a lesson that some did not want me to learn, and I wasn't sure I could say no. Thankfully, I had someone who did. Ugh. We should keep coffee out of the stream today. Bow! Lex Gaster, Phil Gaster, bow! Yay, more FTFO. The sound of a cheering crowd should be uplifting for Ink, but at the moment it was just giving him a bigger headache. He managed to smile as he accepted the thanks of the monsters that crowded around him. The Angels' attack on Dancetail had been successfully driven back, so he did not blame them for their celebration. He just wished that they weren't so close. The pats on the back, hands on his arms, and attempts to shake his hand were a bit too much and added further to his headache. Ink still had a job to do, though. Blue broke through the crowd, calling out for anyone who was injured and ordering them to go to Dream. The decrease of people allowed Ink a moment to breathe before he started repairing the area by the NTT news station. Ink did his best to ignore his headache as he called out his magic. The rainbow lights and ribbons must create a beautiful sight for the residents of Dancetail, since a lot of the cameras were focused on him. It might be a result of being partially raised by error, but Ink wished he could destroy those cameras. Being recorded made him uncomfortable, though he supposed he would have to endure it. After all, Blue and Dream didn't complain, so he should follow their lead, right? And seeing a world come back to life would be a morale boost for anyone who witnessed it. Ink pretended not to hear Dancetail Mataton's call and moved deeper into Hotland, where there were more signs of damage. He managed to avoid being interviewed and returned home in Zephyral Top at 3 in the morning. That wasn't so late. Aster was waiting in an armchair in the sitting room area, a book about theoretical astrophysics in his hands. He set the thick tome aside and rose from his seat. I'm not hurt, Ink said, as he always did when he came home. Aster opened his arms, and Ink dove into his embrace. Maybe if he pressed his head against his dad's ribs hard enough, his headache would go away. It's been 5 days, Prism, Aster murmured. Ink's nickname had slipped out a lot more lately, from Aster, Top, and even Papyrus and Sans on occasion. Please don't tell me you've been fighting this whole time. I wasn't fighting the whole time, Ink protested. I was repairing stuff, and Dream made me sleep. Aster's face pinched with worry. That is not reassuring. You don't need to be working so hard. But people need to know we're fighting for them, Ink said earnestly, and I'm the only one that can fix things after the Angel and Augur's attack. Aster bit his lip. Seeing him so distressed upset Ink, even if he did not understand his father's concerns. You're wearing yourself out. I can tell you have a headache again. How many worlds did you have to repair in the past 5 days? Oh, just 3. Ink hesitated. And another 17. Plus maybe another 7 added to that. Aster was not impressed by his omissions. 3 and 17 and 7, 27. You repaired 27 worlds in 5 days? You're going to bed. Aster leaned over and picked Ink up. He yelped, flailing in confusion until he clung to his dad's shoulders. By the time he regained his bearings, Aster had taken him upstairs. He opened the door to Sans's room and dumped Ink next to his oldest brother. Sans opened a lazy eye socket, smiled thinly, and put his arm over Ink. Glad you're home, Prism. I wasn't gone that long, Ink grumbled. Still fluxmoxed that Aster had picked him up like that. Dude, he created a new word because he was so fluxmoxed, apparently. Sans, if anyone tries to find him, shortcut out, Aster requested sternly. Ink needs to rest, not to be taken on another mission. Ink tried to sit up, but Sans's arm stopped him from moving. He could easily break free, but decided to wait until Sans inevitably fell asleep again to make his escape. But what if they need me? They may need you, but they do not need you to be so constantly that you have a persistent migraine and can hardly stay on your feet. Aster's curt tone stunned Ink into silence. The severe expression softened, and he sat on the edge of the bed, brushing his hand down the side of Ink's skull. You're overworking yourself. At this rate, at the rate you're going, I'm terrified you're working yourself to death. If the multiverse cannot function without your presence for a day, it certainly will not function if you become ill. It's okay to rest, Prism. You need to take time to care for yourself, or you'll end up in a position where you won't be able to help anyone at all. Please don't be mad at Dream and the others. Flex moxed. Bewildered or upset. Okay. Please don't be mad at Dream and the others, Ink blurted anxiously. They're tired too, but the angel isn't stopping. Plus, the council keeps giving us missions. It seems I'll have to invite the others to a mandatory stay here then, Aster said calmly. He hummed and tapped his chin thoughtfully. Though I have never tried to capture anyone before. Should I go to anyone for some tips? Sans gave an dignified snort. Ink couldn't stop his own laugh. Can I give all of Buddy's Ink a hug on AO3? It's for the Forgotten Ones on AO3. By thank you, scholarly underscore storyteller. Thank you. Okay. I'm pretty sure that would be kidnapping and imprisonment, Dadster. I confess to nothing, Aster said easily. He gave a knowing look to Sans, who pretended to snore loudly, and rose from his perch. We'll discuss this in the morning. Sleep. It was already morning, but Ink wisely did not mention that. Make sure you pick up Dad, too, he joked. Aster's smile had a mischievous edge. Don't worry, I will. Ink did not remember the exact moment he fell asleep, but when he woke up, the house was filled with the members of the Star Sanses, Nightmare's Gang, Core Frisk, and Error. Several of them had bewildered expressions that suggested they were not sure how they ended up in Zephyr-Top, but none of them tried to leave. Blue suggested that they made breakfast, and it all went downhill from there. Or uphill, if amusement was found from the absolute chaos that spawned from that single comment. Ink still did not know how Killer managed to sneak ghost pepper flakes into the casserole when Blue and Horror weren't looking, and into Cross's hot chocolate. Cross's vengeance was swift as he chased Killer across Zephyr-Top's grassy fields, through the big top, and even across the tightrope as the performers cheered him on. It was one of the most relaxing and fun days Ink had since his debut as a protector. There was a beat of silence. It stretched on. And on. Prism? Are you okay? Huh? Oh, no. We're about to get to some rough times. You don't have to tell me anything. I want to, so I will. I must. I don't want you to end up like me. Or your cross to end up like mine. Okay, so this is where the warnings of body mutilations and scientific experimentation come in. Just so you guys know, I remember this, unfortunately. Okay. Cross never shared much about his past. He only mentioned that he was found by Nightmare and that was about it. He gave no details, not even to his fellow gang members, with Nightmare as the sole person aware of his origin. Despite his apparent eagerness to find the Protector and ask him for something, Cross refused to approach Ink with what he wanted until almost a year after the Protector made his debut in the greater multiverse. Maybe he was afraid. Maybe he did not want to put any more pressure on a child that was expected to save thousands of worlds. Regardless, one day he pulled Ink aside after a mission. Quietly, he explained his past. He told Ink about X-Tail, Overwrite, and X-Gaster. He explained how he ended up destroying his old world and ended up in the Anti-Void. That's not true, by the way. That is, misinformation. And Buddy admitted that they did not know X-Tail's story much before. That's not true, guys. Okay. He showed Ink his red and white soul, confessing that he did not know what happened to X-Kara because although his soul was there, he was gone. He shared his fear that he'd either killed him or merged with him. He finally revealed how Nightmare found him and gave him the power to try to find the one person that he hoped would be able to bring everything back. The Protector. Ink had no reason to say no. Innocently, ignorantly, he also hoped he could help Cross undo his mistakes. He was wrong. Ink stood with Cross in the empty white void that had once been X-Tail and felt no codes engrave themselves on his bones. His desire to help became a bad thing. That bad feeling was confirmed when Ink saw the ghost of broken codes in the empty air and immediately knew the truth. His tentative hope crumbled before his eyes, and he braced, knowing his grief would be nothing compared to the despair Cross would feel. I'm sorry, Cross. I can't bring them back. Cross stared at him, features blank with confused disbelief. What? But you're the protector. Exactly, Ink said tightly, staring at the bitter truth only he could see. I'm a protector. I am not a creator, Cross. I can perform an override restore on intact worlds to bring back most that are killed during an attack, but I cannot create souls. I cannot bring back Extale from its annihilation. Its codes are gone. They were attached to Xcaster, and so they were destroyed with him. Only he could bring the others back using overwrite. There's nothing to piece back together. I'm sorry. Ink reached out, holding back his own tears as he prioritized comforting Cross. Cross pulled away. His eyelights were gone, giving him an empty and heartbroken look. That grief soon became anger as he, like so many others in the multiverse, sought out someone to blame along with himself. As all of his hopes fell apart before his eyes, he lashed out in anger. I wasted so much time for you! Cross spat, his features twisted with hatred that he was not ready to admit was only for himself. Ink could only flinch. Cross then did something he would never forgive himself for. He cut open a portal and stormed off, leaving Ink on his own. Ink did not even have a moment to grieve before something hit him in the back of his head and he blacked out. No, I'm afraid so. You can guess what happened next. When Ink woke up, a blindfold covered his eyes and a gag kept him silent. Headphones prevented him from hearing anything other than the buzzing white noise they made. The restraints around his wrists, ankles, and neck blocked him from accessing his magic or codes. His captures made sure the protector could not escape. They had planned this for a long time. They planned everything, from the magic and code nullifying cuffs to the complete deprivation of any senses that could let him identify the ones that took him. And Ink never did confirm their identities. He never heard their voices. They gave him no speech about their plots and motives. He only knew they must be scientists because of the sterilized smell of his prison, and the wires attached to his bones and soul. When Ink let himself think about it, he accepted that they were the monsters that he thought were on his side. Why else were they so thoroughly ensure that he, and more importantly, his allies like Error, Dream, and Nightmare, could not learn who they were, to the point where they did not gloat or try to explain themselves? Maybe they simply did not see the point. Ink was their experiment, nothing more. They did not even grant him the ability to beg them to stop. Ink did not remember everything that happened in the 3 months he was captured and how he lost his soul. Whenever he would try, all he would recall were flashes of white light, the sounds of his own painful, muffled screams, and an agonizing pain that tore through his entire body, centralized in his ribcage. His captors evidently did not expect him to vanish when his soul was torn apart. He did not reappear in the core of the multiverse either, like had happened to many of his counterparts. 3 months after his capture, Ink reappeared in Zephyral-Top, his clothes torn, his eye sockets closed, and his scarf an empty white except for the blue stitches that had been so carefully applied so long ago. The first thing he heard was Top's scream. His pops never screamed. Hearing his heartbroken cry should scare Ink, but Ink wasn't capable of feeling afraid then. He could feel nothing at all except the light pressure as his father clung to him. Top's cries drew in the others, their thundering footsteps halting abruptly as they saw Ink in Top's arms. Aster begged Ink to open his eyes while Top held him close, rocking in place as he whispered, "You're gonna be alright. We'll get you help. You're gonna be alright." Papyrus and Sans also appeared in the doorway, drawn in by their parents' cries. Sans stumbled back, hand over his mouth, as he saw fallen down monsters from other timelines in Ink's place, while Papyrus rushed to Ink's side, futilely checking him for injury as he shakily called for Core and Error and Dream and even Nightmare. It was Nightmare that appeared first, simply because their negative emotions were so great. He caught sight of Ink and faltered, shaking his head in mute disbelief as Sans tried to check on Ink's soul, only for nothing to appear. Grief and agony tore across Nightmare's face when he failed to sense anything from Ink before conclusion took its place as he tried to understand why Ink wasn't dust. Ink wasn't dust. He was nothingness. like all the life had been taken from him. He could not move, he could not speak, he could barely think, he could not feel. He was alone, locked in his body, and there was nothing he could do about it. It was like he had fallen down. It took Ink years to guide the others to a truce. It took 3 days without him for it to begin to fall apart. Ink was taken to the Omega timeline as soon as Corfrisk appeared. Aster and Nightmare refused to leave his side, while Sans Papyrus stayed behind to keep Top from spiraling. Healers and doctors from all over the multiverse attempted to help Ink, but with no avail. "The Protector has fallen down," they whispered, and soon those whispers spread out into the multiverse. For the first time in over a decade, Air tried to break into the Omega timeline. He had to break in, because no one was letting him inside, despite his comatose charge being kept within its borders. Corfrisk's projected body flashed rapidly between sites, trying to find an answer for Ink's condition, trying to get updates on Ink's condition, trying to update the game, trying to locate Cross, and trying to calm Error down. The Alliance would have crumbled then and there if Corfrisk had not ignored the Council and let the Destroyer into the Omega timeline. The moment Error stepped inside, Corfrisk was waiting and gave him a tight hug, not caring who saw. Oh my god, I got my Corfrisk and Error being siblings! My crumbs! My crumbs, my crumbs, my crumbs. Sorry guys, I know this is really sad, but I got my crumbs! I got my crumbs, guys. Ugh. I got my crumbs, I got my crumbs. Corfrisk's efforts kept the Alliance intact. Corfrisk's efforts brought them all far too little time. Error walked to Ink's hospital room and froze in the doorway. The sterile white walls closed in around him, trapping him in their empty colorlessness, just like they enclosed the silent, unresponsive skeleton in the hospital bed. Error stumbled forward, a step, then another, his body feeling as though it was not his own, as he struggled to move it. He repeated the process until he made it to Ink's side. Ink was as pale as the white sheets that lay over him, its end neatly folded, like the white scarf in Blue's lap. Tears gathered in Blue's eye sockets, and he held out the scarf to Error. Error did not take it. He had nightmares like this before. A dream, Blue, or Nightmare appearing in the anti-void with Ink's scarf covered in blood and dust. Even in his worst nightmares, Ink's scarf always had color. Now its only color was the small line of blue stitches. Even the sheet was white. If it was unfolded, it could cover Ink like humans sometimes put a shroud over their dead. Error grabbed the white blanket and destroyed it. Ink's hospital gown was as white as everything else, and Error's expression twisted with agony. "Error, don't!" Core's protest cut off as Error opened a small portal and sent his strings through, pulling out a blue blanket. He gently lay it over Ink, smoothing it out so he would not be cold. Ink could barely feel the pressure of the fabric, or Error's hand as he gently caressed his skull. "We'll help you, I promise." Error whispered the vow fiercely, but his tone of voice was off. Ink could not react at all as his dad bowed his head and cried. Anyone capable of traveling through the multiverse searched for a way to help Ink wake. After shouting at and arguing with the voices, Error managed to wrestle a possible answer from them and began searching for a location called the Doodle Sphere. He could not find it. No one could. Not without Ink. A year passed. Ink remained fallen down. Cross remained missing. The Star Stances and Nightmare Gangs fought. Against their enemies, but more and more against each other. It was mostly arguments about how to help Ink, how to help the multiverse, and whether to discard their morals in order to stop the Angels' advances. The healers and doctors that tried to help Ink were joined by scientists. Cross was not there to object to their presence and watched them suspiciously. Killer took it upon himself to do it in his stead. All it took was one overheard, muttered question from a gaster. "Should we try determination?" Killer was on the scientist in an instant, knife held to his throat. Black liquid poured from his eye sockets, toxic and thick. "If you try to give him DT, I'll kill you," Killer said calmly. It took the combined efforts of Blue, Red, Outer, and Horror to pull him off of the terrified gaster. When the Omega Timeline Scars tried to arrest Killer, the Sanses blocked the door with their chairs and several bone attacks to keep them out. Inside the room, out of sight of the outside world, they argued about Killer's actions as Killer screamed threats at the scientists outside the door, daring them to try to sneak determination into Ink's IVs. Nightmare eventually took Killer back to the castle, refusing to give him up when he returned alone. Ink could do nothing but listen as his friends and family's arguments began shouting. The disagreements about threats and killing turned into emotional accusations and blame. The truce was dying. Friendships and bonds that had been healed or forged over the past few years slowly crumbled. Rumors that Cross was responsible for the Protector's condition spread like wildfire. His absence drew attention like a beacon, especially since he was the gang member that had become most well integrated into the Mega Timeline community. At first, most thought Cross was out searching for a way to help Ink, like Error was. Eventually, they realized Cross was simply gone and grew suspicious. It must have something to do with the Protector's condition, they at first whispered, but eventually said loudly and openly. Why else would Cross be missing while the other gang members ran straight to the hospital? Nightmare must have been playing the long game, the rumors said. Wasn't he with the Protector right now? Nightmare must be plotting something. His truce was merely him playing the long game. He shouldn't be there. He couldn't be allowed to hurt the Protector again. Dream watched fear grip the residents of the Mega Timeline just like it had gripped the villagers in Dreamtale. He hadn't known about the suffering his brother went through back then, but he saw the truth now. He made a choice that may very well have saved the multiverse. We're leaving, Dream told Core Frisk without regret. Ink cannot be helped here, and if my brother is not welcome, neither am I. Core Frisk agreed. That night, Ink was secretly moved out of the hospital in the Mega Timeline to a clinic set up in his room in Zephyral Top. He remained trapped in his body, only able to passively observe as people came and went, steadily losing hope that he'd wake. Ink could not wake, but he could not die. He was incapable of feeling afraid. Another year passed. Cross was found in Aftertale. He knew what happened to Ink. He blamed himself. Ink never found out what state the others found him in, but it took the combined efforts of Chino, Blue, Epic, and Nightmare himself to get him to come back. Cross had more scars when he returned. Too many to count. When Cross talked to Ink as he sat at his bedside, keeping watch, he confessed his suspicions that Cross had thrown himself between an attack and their target more than once, perhaps hoping that one would leave him to dust. As Horror verbalized his fears for Cross's health and safety, letting them pour out like he could not hold them in anymore, Ink was left unable to respond. 2 more years passed, extending the duration of Ink's coma to 4. It was 48 months, or 1,461 days since he first reappeared in Zephyral Top, colorless and unresponsive. Ink stayed as he was, limp and unmoving, as though he was in a deep sleep. His body did not age or weaken. His soul was long gone, so Ink remained, preserved and unchanging. Air reappeared after another of his countless attempts to locate the Doodle Sphere. His breathing was ragged, his eyelights dull from a lack of rest, and his clothes were dirty like he had not washed them in months. He probably hadn't. No one needed to ask if he had been successful as he stormed through the castle to Ink's room. He sat heavily in an empty chair by Ink's bed and put his head into his hands. Blue did not attempt to comfort him with a touch. Air's glitches had grown worse lately, causing pain for anyone that dared to touch him. Nightmare and Dream had begun experiencing similar problems, with the former becoming colder while the latter's touch burned. From his distant, inactive part as an observer, Ink understood that it would not be long before everything broke apart. Oh shit. Only Ink can access the Doodle Sphere until he lets someone in, Era said abruptly. They let me chase a solution we couldn't even use for years. The vase of wilted flowers on the bedside was the only casualty of Era's rage. Knowing this was beyond his ability to help, Blue went and got the others. Tired faces and despondent souls surrounded Ink's bed, each and every one of them on the verge of breaking. Dream held on to hope. There has to be something we can do. The paints Ink needs are in the Doodle Sphere, Era enunciated harshly. We can't get in or even find the Doodle Sphere without him. Dream refused to give up. Despite the dark shadows beneath his eye sockets and the unstable heat in his aura, he remained firm. Ink found it in other multiverses, or he was sent there, so how can we get Ink to the Doodle Sphere? His alternates got there when they destroyed their soul, Era said flatly. It's a little late for that, Killer said snidely. Cross flinched. Don't, Killer, Blue warned sharply. He took a deep breath, and didn't snap at him further. He understood Killer's way of coping by now. What else can you tell us about how Ink's alternate lives... Oh wait, how Ink's alternates live, Ink? Error! Fuck! Oh my god, wait. Okay, let me reread. What else can you tell us about how Ink's alternates live, Error? Corfisk requested. You mentioned paints? They're from the creators. Each one grants those inks emotions, and in most cases, they are what allow him to remain mobile. Otherwise, Air's eyelights drifted towards Ink's still, silent form and jerked away. Like this. So if he has emotions, he might wake up? Dust asked hesitantly. There was a beat of heavy silence. Nightmare raised his head from his hands. The tree is gone. We aren't, and I know what you're gonna say. Dream looked his brother in the eye, firm but understanding. Negativity is not evil. You won't hurt him. Trust yourself, brother. Nightmare's apprehension faded away and he nodded. It cannot hurt to try. Dream and Nightmare placed their hands upon Ink's chest, right beside each other. Dream's yellow gold magic shimmered to life, while Nightmare's cyan purple magic pooled around his fingers and palm. The opposing emotion magic sat beside each other, swaying slightly to push against their opposite, like they were testing a resistance of the other. Please, Dream whispered. Please let it be enough. The magic glowed gently. Negativity and positivity swirled around each other, then mixed. The magic rippled, shimmering together into a neutral, silvery color. It rippled again, solidifying like a small heart-shaped crystal. Slowly, the emotion magic sank into Ink's chest. Ink's eye socket slipped open. His left eyelight was a cyan crescent. His right was a gold sun. Before his family could celebrate or rushed in to hug him, Ink jolted like he received an electric shock and gave a heartbroken scream. Ink barely... Let me take a break. Hold on. Let me get a drink of water before I get into this section. Air barely managed to grab onto me before I teleported straight to the doodle sphere. Thankfully, I was able to subconsciously let him in with me. There, I found the center of the multiverse. My paintbrush, Broomy, and the paints I needed to function. When I got back, the others had to fill in some blanks. Of course, but well, I was alive, at least. Fill in some... Oh. You put it together, then. Yes, I told you some of my past from the other's point of view, because I don't remember it all myself. I'm sorry. Don't be. Most of Ink's memories remained. His personality remained, but his soul was gone. Ink knew what had been taken from him. He could feel the differences in himself. He could feel his loss. Ink was luckier than some of his soulless counterparts. If the vials of paint ran out, he could usually rely on doses of Dream and Nightmare's emotion magic to keep him going for long enough to refill them. In fact, the 2 half-sized vials that were hidden in the small pocket of his sash contained the Guardian's magic. However, it still left him reliant on the paint or the Guardians because if he ran out, he essentially fell into a coma. They were all surprised to learn that Ink's ability to feel love and empathy had not been torn from him like was the case with many Flowey's. When pressed, Sai guessed it was due to Ink being resurrected by Dream and Nightmare's emotion magic. The spark of that magic stayed with him, small but defiantly glowing. Reinforcing its presence, the last emotion Ink ran out of was always his compassion. It was far more dangerous than it seemed. Without the self-regard to go with it, Ink tended to work until he collapsed or got badly hurt in defense of others. Ink's compassion and emotions survived, but they were much less freely given than before. With his family and friends, he let them flow, loving and caring for them with all he had as his eyelights glowed with different prismatic colors. With strangers, he could detach himself much more easily, remaining guarded, reserved, and wary even when he got to know them. His eyelights remained a neutral and reserved gray. Ink felt emotions, he just didn't show them anymore. It was safer, better that way. Ink's memory was spotty, particularly when it came to the events that transpired during his captivity. He said he only knew his captors had been scientists, and he had to stop Era and the gang from hunting every monster with that roll down. He said that he did not remember much of his captivity, which was mostly true, but if he sat down and truly thought about it, he might just know who it was. He had been blinded, with his hearing and sensing abilities blocked, but he could still smell. He knew a particular gaster wore that scent of cologne. It was a specific brand and scent that could only be found in certain fel AUs. Ink kept his suspicions to himself. There would be no justice if he made an accusation, Ink berated himself. There would only be more suffering, Ink told himself. The Protector was meant to keep the balance, not cause conflict, Ink reminded himself. It would be selfish, Ink convinced himself. Ink knew he should say it anyway, but the words would never come out. He knew some would believe him. He couldn't bear to learn who wouldn't believe him and would try to defend his attacker, either by saying he was innocent or by saying he had been right to do what he did to Ink. He might be in the heat of the moment for others, but Ink knew he'd remember their outbursts and denial forever. Eventually, it didn't matter. The Gaster died. Truly died, for he was not thrown into a core experiment in a lab accident. As expected of him, Ink appeared rather stoic and unbothered by the death. If Nightmare and Dream sensed anything from him, they kept it to themselves. Ink did not even remember much of that day. He just remembered retreating to his room because he was not sure what to do with the mess of conflicted emotions that twisted through his empty chest. He also remembered Killer following and hugging him tightly as he whispered, "I have you." Killer wasn't much of a hugger, so Ink enjoyed the rare moment. "Did you ever tell them of your suspicions?" "No. Now it would only open up old wounds and cause regrets, right? It would not be worth it. Even if I have to hear them praise his scientific breakthroughs and say he'd be a great help if he was still alive, I can't stand it. I know I should tell them, I can't." What the fuck? What is KJ doing in here? I'm trying to... This shit pissed me off. This shit. What the fuck? What are you doing in here?
He's reading along with us. He's reading along with us, for real.
I did not expect you in here. This is like a really bad time because I was getting into it. Now I'm kind of embarrassed.
I was starting to act and everything.
Yeah. Oh, are you actually like intrigued?
Now that you've asked that, he's probably gonna say no.
No, this sucks. This shit sucks.
Nah, low-key end stream.
Low-key end stream. Keep reading, brah.
Keep reading, bro. Oh!
Oh my god, he likes it! He likes it! Okay.
No.
I understand. Don't beat yourself up over it. Thanks. You should know, though, just in case. It was Dr. Felgaster, Red and Edge's father. He works in the Mega Timeline in both of our multiverses, formerly in mine. I want to say that it's a different multiverse and a different Felgaster, but stars, I don't know. I don't want you to trust the wrong person, but I don't want you to mistrust the wrong person either. Just be wary of Mega Timeline scientists. The multiverse had mixed reactions to Ink's injury, that's what they called it, as though he had not had a core part of himself ripped from him by a selfish bastard who did not think the Protector was strong enough after he failed to save Underfell. Some parts of the multiverse always muttered that Ink wasn't doing enough behind his back. With his new soulless state, they found the excuse to be much more open about their misplaced blame. Some saw Ink's new reserved nature as arrogance. They complained that Ink was cold, and that he could afford to at least give them a smile. Ink would not waste a smile or joy on the types of people who complained about something like that. He let Dream be the reassuring one and take center focus whenever they fought to protect the AUs. Ink's desire to perform to please the crowd had died with his soul. He wondered if he should have died too. When Ink took Augur's undying spear through his chest and got right back up, it only reinforced his unnatural nature in the eyes of the monsters he was meant to protect. His family was just relieved that he was alright. One particular incident always stuck with Ink, no matter how many other, more important memories faded away. The Augurs had attacked Littletail. The damage was catastrophic. It was so bad, in fact, that they had to call in backup from several other AUs to help with the aftermath. Ink was calm and level-headed as he directed the survivors to safe areas and began repairing parts of the world. Crying would not bring the world or its people back, so he did what he could to assist the survivors and repair the damage. KJ, you'll play Fortnite instead. No, I'm reading. You can leave if you're bored. As they often did, those who knew about his soullessness did not see his reserved reaction as a show of self-control. They mistook it for apathy. Swatfell Purple Sands, more commonly referred to as Grape, was a bit on the most violent and unhinged side of the Fell scale. It was a point in his favor that he came to help in the greater multiverse even after he lost his own world, That did not change his motives of seeking glory and picking fights to prove himself to be strong. He was also bitterly judgmental of the protector that showed up long after he lost his home. As a result, Grape watched Ink react to the destruction with calmness and believed it was indifference instead. Must be great, Grape muttered as Ink stoically repaired a school. You get to pick your emotions, yet you still choose to be a soulless bitch. Oh, wait. Dream heard him. He approached peacefully enough and pulled Grape aside to speak with him. His eyelights were out, and it was like he drained the light out of the air, leaving only himself to glow ominously like a star about to go supernova. You think he gets to pick and choose what to feel? Ink's vials aren't merely there to help him feel emotions again. The paints also allow him to move. Without them, he is left in a catatonic, fallen-down state. So, Grape said, bitter and callous. It's not like he'll die. Give him his drug paints and he'll get right back up again. Dream took a deep breath, then another. He turned to the gaggle of children hovering nearby. Children, this is an example of how not to resolve conflict. Dream turned on Grape and punched him in the face hard enough to knock out 2 of his teeth. Wow. I know, right? I think Dream became Littletail Undyne's idol. She still wants him to teach her how to fight. Oh no. Oh yes. Something big happening, I think. What is he talking about, Beetle? Okay, whatever.
I don't.
For people who don't know who KJ is, because we do have a lot of newcomers, KJ is the VA of Killer in Roseverse. That's why we have not banned him yet for acting like this. Something big happening, I think. Well, you're really behind,
Rosa,
dude.
I think he's like low-key
Is he low-key invested?
paying attention, and you're over here like, what are you doing now?
I didn't know he was low-key invested. I thought he was gonna make fun of me. This is actually really sweet. I'm sorry, KJ. I'm sorry.
Read the damn thing.
Read the damn thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Despite his family's support, Ink blamed and hated himself. He knew that he was different. Many would call him incomplete or broken, sometimes within his hearing, sometimes to his face. Memories sometimes flooded away, leaving him to hastily write important information on his scarf before they were gone. But those comments stuck in his head and never truly left. Ink's family made sure he did not start to believe them, but it was difficult when they blamed themselves for what happened to him, especially Cross. Things came to a head when Cross was injured in battle. Cross blamed himself more than even Ink did. If he had been less angry and self-centered, if he had been paying better attention, if he had not insisted that they visit X-Tail without the others, if he had not stormed off in a selfish rage. If. He tried to make up for it by taking Augur Asgore's trident through the chest for Ink. Ink slowly raised his shocked stare from the trident sticking out of Cross's chest to his face, unable to look away as Cross's terrified expression relaxed into a look of pure relief. The attack had barely missed Cross's red and white soul, the middle prawn piercing through his chest a mere half-inch to the left. The trident was yanked free, and Cross slumped forward into Ink's arms, his breath gurgling and harsh as it joined with the white noise that had overtaken his hearing. Ink did not understand what emotions he must be projecting, but the next thing he knew, Nightmare was there, tearing at Augur Asgore with a feral, heartbroken scream. Nightmare was here, but Cross needed Dream. Dream was struggling to get through the augurs to them. Fear was pushed aside in favor of action. Cross needed help. Ink had to clear the way. So he did. Ink was just as powerful as he had before he lost his soul. Not more, and not less. The only difference was that he could take a lot more damage. And he now had much less interest in holding back. The inferno of rainbow-colored magic was not an explosion. It was a supernova that tore apart the atmosphere and consumed every augur in the AU before they even had a chance to blink. That move is similar to what I did to clear out the corrupted in your Multiverse's horror tale. In the most basic terms, I turned the codes that made up the air into magic multicolored fire, targeting the augur specifically. Please tell me I can't do that. Horrortale proves you are capable, even if your magic is gentler than mine. We may be protectors, but that doesn't mean we are incapable of some destructive levels of power. If we wanted to, we could tear through the very codes that make up a world of or person to strip away all their defenses. They wouldn't even realize something was wrong until it was too late. I'm not telling you that to scare you, and I know you are against using violence, but try to always think about what you could potentially do with codes, intentionally or otherwise. I don't think I want to do that intentionally. I know, I understand, and I hope that you never will have to. Me when I use my gay powers to eliminate my enemies. Nightmare. That's all he says. Nightmare. He misses him. It took 3 days for Dream to stabilize Cross. For those 3 days, Ink got another glimpse of what it was like from the other side, left to hope and pray that Cross would awake. He was so relieved to hear that Cross was finally conscious that he vomited his namesake. But when Ink finally entered Cross's room with an intent to hug him as tightly as he could without aggravating his injuries and all that relief on his tongue, he saw the bandages still wrapped around Cross's ribcage. In that instant, all that joy became burning guilt, rage, and hurt. All of the emotions both Ink and Cross had been holding back exploded out in one huge, loud argument that drew in everyone in the Zephyr-Top household. "Why did you do that?" Ink screamed at Cross, ignoring Air's tight hold in attempts to calm him down. "I can take the damage! That blow would have killed you!" Cross shouted back with just as much volume, equally incensed as Dream and horror kept him from standing up. "So what?" Ink spat. "I just get back up anyway. I'm already a walking corpse." The anger drained from Cross's face, replaced by shock. "Who said that to you?" He was not the only one who was stunned. Ink knew the others had run in and witnessed their argument. It wasn't like he had gone blind, and was unable to notice that they were there. But seeing them all looking at him with varying degrees of worry, sadness, and worst of all, discomfort, made all his fears come rushing back. His fear that they looked at him and did not see the Ink they used to know. His fear that they believed he was a soulless creature using that lost soul's body. His fear that they would realize he wasn't worth the effort and abandon him. Ink escaped Air's restraining hold and fled. It wasn't the first time Nightmare had to chase Ink down. It was almost funny that negative emotions came to him so much easier now than it did before he lost his soul. Maybe because he wasn't an innocent child anymore. Maybe because everything still hurt. Ink was supposed to be a protector. He was supposed to save the multiverse, but he couldn't save Swapfell Purple, Underfell, X-Tail, or his brother. He was so bad at his job that someone decided he needed to lose his soul to become a better protector. When Ink looked up and saw Nightmare standing in front of him, he broke down. "Just do it already. Send me back. Might as well be back there anyway. I'm useless." Nightmare knelt beside Ink and pulled him into a tight hug. "You're not useless. You'll never be useless." Ink began to cry. Nightmare murmured the words to him, holding and rocking him gently to soothe him as he shook, begging not to be sent back and left alone, even though he was different now. Nightmare's words were soft but resolute, his gaze and aura balanced and clear, and he was completely at ease as he kept Ink's negativity from overwhelming him. "Despite everything, you still care. Despite everything, you still feel. Despite everything, you are still you. And we will never abandon you. We'll never send you back there. Never." "You never sent Ink back there, but what if I'm not him?" Ink demanded hysterically. "Souls are what make up a person, and mine, his is gone. So many memories are gone too, like the first time I met Dream. How could I forget meeting Dream? And I'm acting wrong. I don't act like he did. I don't try to see the best in everyone I meet, or want to save every single soul, or cry every time monsters die in attacks or genocide timelines. I don't trust people. I'm quiet. I don't show my emotions. My emotions aren't even real." "Don't even try to say that," Nightmare snarled. His venomance stunned Ink. "Your emotions are real." Ink shook his head. "But they are real," Nightmare repeated firmly. "No matter their source, they are still yours. Do not believe those that try to tell you otherwise. They wish to hurt and manipulate you into thinking you are lesser than them." Nightmare had experience with that. He had fallen for that trap. He paid for it and plunged so far he almost did not come back. "You are real as well," Nightmare continued. "Soul or no soul, you are still Ink. We all change throughout our lives. None of us are the same as we once were. To say that you were never Ink would be to say that Cross, or Dust, and Killer were never Sans. Your experiences may have changed you, but you are still you." One of his tentacles curled over Ink's shoulders and wrapped around his hand, squeezing it gently for support. You were withdrawn because you were hurt, not because you lack emotions. You are not to blame for what happened, not for Cross's injury, not for the angel's attacks, and certainly not for what happened to your soul. None of this was your fault. None of that was your fault. Oopsie. I don't know what's happening, but I'm happy to be here. Guys, I really don't act. I really don't voice act. I'm not a voice actor, but sometimes I really like to have fun. Really showing her VA side here. I'm not a VA. For the first time in a long time. What? 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 Say
How are
it.
you gonna say, sorry guys, I'm not a VA. I'm not a VA. Your whole Roseverse chapter, you were a narrator.
But
You
that's,
VA.
but that's not acting.
But you still did something. And you're doing it right now!
Get out of my face. Let me read.
Oh my.
Get out of my face! For real. Damn it, I hate that you two always team up on this argument. Shut up. Okay, for the first time in a long time, Ink believed it. After that, Ink often turned to Nightmare for an open, non-judgmental ear. The others were willing to listen, but Ink always felt the most comfortable speaking to Nightmare about his problems and thoughts. Air struggled with emotional topics, acting self-assured but second-guessing himself when he thought Ink wouldn't notice. Ink did not want to worry Aster and Top more, since they had already worried about him too much. Dream wasn't sure how to avoid sounding preachy or delving into hypothetical situations when Ink admitted his negative emotions were getting to him. Blue was similar in that his soul was in the right place, but he couldn't fully understand why Ink was emotionally detached from certain residents of the multiverse. Corfus saw Ink's habit of closing himself off from strangers as a worrisome flaw, even though, or maybe because a majority of the gang did not give a single damn when some of the residents of the AUs died. Blah, 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 blah. Cross would quietly blame himself for Ink feeling more negativity. Killer would unintentionally encourage Ink to embrace morals he did not want to. Dust would offer solutions that were temporary but eventually ineffective. Horror would be supportive, listening to Ink and guiding him through his problems, but Ink didn't want to worry him either. Nightmare understood. He understood Ink's frustrations with the multiverse, that demanded he be their hero while blaming him whenever something went wrong. He understood Ink's grief over his brother's state. He understood Ink's struggles to open himself up emotionally and did not judge him for being reserved. He especially understood his fears that letting people in would only get him hurt, again. With Nightmare's help, Ink started to try. He stopped holding his emotions so close to the chest, slowly letting them out for more and more people. He let his colors show on his face, bringing vibrant shades to his eyelids as he laughed and cried and lived. He started performing with the aerial ribbons again, just because he could, his magic shivering around him and filling the air with rainbow lights and ribbons. He never forgot the way his family smiled as they cheered him on, or how Red's tired face lit up when Ink laughed at one of his horrible jokes, or how happily Horatel Toriel hugged him after he tentatively shared a pun with her. There were, however, things he did forget. Dad, I need your help! Air jolted into alertness as Ink popped into the anti-void with an urgent greeting. He sat up in his beanbag, scanning the anti-void for any threats, only to be met by Ink's sheepish face. His eyelight shifted from an ecstatic yellows to more self-conscious lavender shades. Nothing's wrong, Ink said hastily, but I still need your help for something important. Is the multiverse going to end? Air asked. Ink shook his head. Is anyone injured? Ink shook his head. Is someone missing? Ink shook his head. Did Cross pull some self-sacrificial bullshit again? Ink shook his head. Air slouched back in his beanbag. Then I'm busy. At 2 in the morning? Ink questioned. Yes, I'm sleeping at... Air did a double take. What do you need at 2 in the morning? Ink mumbled something too quietly for Air to hear. When he received a pointed stare, he raised his voice just enough for Air to hear. We missed our monthly under-novella marathon because of the attack. It was a tradition they started after Aster's enforced breaks rule. They had missed it due to the attacks throughout the multiverse. Though to be more precise, they hadn't watched under novella since before Ink was captured. Air's face went through a series of complex expressions. Fuck! Oh, just banged my leg on the mini tape. I lost my mind. Air's face went through a series of complex expressions. Abruptly, he gestured for Ink to come closer. Ink happily did so, and just as happily accepted his dad's hug. Ink, do you not remember under novella? Few would ever know that the Destroyer could sound gentle. Ink tensed anyway, because they both knew if he had, then he'd forgotten a majority of the time that he had spent with only his dad after he made his debut as the Protector. Ink's hug became a bit more desperate. I didn't want to tell you. I know it's not anything really big, like your birthday or anything, but His eyelight shifted into distressed pale blue teardrops. I'm sorry. There's nothing to apologize for, especially not that. Era held him a moment longer, letting him calm down, then let go. You can make the popcorn. Don't burn it. But I like the crunchy pieces, Ink protested. That's not crunchy, Era complained. That makes the anti-void stink. No burning the popcorn. Ink laughed, eyelights glowing a joyfully content yellow to green hue, and rushed off to make the popcorn. I know it will be difficult to open up. Being hurt, especially when it was someone you trusted who did it, leaves a scar. Be cautious, but don't let that fear overshadow you, okay? Learn to trust others and your own judgment again. Remember to hope. It was a struggle, but I reminded myself that I could protect and save. My biggest target was my brother. With the perspective my own soulless state gave me, I realized that my brother's blankness was not due to emotionlessness. It was a mask he used to cover his emotions. I did not know how he kept his individuality in the angel's alchemite? Oh my god, I still don't know how to say that. I didn't care to know. What mattered was that he did. He was out there, and he needed to be saved. I hate burnt popcorn. Y'all are crazy. I don't like popcorn in general, though. Once Ink had run from the terrifying augur that had hunted him down when he was a child. Now, Augur Papyrus learned to abandon his missions very quickly unless he wanted to be hounded by the determined protector that had discovered a certain augur was his missing brother. Unfortunately for him, Ink had spent 3 years encouraging Nightmare's gang to consider a truce. A few months was nothing, and Ink knew his brother needed help. Why aren't you fighting back? Augur Papyrus exploded, all signs of false serenity abandoning him as a bone attack went through Ink's leg. Do you want to die, Protector? Stop dodging and fight! Ink defiantly batted the next attacks aside with Broomy, and flicks a prismatic ribbon-shaped magic. He winced, but pulled the bone attacks out of his leg, not caring about the damage. I still don't want to die, thanks, and I don't want to fight. Oh, my voice, you could hear me losing it already. And I don't want to fight, I just want to talk. He studied his brother closely, noting how his gaze jerked away from the injury he had caused, and slowly fell out of the defensive stance he had slipped into. You hate seeing me hurt. You don't like hurting and killing either, do you? Augur Papyrus faltered. He lowered his weapon. His silence was enough. They ended up sitting on the edge of a cliff in Outertail. The sky above them was filled with planets and stars. Colors streaked across the darkness, vibrant and filled with life. Beneath that beautiful, colorful sky, two brothers sat together as Augur Papyrus told Ink how he came to enter the greater multiverse. There was not enough for me to fully exist, but there was enough for me to be aware that I could if I just had a little more. Something. I don't know. When the angel found us back there, but he realized I could use codes if I was given just a little more development. I was bound to the angel's alchemite, adjusted, and set loose. Even with my new abilities, my new emotions, it was as though I was in a long dream. I first began to wake up after I attacked you in the anti-void, right after you set yourself, the Destroyer, and the Goner child out. In fact, perhaps being alone in an infinite whiteness set loose a few of the memories. I drifted in the angel's false serenity for a bit longer, and fully woke during that attack in Outertail. Ink struggled to keep his guilt from overcoming him. I'm sorry I didn't try to get back to you sooner. Don't be, his brother dismissed. Unlike you, I was bound to that place. If I left, I would have collapsed and faded away. The only reason I am anything is due to the angel. Don't say that, Ink said harshly. The angel did not create your personality, or make you question him, or decide you should talk to your enemy. He also didn't grab the Destroyer to make sure he noticed me. His brother did not quite manage to smile. In my defense, I did not know he was the Destroyer. I did not know anything about the outside, or that there was even an outside before he appeared. Ink hesitated a moment, then bumped against his brother's shoulder, like he sometimes saw Blue do with Russ. Well, there is... and we're out here now. This time, the smallest of smiles made his brother's mouth curl, It was just a little bit, but seeing the reaction made so much joy swell in Ink's chest that he almost felt sick. Indeed we are. We kept meeting. I recruited Core and Error to try to free my brother's codes from the Angel. There was not much luck on that front, but we actually made some progress in figuring out how to keep souls from being pulled into the Amalgamite in the first place. My brother was so happy. Happy, but burdened at the same time. Ink plopped down on the edge of the cliff in Outertail, letting his legs swing in the open air. So I've been thinking. If the multiverse is gonna end, just tell me, Papyrus said blandly. Ink gave an offended huff and jabbed his brother in the ribs. That was just mean. I'm your older brother, he sniffed primly, sorry. Forgot this is Papyrus. I am morally obligated to be mean on occasion. Ink rolled his shining yellow gold eyelights, but couldn't stop himself from grinning. Who did you talk to? Horror. Ink blinked in surprise. You're in Horrortail? Papyrus nodded pensively. I met Paprika. The solemn look on his face worried Ink, but he pressed on. Paprika's the best. He's so nice. Speaking of which, I thought we should give you a name. His brother's brow crinkled. A name? Ink nodded firmly. Yeah, Papyrus is what the Angel calls you, but it's not a name. A name. The life seemed to drain from his eye sockets, and Ink's breathing stuttered, memories of a lifeless, tall skeleton and empty whiteness clawing at his mind. I have seen so many papyri in the multiverse like Paprika. So many of them are kinder than I. They would never agree to a deal in order to live at the expense of thousands of other lives. He lowered his head, hiding his face with his hood. I don't deserve a name. It isn't about deserving, Ink argued, though he backed down. Look, you can just think about it for now if you like. That's not necessary. I have considered naming myself since before we began speaking to each other. The confession was halting and nervous. His gaze darted around apprehensively as though he expected the Angel to pop out of the shadows to confront him. That wouldn't happen. Ink had made sure Outertail was safe after the last attack, and his brother was not inclined to undo the work he had done. Ink gave him an encouraging grin. Tell me then. His brother's smile was shyer than his own. I was thinking collage. Ink beamed at him, the smile feeling too big for his face. It's perfect. I wish I could say that everything went right, that I freed my brother and we saved the multiverse from the Angel of Calamity together. We didn't have the chance. 10 days after he accepted his name, Collage used his coding abilities to save Underswap. The Angel did not take kindly to his betrayal. It was gonna happen eventually, Collage said feebly. The only reason I can live like this is because of the Angel. He spoke steadily, calmly, as though his ribcage was not so shattered that it resembled a pile of white shards more than bone, as though half of his skull was not crumbling to dust, as though Ink was not desperately screaming for Dream and Error despite knowing there was nothing they could do. We can free you, Ink pleaded. He frantically pulled a mixed vial from the sash across his chest. Maybe Dad can sever the codes binding you to him, or something, or I have these paints to help me. Maybe you can try them, and... A trembling hand wrapped around his, and Collage pushed the vial away. No, Ink. My codes are bound to the Angel. As long as I exist, he can be brought back. Ink's vision blurred. We can figure out a way to separate you. His brother weakly shook his head. We can't be separated, Ink. I am part of him, and he is part of me. I've known that my time was limited since I made a deal to escape our empty world. Okay, wait, sorry. I got distracted. Ink pretended not to hear him as he screamed desperately for Dream. Dream appeared at Ink's side a moment later, followed swiftly by Dust. Dust immediately turned away, clutching his knife tightly as his paps sadly placed a ghostly hand on his shoulder. Dream let the green magic fade from his hands as soon as he summoned it and silently shook his head. A violent shudder tore through the ground, causing several homes in Underswap's surface to collapse. Blue barely reacted as his home was torn to rubble, too focused on getting as many survivors as possible through the doors to the Mega Timeline. Ink felt a tearing sensation where his soul had once been, and curled over his brother, his cries being that of both grief and pain. Air blasted the Augur Metaton Neo to pieces, and teleported over to Ink's side. He took one look at Collage, and looked away, covering his mouth with his hand. Corfrisk flicked into visibility, chest heaving. The Angel has broken into the Doodle Sphere. Ink already knew. He did not move. Go, Ink, Collage whispered, voice barely audible as his body slowly failed him. Tears ran freely down Ink's cheeks. I'm not leaving you again. Collage painstakingly lifted his hand, pressing it to Ink's cheek as he wiped away his tears with his thumb. Ink clung to his brother's hand, holding it tightly as he sobbed. You never left me. Collage soothed him. I sent you with Era so you would have a chance. A family, a world, a life. So please save everyone. Move forward. And live. Ink lived. He made sure his family and allies did too, refusing to let the angels attack get anywhere near them as the air around him shimmered with his power. The doodle sphere glowed with the light of 1,000 rainbows. Because he's so gay. Every paper and bucket illuminated like thousands of worlds were united as one. Prismatic ribbons of magic wrapped around the angel Calamity, keeping him trapped in place, and he died in an inferno of colors. Ink's brother died with him. Life moved on. Worlds healed. The multiverse was rebuilt. His residents celebrated. Only Ink's family knew that he locked himself in his room in Zephyral Top and grieved. Prism, I'm so sorry. Me too. Sometimes you can't save everyone, no matter how hard you try. And I hate it. It wasn't fair. Collage had just discovered himself, his name, and his freedom, and he was gone. Do you need a moment? No. I can keep going. We're almost done anyway. Despite the claim, the silence stretched on until a shuddering, quiet breath was taken. Now that our multiverse was safe, new avenues opened up. And new multiverses. Your multiverse became so glitched it was screaming from the damage. Other multiverses could feel it, but yours was not the first to call out for help. The crystal structure in the doodle sphere was always a curiosity to Ink. While the angel was active, Ink could never get inside, barred from entry by an invisible field, an extra precaution, in hindsight, in case the angel ever broke into the doodle sphere. 2 months after defeating the angel, after losing his brother, Ink saw the path was open and headed inside the crystalline cavern without hesitation. Inside that cavern was a mirror, and in that mirror was another him, another Ink, one with deep integrity blue on his scarf and one eyelight that remained the same, steady shade. In his face, Ink saw someone who, like many Sans' Inks, wanted to care, but tried not to in order to avoid the inevitable pain their hope brought them. The other Ink was just as shocked to see Ink as Ink was to see him, and wasn't that a confusing concept in of itself? So shocked, in fact, that he fled the moment he realized something was different about his reflection. It took 2 weeks for Ink to see him peering tentatively into the mirror again. The Ink that he came to call Soulless did not speak much, instead preferring to use sign language and gestures. When his hands weren't moving in small, careful motions, they held onto the blue edges of his stained and torn brown scarf, that clung to his equally battered and scarred version of Broomy. Soulless's outfit was just like Ink's own, but much more tattered and destroyed. His brown sleeves were mostly gone, showing most of his arms, while his pleated brown pants were torn enough to reveal bits of his tibias, fibulas, and femurs. His ripped pant legs were uneven, their bottoms stained with a black liquid that could be ink or his own blood. The brown leggings Ink wore under his pants were absent from Soulless, leaving the bottom parts of his legs and feet completely bare. One day, when Soulless tentatively copied Ink by pressing his hand against the glass of the mirror, Ink fully comprehended that the black marks on his bones were not marks, but individually carved scars. They covered much of his bones and even peeked up over the blue collar of his scarf, curling up his jaw and chin. However, the most striking thing Ink noticed about Soulless was his eyelights. One of his eyelights often shifted color and shape whenever he blinked, sticking mostly to pastels or a stoic guarded gray. The other was always the deep blue of an integrity soul, no matter what emotions he felt or what shape they became. Soulless, like Ink, was soulless. He, like Ink, still had real emotions regardless, including compassion. It was said that Ink kept so much of his compassion after losing his soul because of Nightmare and Dream's involvement in his reawakening. It was said that Soulless kept his compassion after losing his soul because the ones who watched knew it would make him hurt more to see his multiverse in such a dark state. His memory never faded, remaining crystal clear, so that he could recall every tragedy he witnessed and every person and world he failed. By the time Soulless Ink entered the doodle sphere after destroying his soul, all of his intended allies had already been slain, while Corfisk was shattered in the abyss. Even Nightmare's gang was gone, though not through death like so many others. Ink's gang was capable of mercy and kindness. Solas's gang was not. Think of your teammates in the gang. Then forget they are your teammates. Now remove all their redeeming qualities. Make all the rumors about the horrible things they've done true. The truth. Multiply that by 1,000. Congratulations, they still aren't as evil as Solas's version of the game. That version of killer burns people alive for fun. That Cross experiments on the souls of the monsters he captures. That Dust captures Sanses and the Pyri and hunts them for sport through Dusttail. And that horror actually is a cannibal. And Solas's Nightmare? I can't even consider him Nightmare. I think he might be someone or something else using Nightmare's body. I don't know if it is just the way the game members are in that multiverse or they're all corrupted. Solas did not have the luxury of a family, friends, and safe places to rest outside the Doodle Sphere. And even the Doodle Sphere was not always safe despite its vicious defenses. Solas was always on the run, unable to risk staying in the Doodle Sphere for too long in case Error or Nightmare finally managed to pinpoint his location and set a trap for him outside. That multiverse did not have a balance like Ink's did, so the likes of Nightmare and Error could do whatever the hell they wanted without the risk of breaking it all. The residents of that multiverse blamed Solas for their predicament. Instead of seeing a protector and understanding that he was the only thing that kept their AU from falling to Nightmare and Error. Are they gay in this? Are they gay in Solas's multiverse? Is that what they're saying? They run them all. This is horrible for Solas, but are they gay? You know? Who knows? Maybe. Teehee. Who knows, guys? Who knows? Maybe. They saw Solas Ink as a bad omen and a sign that an attack was coming. If he was spotted, he'd be chased out of whatever AU he's appeared in, no matter his attempts to explain he was trying to warn them. It didn't help that Solas could not talk much, whether it was by choice due to an injury or something else he never shared. Ink never asked or pushed. Solas had a panic attack the first time he spotted Cross in the background during one of Ink's calls. He was so desperate to protect his alternate from the threat that he attempted to push past the mirror to save him. Both he and Ink were stunned when a deep blue construct in Solas's image emerged from the rainbow pools of paint and shoved Cross away from Ink. Thankfully, Solas froze up and the construct fell apart before anything else happened. After the initial shock and some experimentation, the first thing Ink did with that ability was enter Solas's multiverse and gave him a hug. He caught me, and they all did this, Solas wrote, the words messy and jagged on the edge of his scarf until he's covered them up with a splash of black paint. He traced a scar on his left hand and a few up his arm before his hand twitched towards his ribs and throat, indicating that far more than these injuries were given to him by the group he is referred to. Ink did not need to ask for clarification of who he and they were. Solas's reaction to Cross and the rest of the gang whenever Ink mentioned any of them already gave him the answer. Ink got into the habit of visiting Solas or the mirror at least once a month, just to check in and give his counterpart some semblance of normal company. An ironic thought, considering they were alternate versions of the same person from two different multiverses, a fact of which many would see as the opposite of normal. Sometimes it was hard to contain his joy and excitement as Solas opened up to him, losing bits of his mistrust and fear just like Ink himself had with his family's help. Eventually, Solas even admitted that he spoke to Brumi in his mind, and although others might not believe it, Ink could see that it was actual telepathy with a sentient paintbrush, much like how his dust conversed with the ghost of his brother. Solas cried when Ink told him, because so many others had insisted he was only pretending Brumi was real, so he had a friend. A lot of the people in Solas's multiverse seemed to be judgmental jerks in Ink's private opinion. He was overjoyed to talk to Solas's Brumi, chatting away as he thanked the brush for watching out for his counterpart. It was the first time that he saw Solas smile. Throughout his visits, Ink gave Solas the name of every friend he could think of, praying that his alternate would find someone in his multiverse who would help. Solas's Blue and Dream were dead, and Corfisk was shattered in the codes before Solas and Ink ever got the chance to meet them, but Aster and Top could potentially be out there. Or Sai, or Chino, or even Edge, anyone that might be able to help Ink that had no one to turn to. Ink did not try to mention Solas's Error as a potential ally, or even as someone who might be reasoned with. When he casually brought up that his own Error was his dad, Solas went pale and still, becoming unresponsive for a full 5 minutes as his eyelight turned a terrified and empty white. Even his constant blue light eyelight had lost its color. Ink did not know what Solus's error had done to him, and he decided he did not want to know. One thing was for certain. Solus's error was not a good person. Ink could not help Solus win his fight, but he could give him moments of peace. It was only in another, different multiverse that he discovered he could take a more direct approach. So when he heard a cry through the multiverses and saw another Ink was about to lose his soul, he had to help. And so he did. You know what happened next? I interfered to stop your soul from being destroyed. I knew you couldn't get to the Doodle Sphere in this mirror yet, so I had nightmare and dream. Oh, I said that out of order. It's okay. Help me contact you in your dreams using my mirror, and then, well, your horror tale happened, so here we are. Ink finished performing another scan on Cross and checked on the portable scanner he had placed to analyze a blood sample. Cross appeared stable. His injuries were from error strains and the damage he inflicted on himself. So why wasn't he waking up? Prism noticed his dismay. I don't have an answer for that one, healer, he said, and Ink realized he must have spoken out loud. Your Cross has activators that mine doesn't. From where he knelt across his side, Ink looked through the mirror at Prism. His alternate had sat some time ago as well, watching as Ink made sure Cross was stable and as comfortable as possible. He shared his tale. He leaned his skull against the glass, one hand slightly curled as it, too, was laid upon it. He looked tired, vulnerable. Ink put his hand where Prism's was, pressing it against the glass. He stirred, rising from whatever memories had grabbed him, and smiled. It's okay. Just a little melancholic. I'm sorry, Ink said quietly. What happened to you was terrible. It was not your fault. Yeah. Prism gave a soft hum, but it sounded unsteady. Inks react differently when they lose their souls. Some become stuck in a fallen down state. Others lose their emotions, while others lose all that, and their memories too. Rely on vials of paint, the guardian of emotions, or codes, or the emotions of the ones that watch to stay alive. I never even had a choice. Someone decided that I wasn't good enough as I was, and forced me into something I never asked for. Going through that loss did not make me stronger, it just hurt. I've accepted the new me now, but it was never my decision, or my fault. I don't want you to go through what I did. Can you blame me for being so determined to help you avoid that? There's not even a guarantee you'd survive like most Inks do. Prism, Ink interrupted with tears in his eye sockets. You don't have to convince me. I'm not going to destroy my soul, and I'll try not to let it be destroyed either. Good. That's good. Prism nodded rapidly and turned away, rubbing at his eyes. He took a breath, and when he turned back, his eyelights were shimmering green hues. I'm more worried that someone else will try to do it for you. I won't let them, Ink vowed. Stars, I hope so, Prism confessed. But then again, I still don't know how they destroyed mine. Just try not to be captured, okay? I'll do my best, Ink said with no small amount of doubt. He knew he could not make it into a promise. Prism knew that too. His smile was wry and tired. Considering my own track record, it's not you that I'm most worried about. Let's not kid ourselves. We're trouble magnets. Considering the amount of trouble he managed to get to almost every time he dared to step out of Nightmare's castle, Ink supposed he had a point. He pushed his guilt, unease, and other emotions concerning Nightmare and the gang off to the side and shrugged helplessly. Prism had little choice but to accept his answer. Okay, he stood up and adjusted his scarf, his eyelights shifting into twin ovals. The left was a firm cyan, the right was a gentle gold. Now that's out of the way, let's figure out how to save your multiverse. To do that, you need to get rid of Error and Nightmare of their corruption. Otherwise, it won't matter if you're captured or not. How long did that take?
You did it! Claps? Everyone clap?
Did you have to ban someone?
I didn't ban them. I only timed them out because they were saying concerning things, and it was a lot.
Okay. I trust your judgment.
Thank you.
Of course. Oh my god.
Almost 2 hours.
Granted, we talked a lot in the beginning.
That's true. But still.
I'm doing good. I had my apple today, so like honestly my voice doesn't hurt at all. I'm just like losing it. My throat doesn't hurt. I also acted a lot, so like that's probably why I'm losing my voice a lot quicker. But I can definitely read another chapter because they're like shorter, so.
Delay! I took another Benadryl.
Oh my god. Was my acting pretty good?
You was acting pretty good. Words. You were acting pretty
Did
good.
KJ leave?
I don't know. Maybe. Ah. Maybe.
KJ, are you still here?
KJ.
KJ, pss, 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 pss. KJ, pss, 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 pss. KJ, pss, pss, pss. Maybe I can check on my YouTube if I can see he's in here.
The super secret content creator screen for real.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. My voice is like dying even more
Thank you guys.
as I talk. Thank you guys.
Just imagine Rosa as like a little shriveled raisin.
Dude, I was so embarrassed because I didn't mean to, but like when Ink is like yelling at Cross, my voice cracked at the beginning, and I was like, ah.
It's fine. It added to it. On God.
The near tears were peak. Actually, I didn't cry at all this time. I was actually pretty proud of myself. Usually I cry when I fake cry, like when I'm acting it out. But I didn't cry at all. Like I didn't have anything in me. You know, I was just kind of staring.
That little fake tear that runs down your face.
I was just kind of like staring at the screen as I'm like full on fake sobbing into the story. Blankly.
Oh yeah, this is what I do for a living.
This is what I do. This is what I do for a living. This is my job. I'm so proud of myself. Okay. If you get through this one, and I get through the next one, we're probably gonna get to chapter 27. And I hate it, because you get to read it.
Yay! I get all the painful ones.
I just had one of the most painful ones ever. Yeah. Shut up! Shut up, dude. Oh my god.
I don't know. I feel like chapter 27 is pretty bad. And 28.
Oh, it's pretty bad.
I think I remember like saying something about it when I read it at first in one of the servers I was in.
Yeah, I cried a lot.
Don't read chapter 27 and 28 while listening to dramatic classical
27
music.
the one you did for the Scylla animation? Yes, it is. But that's all I'm gonna say. Don't go watch it because it's spoilers.
I just hit my heel so hard. It hurt so bad. Sorry.
Get to fucking reading. Because I need to take a break with my voice. Because I can't keep talking.
Alright.
Okay.
Here we are. Chapter 25. Is it better to have cognizance or drift along in blissful ignorance? I love how I can say cognizance, but not blissful.
Blissful ignorance. Blissful ignorance.
Blissful ignorance. Prism's lessons were to the point and informative. He told Ink how to intentionally block entities and prevent them from entering worlds, though he warned that there were still backdoors to break into any alternative universes. To access passcodes and identifications, how to repair the codes of world codes, and the basics of a complete restore, a coding process which brought back any available codes in a world to a previous properly functional state. Even if he had admitted Ink may not be capable of using such an ability yet, Ink's struggles and eventual failure to even locate his own passcodes only reinforced the truth of his inexperience. It's because you're new at this, Prism reminded him firmly. Give yourself time. Ink did his best to. When given the task of helping, repairing, and healing, it was easy for Ink to set his turbulent emotions aside for the moment. All of his thoughts and feelings about Prism's tale were neatly pulled into a box to process later when he had the time. I lost where I was. I low-key lost where I was mid-sentence. I'm so sorry. Give me some time. He did not linger on those thoughts about what happened to Prism's soul, his multiverse, or his brother. He knew he was limited, and he needed to figure out how to save his own multiverse and family before it was too late. Cross remained unconscious. A voice in Ink's head, that sounded a lot like Killer, urged him to at least tie Cross up in case he woke up under the control of the activation codes, but Ink could not make himself do it. Cross had been tied up by error. Ink couldn't bear the thought of him waking up restrained like that again. He could do nothing more to Cross but wait. As such, he had little choice to push his worries about Cross to the back of his mind and focus on Prism's advice and lessons. Do you know what I could be missing to heal Air? Ink questioned. I have some ideas. Prism raised his hand and lifted his pointer finger. Firstly, healing him in the anti-void won't work. He has been in there for years, so it probably has his own corruption. You'll probably have to work together to deal with that mess. A second went up. Secondly, his LV is off the charts. Even if he wants to be healed, his body might think the green magic is an attack and reject it. My dream always had trouble healing Air, so his natural healing factor usually had to mend his injuries. Yours clearly doesn't have natural regeneration abilities anymore. Hopefully, they return when he's less corrupted. A third. Thirdly, some of his stats fluctuate, including his HP and defense, which can also interfere with coding and healing processes. The pinky finger extended. And fourthly, most importantly, you couldn't access his core codes without his passcode ID. Core. You mentioned that before, Ink noted, miserably, as he tried not to stress about his inability to even locate and see his own passcode ID, despite Prism's patience guidance. Okay.
Off to a great start.
Yeah, I know, right? Yes, however, Error might not know his own passcode anymore. Prism made a face. There's a chance his alternates might be close enough for you to figure it out, though, or jog up his memory. Ink pricked up hopefully. You mean your Error? Nope, Prism denied before Ink could ask. Our passcodes are different than yours. Different multiverses, different passcodes, different accessibilities. That's why I couldn't repair all the damage in your Horde Tail. I couldn't gain proper access to everything since I'm not from your multiverse. Nah, I'm talking about Error's Sans alternate in your multiverse. Ink floundered. His what? His Sans alternate. Specifically, Sans that didn't get the chance to become Error. Error went right, Chino went left. That kind of thing, sort of. His name is Chino, by the way. Ink stared at him at a complete loss at this new information. How did that happen? It's weird, Prism warned, but Ink was used to weird by now. Short version, your version of Chino at least, a Sans became Chino in Aftertale. That Chino went back to stop his genocide timeline from happening. Aftertale split apart into two versions, Aftertale Pacifist and Aftertale Neutral. Pacifist kept moving forward long after the monsters reached the surface. Pacifist Chino melted in front of his past self, Sans. Aftertale Pacifist was meant to stay peaceful, but didn't because of a glitch script, causing another genocide route that was halted right before the end because that wasn't supposed to happen. That Sans freaked out, escaped mid-reset, got stuck in the anti-void, became the new Chino, and then became Error. Meanwhile, Aftertale Neutral also went through a reset, but it happened before Neutral Chino could melt. He also tried to get out as the reset happened and got stuck in the save screen instead. Understand? Ink did not. He tried not to think about it too hard and give himself a headache. I'm sorry, could you say that last bit again? Where is Chino exactly? Prism obliged. Chino's stuck in a save screen in Aftertale Neutral. I saw him, Ink realized. He's in the Judgment Hall. Really? Great! Prism highlights shifted into colors of a sunrise and then into the more somber shades of an icy ocean. Be careful, though. The Judgment Hall is a pretty big deal, so the locals might not appreciate it if you poke around in there. Ink thought of something else. Wait, so I can access Chino's core codes? Prism nodded firmly. Probably. Oh. I skipped a whole sentence. And I can figure out Error's passcodes through Chino in order to get into his as in Error's core codes? Probably. Prism trailed off, as his highlights shifting into orange to apricot and purple to blue exclamation points. Realization stuck them both at the same time, and they stared at each other in quiet horror. Lock down, shield, and protect Chino's codes as much as possible when you reach him, Prism warned him tightly. Ink nodded anxiously and accepted his warning. What about Nightmare? Will I need his passcode to help him? Prism thought about it, eyelights unfocused as they shifted from cyan to purple crescent moon from a cyan to purple crescent moon to an orange-yellow spiral to a light green-yellow clover shape. Honestly, I can't say. Nightmare and the other Guardians like them can't use codes like Protectors and Destroyers. We tend to have the best security, so others can't mess with our codes, but Guardians don't have that immunity. What works with air might not work with nightmare. You will probably need to focus on his emotion magic instead. Ink's hands brushed the front pocket of his satchel as he instinctively checked his own magic and winced. Prism jolted into a more alert more alert position at the sound of pain and watched anxiously as Ink summoned his soul. It was pretty scarred. The gouges were deeper than ever, and the mark from Undyne's attack was clear as day, making the white surface seem even more fragile and giving it the appearance like the Doodle Sphere's golden binary codes were holding it together. Be careful, Prism urged once more. You used a lot of energy trying to heal Error. You need to rest. Ink nodded miserably and hid his soul again. He checked on Cross, still no change, and glanced around the small cavern, inspecting the crystal walls. Is it safe for me to sleep in the Doodle Sphere? Prism wrinkled his nasal cavity, making an uncertain face. Probably not. No one can get in here, but you might subconsciously keep trying to repair things in your sleep. Ink remembered bits of what happened with Nightmare in the aftermath of Horror Tale and accepted that he had a point. Prism's eyelights shifted into an alarmed purple circles. Oh, and another thing. I wouldn't leave anyone in the Doodle Sphere without you here. I know they'll only get inside if you let them in, but I don't think it would react well to them when you're gone. Better safe than sorry, I'd say. Ink considered the ruins of worlds floating in the golden mist and nodded pensively. I'll keep that in mind. At long last, Cross stirred. Prism vanished from the mirror. Ink backed away and held his breath. As Cross's eye sockets struggled to open, slivers of white appeared before they closed once more. They immediately snapped open again, revealing pure white eyelights as Cross's face twisted with fear. You're safe, Cross. Ink soothed him. Rather than calm him down, his voice only seemed to terrify Cross even more. What are you doing here? His gaze darted around frantically, and fear slipped away in favor of confusion. This isn't the anti-void. Where are we? It's called the Doodle Sphere, Ink mentioned, then hesitated. A tightness gripped his soul that had nothing to do with the strain that it had recently been put under. He glanced at the empty mirror that Prism had vacated and thought he heard a distant splash outside. Ink peeked out of the cavern and spotted a glimpse of a brown shape before it vanished. His unease mounted even as he found comfort that Prism was hanging around in case anything happened. Cross did not know, or understand, yet he followed Ink to the edge of the cavern and gaped at the Doodle Sphere sky. What is this place? The Doodle Sphere, Ink repeated. It's kind of the core of the multiverse? He shelved his fear and pulled out a few scanners. I need to check you over. Stay still. Cross was puzzled, but, recognizing Ink wouldn't accept any protests, obeyed. He made a face and winced as it pulled at the bandages by his eye sockets. Is something wrong that you can't heal me? He sounded resigned more than surprised, like he thought it was inevitable. Like he thought it was an inevitability. I can say that word. Ink did his best not to feel offended and politely sidestepped Cross's continuous self-blame issues. I'm low on energy and need to rest before I can try anything. I accidentally strained myself. Don't worry about me then, Cross said instantly. I'm fine. Ink glowered. Would you like to rephrase that? Cross winced and avoided looking at him. I'm not injured. Ink's glower darkened, quite literally, as shadows flickered at the edge of his eye sockets. He might be exhausted, but at least he could still do that. My bones are stinging a little, Cross admitted. I swear one of my ribs broke when I fell. It healed itself. Ink could not detect any broken bones, though he still saw the reading that indicated one had been recently mended. Could it be the anti-void's weirdness? Cross shrugged helplessly. An uncomfortable silence stretched between them as Ink carefully checked Cross over. I have questions, Cross said. I have to ask you some questions, Ink said at the same time. They stared at each other again. Ink could we gotta at least drink something. I almost choked on my saliva.
I just read for like 2 hours and you're already like, damn, I really need some water right now.
Because I almost choked on saliva.
I
said fucking giggity giggity. They said They stared at each other again. Ink couldn't explain why it felt like his soul was trying to break out of his chest. He usually felt so comfortable around Cross, enough that he'd told him about his plans for the Guardian's emotion magic. Now it felt like those uncertain days after their first frightening meeting all over again. You can go first, Cross offered. It was because he recognized that medical attention was important, or was it because he was afraid to ask his questions? Ink pushed onward. What's the last thing you remember? Air had me. I realized I was X-Caster's. He realized that I was from X-Tail. Then he did something with his strings, and I don't remember what happens next. Cross pressed a hand to his forehead, blinking in surprise as he lowered his hand to gingerly touch his bandaged area by his eye socket. What happened? The activation code reactivated, Ink said quietly. You slashed your own face with your knife. Cross eyelights faded into a horrified pale white. Did I hurt you? Seeing him ask that when he was ripped up clothes with string marks all over his bones, cuts on his skull, could hardly stand, and had just been unconscious for hours, made something in Ink snap. Would you stop that? Ink screamed at him. You were hurt to focus on yourself for once. What?
You were hurt. You were hurt, so focus on yourself for once.
My bad. Punctuation. You were hurt, so focus on yourself for once. Got it. Cross flinched back, eye sockets going into surprise. Ink immediately felt horrible. Despite his guilt, he boldly stepped close to Cross, completely unafraid, and carefully fixed the bandage he had picked at by his eye socket. To his credit, Cross did not pull away or tell Ink that it was dangerous for him to be so close. I'm sorry I yelled, Ink mumbled. You didn't hurt me, you hurt yourself instead. Cross bulked. His self-blame was so clearly etched into his face that Ink wanted nothing more than to soothe and heal and help, and maybe yell at him some more because he shouldn't blame himself, stars damn it. Ink could help him, but he also knew that he was going to hurt Cross soon. Cross had been with Air. Air knew Ink was the protector. Horror had known too when he called to warn Ink about the Destroyer, so Cross definitely knew as well. He was waiting to see if Ink knew, wasn't he?
Beetle, you cut off. Beetle.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Where was I?
Yeah. You stopped at, Ink himself knew, wasn't he?
Got it. I don't know why my computer does that. It, just shuts my mic off for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know either. I wonder that too.
But Ink could not give him what he hoped for. He was going to crush Cross's hopes to dust. It would be selfish to delay the inevitable. Ink cleared his throat and prayed that the tears he'd felt stinging his eye sockets would not fall. I have something to tell you. I have to tell you something. Me when I can read. Cross's breathing hitched.
Me when I changed the whole entire fucking dialogue.
What?
Me after changing the whole entire fucking dialogue.
Yeah, me when I rearrange all the words in a single sentence. Cross's breathing hitched. His eyelights focused on Ink's face. They shone with hope, like Air's had, as though Ink was his only salvation. But Ink could not give him the miracle he desired. Well, it turns out I'm the protector of creation, which is apparently a big deal. And I'm not... I can't bring X-Tail back. Ink couldn't keep his voice steady and gave up on his confession for another precious selfish moment. I would like a hug, please. Cross gave him one without hesitation. It was so comforting and warm, letting him block out everything for just a moment. Remembering what happened between Prism and his own Cross, Ink desperately hoped it would not be the last. The place that Ink called the Doodle Sphere was beautiful. Beautiful, but currently uninhabitable and eerily terrifying, like the golden mist could come alive at any moment and hold Cross down in the ocean of paint so he'd drown. That was a rather morbid and paranoid thought to have, but have it Cross did. How unsettling. Regardless of its unwelcoming atmosphere, it was strange to think that the place that connected all the multiverse was so cut off from it. With one final disapproving glare at his communicator bracelet, Cross lowered his arm back to his side. Subconsciously, his hand brushed against his ribs as it fell. It had certainly still been broken when he fell unconscious. He wasn't sure about right after. When he had woken, he had been controlled. Cross had very, very bad feeling about that. He pushed it away and forced himself to not make his request. So, what's all this? He asked instead, gesturing at the buckets and papers that floated in the gold-hued sky. Ink did not look at him. The shadows beneath his eye sockets seemed more pronounced under the odd lighting of the doodle sphere, leaving him looking even more haggard than he was when he was sick. The buckets are originally used. The papers are their offshoots. The offshoots are supposed to rise out of the paint and take the forms of papers. Sometimes multiple buckets mix and create a new paper, a mixed AU, if you will. But all of that hasn't happened in a while. Ink's hands brushed the top of the mask that hung from his belt. Please stop delaying. You know what you want to say. Cross did. He wanted it so much, in fact, that he did not notice the resigned tone to Ink's voice. He took a deep breath to try to keep calm. So, it's true? You're the protector? Ink tensed. Protector of creation, apparently. Prism explained some things. He taught you some new coding abilities, then. That's great! Cross's smile felt too big for his face. He knew he was beaming at Ink, and purely excited and joyful expression, feeling foreign and rusty from a lack of use. Ink did not smile back. I know what you want, Cross. I can't give it to you. Prism showed me that protectors can't bring back the dead. I can theoretically bring back X-Tail, but not its people. And just like that, his excitement, his joy, his hope was gone. Cross laughed. It was a small, hysterical little ha, as though Ink had just told him a surprisingly funny joke. It was
So
not
funny.
a joke.
So funny. It's so funny. You're
It was
hilarious.
not a joke. It was not a joke. Ink was not laughing. He looked to be on the verge of tears. This little healer was the legendary protector that Cross had been looking for all along. Even a legend could not bring Cross's loved ones back. Loved ones that died at Cross's own hands. They were dead. They were all dead. Because of him. Any guilt and grief was overwhelmed by self-hatred. Cross turned on his heel and took out his knife. The sound of Ink's gasp barely pierced through the self-loathing fog that grasped his mind. Please don't leave! Ink begged. Cross raised the knife open to a portal and saw a familiar shape in the corner of his eye socket. He turned just in time to see what must be Prism before his painted form collapsed back into the brown sea. Not only that, but a heaviness pressed down on Cross from all sides, like the mist had become thousands of judgmental eyes that looked upon him, daring him to leave. The other protector, the other Ink, had no time to linger, but he got his message across. Cross did not personally know that other Ink, but he suspected that if he left now, Prism would find a way to cross multiverses in order to personally hunt him down, and maybe Cross's own counterpart would join him. Cross put his knife away. He paced back and forth, breathing steadily as he dragged his hands down his face, years of grief and guilt torn at his soul, and he shouted in anguish, kicking uselessly at the crystal structure that stood alone within the doodle sphere. It did nothing but hurt his foot, and he swore, sitting heavily on the ground. Island.
Fucking idiot.
Words. It's
idiot.
because why is he
Owie!
kicking shit?
I kicked my foot. Ow.
He should hurt one more. Do it. Push him away. Yell at him. Blame him. You know what lies within you. You're a danger to him. Do you really think you're the one in control? Cross's fist clenched. Ink didn't flinch as Cross lunged to his feet and swung at him. He grabbed Cross's hands before it could strike him and deftly twisted his arms behind his back, slamming him down into the hard ground of the island. Cross snarled, trying and failing to twist around, but froze when he saw tears gathered in the corner of Ink's eye sockets. Don't even think you can try that with me, Ink choked, his voice tinged with a hint of hysteria. Guilt curdled in Cross's soul. He hid it with a violent scowl, his teeth bared. Ink's expressions twisted into a look of pure anguish. Fuck you, Ink spat before Cross could react. I know you were trying to scare me away. I think I would be able to tell if you actually wanted to hit me. Quit it, or I swear I'll jab you with a star's damn sedative. Some part of Cross was relieved that Ink could see through him, well enough to tell that he did not want to hurt him. The paranoid and anguished fervor,
Yeah.
not fever. Anguished fervor that gripped him. Yeah. Gripped him receded just enough for his guilt to overflow. The tight feeling in Cross's ribcage crawled up his throat, and before he knew it, he was shaking. His chest hurt like his soul had broken in half. Cross shoved Ink away and summoned his soul, staring at it. It was completely white and whole. It shouldn't be. How long ago had that changed? Or had it never been half red? No, the whole reason why he tried to get the soul was to get over right. Kara's ghost had been with him, right? Ink gently grasped his hands, pulling them away from his chest. His eyelids studied across his face intensely. Cross, are you with me? He appeared calm, but Cross could feel him trembling. Cross remembered Ink's background and felt even worse. I'm not, he stuttered. I wasn't, I'm sorry. The apology tumbled from his lips, and several more followed. He repeated over and over and over again, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Ink pulled Cross up into a sitting position and hugged him close, refusing to let him go. He let Cross cling to him as he wept. There was no judgment or hesitation despite what Cross had done. It was horribly selfish for Cross to hold on to Ink now, but Cross was a selfish person. He had killed his own world, then killed even more worlds and people to try to fix his mistakes. All of his excuses were now nothing more than excuses instead of being a necessary evil to reach his goals. He had hurt and kept on hurting others, and he would not stop, would he? I killed my friends, Cross confessed, begging for the condemnation he deserved. I killed my brother. I killed them. I'm sorry, Ink whispered, because what else was there to say? He could not undo Cross's mistakes. Cross could not go back. His friends were dead. Ex-Gaster was dead. He had been killed back in Extale. His death was the reason the world disappeared like that, leaving Cross and X-Car in the anti-void. Silly little X-Sans, resting your aching head. Don't dig a grave for Gaster. He was never dead. A chill went down Cross's spine. He had thought Air's song had came from a place of madness, or maybe referred to activation codes. Ex-Gaster had left him in him, but what if it wasn't? Cross tried to say something about it, but the words caught in his throat and stayed trapped in his head, leaving him to shudder in anxious silence. Eventually, they sat behind the cavern beneath the Doodle Sphere's golden sky. Quietly, Ink told Cross some of the basics of Prism's multiverse and how he came to lose his soul. He tried to downplay the other Cross's reactions to the news and that Extale's people could not be restored, but Cross could see how it scared him. Or scarred him? I don't know. One of them. His bitterness and self-loathing piled up. Oh, thank you. But as Ink unwrapped the bandages from his eye sockets, he did not try to push him away again. Ink inspected the marks carefully. I think I have enough energy to heal you. Otherwise, they might scar. Cross felt the bandages with his fingertips. Where were the injuries? Where were the injuries on his face exactly? If they scarred, would they look like his? Repress. Cross shook his head. Save your energy for... The glare Ink shot him made him instantly reconsider whether he should finish that statement. I've said this before. I'll keep saying it. It's not about deserving. Careful to avoid making eye contact with that glowing green stare, Cross let Ink heal him. The green magic felt as neutral as the other times, matching the temperature of his skull. No purple glowed at Cross's fingertips. He did not lash out despite Ink being within reaching distance. He finished his task and grimaced, pressing a hand to his sternum. He summoned his soul and Cross balked despite his efforts to not react. The gouge marks were even deeper than before, and the scar from Hortail Undyne's spear was clearly visible. It was nauseating to be able to see the inside, so Cross hastily looked away without inspecting it too closely. Oh my god. The inside?
What?
Of his soul?
Yeah, isn't he so silly like that?
One more time?
Isn't he so silly like that?
Oh.
This is where the body horror comes in.
Yeah. Like when reading this in my head when I first read it, it was like, oh yeah, that's crazy. But like reading it out loud really like you gotta think about it. Like damn.
And Ink's just like chilling. He's like, yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, where was I? There it is. I'm not sure how much more damage it can take, Ink confessed. He let his soul vanish and glanced at Cross. Can I see yours again, please? I wasn't able to do a complete scan earlier, and I want to make sure air's strings did not damage your soul. Are you sure you're not straining yourself? Cross asked. I know not to overdo it, Ink assured him. Cross hesitantly brought out his own soul once more. It shone with a dim but healthy light as it hovered in front of his sternum. Ink did what he had to and seemed satisfied with the results he received. Your soul hasn't been damaged. There is no cracking or scarring, and your HP is stable. Ink paused a moment and looked up at Cross's face. Prism said something about his Cross's soul. It was red and white. Mine used to be, Cross admitted. Ex-Kara vanished a long time ago. Ink remained hesitant. So you should have half a soul right now then, right? Cross's confusion became an apprehensive stare. Souls didn't just repair themselves over time, and attached halves certainly did not vanish at random like Ex-Kara seemingly had. Was Cross silent because he did not want to talk about it like usual, or because he couldn't talk about it? Ex-Gasser's activation codes had turned off again. They had deactivated during the trip to the Doodle Sphere. They were off, right? They must be. Cross would attack Ink again if they weren't, just like all the other times, and he wouldn't be questioning himself if something was wrong if they were still active. Right? Right? Cross didn't know. He couldn't tell. And despite his knack for coding, previous instances proved that Ink would not be able to tell either. I'm fine. I'm just overthinking it. I'm just freaked out after air. I'm fine. A bead of sweat trickled down Cross's skull as he looked around them at the thousands of floating buckets and paper, seeking a distraction. So we can get anywhere from here? Yes, Ink confirmed, accepting that Cross wanted to change the change the topic. And before you ask, no one else can get in unless I let them. This doodle sphere is a bit aggressively defensive considering what our multiverse is like. Cross knew his private wish that the aggressive defenses had successfully burned Ex-Gasser's code for him was too much to ask for. We need to get back to the others. To his surprise, Ink looked far from enthusiastic. Right. They made it to Horrortail using the transport tokens. He gripped the front of his coat, digging his fingers into the brown fabric. If I go there, will Nightmare hurt anyone? Cross hesitated. Eric could break in too if he runs out of patience, Ink said quietly. I can't risk Horrortail. I refuse. Cross didn't hesitate this time. It may be a good idea for you not to linger too long. We can risk a visit to check in with the others. I won't leave you out here alone. The transport tokens aren't a guaranteed way out, Ink reminded him. If something happened while we were both away, everyone would be trapped. You should stay with them. Cross wanted to argue. He desperately wanted to, but he couldn't. Not just because he and Ink may very well be the gang's only reliable tickets out of the Horrortail right now. His suspicions and Ex-Gasser's presence haunted him. Cross was beginning to suspect that there was more literal... that was more literal than he previously thought. The fact his throat felt like it was closing up whenever he tried to voice his concerns only reinforced them. Was it fear and paranoia that choked him, or something else? You're right, Cross managed to say, but I can afford to go with you sometimes. Good. Oblivious to Cross's struggle, Ink swallowed roughly. He looked up at the beautiful golden sky and desolate brown ocean of the Doodle Sphere. I can't stay here. I'm not ready to repair this place. I can visit to try to heal a few AUs, but if I stay, I don't think I'll stop until I collapse or break my soul. It could happen in Horrortail if I try to rest there too. I know it's selfish, but do you think you can make me stop before I try to do too much? I will, Cross promised, and it's not selfish. Ink snorted. You are the biggest hypocrite in the multiverse, I swear. He rubbed his arms, likely feeling the comforting texture of his coat with his fingertips. Protecting Horrortail is going to be... Autism! Highlight that! Highlight that!
Highlight that! Highlight that for the... Highlight now! I need to highlight that.
I hope you've been highlighting. Lots of... Protecting Horrortail is going to be up to us, too, isn't it? Most likely, Cross admitted. With Nightmare missing, it may be up to shield and guard to get supplies for them. We'll need to replace my armor and cloak. His mouth felt dry. You can replace the coating again, right? Yes, Ink assured him. It's important that we remain hidden, Cross insisted, a strain in his throat. He reached out and grabbed onto Ink's shoulder. We need to stay hidden, understand? Ink looked uncomfortable at as Cross's fingers dug into the fabric of his coat, but he nodded. I understand. Good. Cross forced himself to release him. Ink stayed in place, his brow crinkled in worry, but didn't press him. What about all the other AUs that rely on Nightmare? There aren't many that directly rely on supplies from him, Cross hedged. But there are others, Ink said, undeterred. He placed his mask over his face. We should get the others to make a plan. Horror's probably not going to be very happy with me. I kind of ran off to save you. He's also not going to be very happy with me, considering I stabbed him in the hand so he'd let Air take me, Cross confessed guiltily. The black glare of the owl mask stared at him. Slowly, Ink lifted his mask to reveal unimpressed, shadow-tinged green eyelights. Don't think you can do that again. No matter what you try, we will come to rescue you. The promise almost sounded like a threat. Cross struggled again with the instinctive, you shouldn't, I'm not worth it, I'm dangerous. That was his first reaction. Ink seemed to understand. He put his mask back down, held out his hand, and guided Cross to a bucket. Within the shimmering paint, Cross could just barely see what appeared to be the center of Snowdon. Ink flicked his hand. The image shifted to the castle. Ink gazed into the bucket and froze. Wait. Cross immediately went still, hardly daring to breathe as his body locked in place. It was only then that he felt the weight again. It was like thousands of eyes were watching them, filling the air with an electric charge. Maybe because the eyes were the air itself, like every speck of mist was pieces of the Doodle Sphere's consciousnness. Cross did not know how his mind jumped to that conclusion, but he knew with all of his soul that it was true. In contrast, In contrast to Cross, Ink was completely calm as he observed the oppressive golden mist. He knew and laid his hand upon the surface of a brown ocean of paint. I'll be back to help you too. You can let me go. And Cross, please don't try to make me stay like that. It took Cross a moment to understand he was speaking to the Doodle Sphere itself. A shiver went up Cross's spine as he felt the air shift. Not just outside of his body, but as though something had released its hold on his bones and soul. He had not even realized the full extent of the pressure until it was gone. Ink rose from his crouch. We can go now. Do not try to return to this place on your own, even if I invited you. The Doodle Sphere is still wary that it will kill you if you attempt to enter without me. Cross chose not to think about the implications of their surroundings being semi-sentient and apparently murderous. He did not need that added to his nightmares. Nightmare. Right. Nightmare.
Nightmare.
Why are we fucking stupid? that same thought process.
Nightmare.
Nightmare.
Well, I just thought of KJ when he does that to Art when Art gets high. Nightmare. I'm not gonna lie. I do the same thing to Art when he's also high.
Y'all are
Nightmare. I'm in your walls.
Ink took a shuddering breath. His hands crossed tightly. Ooh. Let's go. They jumped into the bucket. The brief feeling of weightlessness was over before Cross could panic, and they emerged in a garden. Horn Killer sat on a bench beneath a large weeping willow. I love those trees. Oh, don't get sidetracked. Their heads close together.
Like we didn't just get sidetracked like 2 seconds ago.
I just really like weeping willows.
Nightmare.
They're important to me when I was a kid. Anyway, their heads close together as they conversed quietly. The moment Cross and Ink appeared, they looked up. Horror lurched to his feet. Ink flinched and lifted his mask. Horror, I'm sorry, Cross began at the same time. Horror lifted them both up in a crushing hug, one arm around each of them. Killer glowered, but it was obvious his heart wasn't in it. You're both idiots. I learned from the best, mister. I'm going to jump into an unstable shortcut with no plan, Ink said, still managing to insert some sarcasm into his voice, despite how
Lock in, Beetle!
I'm sorry! I can't speak words. Killer huffed at him, but stepped forward, nudging Horror. Oi, let him out down so I can strangle them. Oi. I'm sorry, I can't take it seriously.
Oi,
When
matey.
people write specifically the word oi.
Oi.
Oi. Oi.
Raid.
I'm sorry! No, Horror said flatly. Ink leaned his head against Horror's chest, facing towards Cross. I need to check on Dust. Paprika's with him. He's okay. Horror said curtly. Give me a moment. Cross-bladed realized Horror was shaking. His guilt was reflected in Ink's face. Sorry we scared you, Ink whispered again. Horror sighed shakily. You're going to give me gray hair at this rate. Ink's mouth twitched upward. You don't have hair. Then you're going to give me wrinkles. How would that even work? Cross questioned. You two will somehow make it happen. Trust me. Horror set them both down and put his hands on their shoulders, studying them both. You're okay? Cross was injured, but I have healed most of the concerning lacerations. He needs rest, magic HP restoring food, and a blood sample taken, Ink said bluntly. My magic levels are still low, but I need to check on you three and leave as soon as possible. What? Killer blurted. If I try to sleep here, I'll only end up trying to fix Hortel's codes, and Ink hesitated, opened his mouth and closed it, and peered anxiously at Horror. He knows, Horror said gently. Ink nodded firmly and looked at Killer, opening his arms. To Cross's surprise, Killer did not hesitate to cling to him just as tightly as Horror did. Then again, even Killer had not experienced something like everything that just happened before. You're going to be okay, Ink said fiercely. I need to rest, but I can help you out when you are ready. Prism taught me what I need to do. So you really are the protector, huh? Killer's voice was faint. Error was right. Both Cross and Ink flinched. Shit, sorry. Killer apologized hastily. He reached up and brushed a hand below his left eye sockets. There were bits of black leaked out. I'm not like Error and Night and Tim. Don't make yourself kneel over trying to help me right now. Horror will throw a fit if you do. I'd be intolerable. I'd throw a fit? Horror rumbled. Killer kicked him in the leg. I'll be careful, Ink promised. I can't stay long. I don't want any of you or Horrortail to be caught in the crossfire if the boss is still angry enough at me to break in. He's not... Horror began, then stopped himself. Cross fought back his guilt once more, because that situation was partially his fault too. He was the one that blabbed the truth about the corruption to Nightmare and made him ditch them. He still wasn't back. What was worse, Nightmare staying away clingingly? What was worse, Nightmare staying away willingly, or Nightmare staying away because the corruption had a stronger hold on him and he was afraid he was going to kill them? The constant chill in Cross's bones haunted him.
Oh shit, I gotta do my Duolingo. Give me a sec. I can't monitor chat. Give me a sec.
Oh.
Wait, chat,
Yeah.
you wanna hear it? Shit, I gotta do my Duolingo. Oh wait, shit, I have my stream open. Okay. Ready, guys?
Bididing.
¿Tú hablas español?
What is tú hablas español?
¿Tú hablas español?
Do you speak English? I got it right!
Yo hablo inglés.
Inglés. Got that. Excuse me. Is...
Por favor.
No.
Por favor.
Wait.
Por favor.
Disculpe.
Oh,
Por favor.
thank you,
Por
thank you,
favor.
Beetle.
I know some words.
You speak English? Oh wait, wait. Do you speak English? I can't see chat right now, so I have no idea how they're reacting to this.
Let me open up.
Tú hablas inglés.
I'm on a roll, guys.
Intermission.
5 in a roll. Doodler in the
Duolingo is
chat.
at your house.
Here, wait.
Disculpe, por favor.
Wait.
Disculpe, por favor.
Wait. Disculpe, por favor. I got it!
Why is she Italian? Doodler
Disculpe.
Doodler said, why is she Italian? No one talks like that.
Disculpe.
Wait a minute. Okay, you can.
I can read. I can read again. Actually painful to listen to. Oh, I have to breathe. Okay. I guess back to the story. Where was... I gotta breathe. We gotta lock back in. We gotta lock back in. Okay. Where... Okay. Prism taught me how to block him in air, but it's not a 100% guarantee, Ink said stoically. Cross had to repress a flinch at the closed-off look on his face. I don't want to give the boss any motivation to try to break in here. Once we've had time to regroup, we'll figure out how to help him. Prism gave me some leads. How do you even talk to him? Killer asked. Inter-multiverse communication mirror in the semi-sentient core of the multiverse, Ink said casually. All right then, Killer replied, voice faint. Why the hell not? The core of the multiverse is as murder happy as you, by the way, Ink added with exaggerated cheer. Oh, that wasn't very cheerful. Well, Killer stared uncomprehendingly for a moment, torn between curiosity and a healthy amount of terror. What the hell? Paprika had to stop Dust from lunging out of bed when Ink and Cross appeared in the doorway of the infirmary. Horror's brother helped Dust lay back down and lectured him gently about not moving too much. Cross tried not to look at him and refused a hug, knowing who he would see in Paprika's place.
We can't hear you.
Sorry, Doodler distracted me and I was trying not to laugh.
I don't know what they said because I'm still locked in right now.
Oh my god. Sorry. I gotta not look at my computer. Please! Me?
Let's go.
Sorry.
I did
okay.
it, guys.
Oh.
I did it. I did my Duolingo.
What was your grade?
We don't need to talk about that.
Okay.
We don't need to talk about it. It's okay.
Okay. I mean, you passed, so as long as you passed, they say.
Thank you so much, guys. This is why I have
C's
100%
get
in my
threes.
Spanish. Alright, continue.
Okay. Sorry, an eyelash fell into my eye right as I was about to start reading. We're never getting through this. Okay. Okay.
Oh shit, I forgot to take my meds too. Fuck.
Oh my god.
Shit. Fuck. Fuck, I have to take two. Fucking damn it. Fucking shit. Fuck.
Everyone take your medication. Everyone who needs to take medication, make sure you've taken your medication. Drink your water. Eat your food. All the lovely things. Do your Duolingo. All the reminders. Now I'm gonna continue.
Guys, it's not like antidepressants, it's Accutane, so it's like, it's not that crazy. I don't have those yet. Don't worry. But I'm still not supposed to miss it because it's bad for my liver if I miss some days. So I do have to take these. So don't stress. I'm fine.
Anyway. When Horror asked if Ink wanted to see Toriel as well, he declined. Cross did not understand why until he remembered she was in the throne room. Horror realized the same if his stricken expression was an indicator. And the offer was quickly left in the past. After some verbal debate about the potential risks and arguments about Ink's energy levels, Ink stubbornly healed Dust's arm. Seeing his calm expression twist into one of learned fear and anxiety once he was done made Cross's soul feel like it was breaking all over again. Ink should not be afraid to help people because others might be killed if he did. Cross could not understand Nightmare's crueler actions under the corruption's thrall, but as he continued to question his own mind, he feared he may have to. Ink performed the block around Horrortail, and as soon as he was capable, Nothing stirred in Cross's mind as Ink used codes right in front of him. His bad feeling remained. Cross did not feel or see a difference in Horrortail, but the tired slump to Ink's shoulders told him it was done. I'm sorry, Cross heard Ink whisper to the air. I'll help you all, I promise. It was not often that Top had the opportunity to make things as of late. Sorry, I love Top. He was always so busy running the literal circus that was his family, and it was that something did not have to be useful or even functional. He simply enjoyed the process, using materials such as metal or fabric or wood to construct whatever his soul desired. Top set his screwdriver aside and thoughtfully examined what he had made. It was a small, simple machine meant to count the number of people that entered a certain area. The number of guests that visited the circus had gone up exponentially, and Top was keen to see whether from a larger Big Top may be worth the investment. The investment. The idea that so many more people found happiness at his circus overjoyed him, casting away some of the shadows of doubt that he had haunted his mind since he was trapped in the codes. The number of people that found joy in his world was such a small, insignificant matter in the grand scheme of everything, but it still brought a smile to his face. Where could I go if I needed somewhere to stay? Top did not jump, only because he recognized that soft, guarded voice. He turned towards the closed-off wall at the edge of his workshop, his smile both relieved and warm. Hello, Ark. Ark's stare was hidden by the owl mask. You were going to mention a place I could go. Where is it? Cross had suspected this was not a visit to catch up or a complete change of heart about lingering in Undertop, but Ark's lack of greeting confirmed it. Some might be offended by his dismissal of social niceties, but Top was more perceptive than that. It was clear from his stance that Ark was exhausted, scared, and on the verge of leaving without getting an answer. With that in mind, Top quickly rushed through what he needed to say. There's an alternate universe called Fluffytail that's open to all the multiverse travelers.
It's Nightmares X.
What'd you say?
It's Nightmares X.
Stop! Oh, Chino?
Yeah,
I mean,
Chino.
nothing.
Chino.
Anyway.
Oh, yeah, no.
Nothing. There's an alternate universe called Fluffytail that's open to all multiverse travelers. Most residents have an animal companion. In this capital, there's a place called Chino's. Now we can talk about him. On North Street. It's a cat cafe, but there are available rooms for rent above the establishment. It's safe for you to enter as you are, Ark. You will not be harmed, hunted, tracked, or turned in. Tell Chino that you'd like to order a Starlight Latte. He'll help you out without asking any questions. You know, I always thought Chino's name was Cecino.
I did too. Okay, but then like my first ever call with Mill_Leon, by the way, my bestie IRL guys. My first ever call with them was me being like, oh yeah, I love Cino because we made Black Coffeeverse, and they're like, what did you just say? I said Cino, and they're like, Rosa, it's short for Frappuccino, you dumb bitch. And I was like, what? And they're just like, that's why I made a joke that Gino and Chino sound the same, and it's ironic that in Black Coffeeverse, Nightmare goes with, you know, like, dating Chino, they break up, and then rebounds with Gino and actually gets, like, a marriage out of that one. And it's funny that both of his... And I was like, I didn't understand the joke, but I just laughed anyways. So yeah. Continue.
Continuing. For a moment, Ark said nothing. Top kept his apologies, concerns, and offers to himself, knowing that Ark did not want to hear him now. The fact that he had returned at all proved that he was willing to show Top some degree of trust. Top wondered what changed his mind. Thank you. Ark's gratitude was given in a voice so quiet that Top could barely hear him. He vanished in the time it took Top to blink, too quickly for him to respond. Top hesitated, then silently turned back to the small machine he had been working on. He put the encounter aside. After all, it would be best for everyone if he pretended it never happened. I love him. I love him dearly. He floated. He fell. He stood. He sat. He walked. He ran. He screamed. He did all of that, yet none of it at all. The blackness of the abyss was eternal. It was timeless. It was unending. Nightmare could not perceive codes keeping him in the dark, even though he knew he was surrounded by something.
I know this is really serious, but I was joking with Dulu just now, and I find it so funny that, like, if we had canon that Chino and Nightmare are exes, and even corrupted, Nightmare ain't gonna show up to his AU because he's still messy, and he's not gonna want to see his ex's face. He said, fuck that. I may want to destroy the whole entire multiverse, but I am not gonna show up to see my ex.
Literally.
I am not gonna show up and see his face.
Oh no. Fucking.
Chino's gonna be the one to save the multiverse if he did show up. Chino sees
Chino's a
him
real-
and is just like, what the fuck are you doing here, Nightmare? And the Nightmare immediately uncorrupts because he gets embarrassed and flees.
His fucking tar like drips off of him. You know when a cartoon gets scared and their skin like flies off?
Dude, he turns into passive and runs away. He sees that motherfucker and runs, dude. Literally
fucking-
avoids the multiverse best coffee shop because of his ex. Are they divorced in Roseverse? They have to be. There's no relationships in Roseverse, but you could headcanon that if you want. I don't mind that at all.
And are that now?
He like really bitch and Nightmare would run. They should have brought Chino on the battlefield. He would have been able to fix
Real, he
everything.
would've got it done.
Nightmare, stop.
You don't have like powers though?
No, I don't think.
I don't know a lot about him other than the fact that he's like
Depressed.
cafe owner.
He's like depressed, and that's kind of it. All
That's
I
his power, and his power only fuels Nightmare.
know. Yeah. Depression. He's like, babe, don't take your medication. You'll lose your sparkle.
Stop. I don't want to make him better. I want to make him worse.
The doodler said, and I quote, "The X is going down with the multiverse. Nightmare would
Oh.
fold, I tell you. He's white again. Chino is so powerful, he whitewashed Nightmare again. His power."
That's such a funny concept. People drawing passive is just like, oh, you're whitewashing Nightmare.
You're whitewashed! No!
Do you think it's the same thing for when people
Oh my
draw
God.
Strawberry Nightmare and they're like,
Stop! Ares sees fucking Nightmare turn into passive. He's like, fuck no! They whitewashed you! What did they
my
do to you,
melanin's
King?
coming off, I'm turning white.
What did they do to you, King? What did they do to you? And
Oh,
Nightmare's
no.
like, oh my god, my color's coming off. I'm turning white!
Wait, we got hella distracted. We're getting so
Okay,
sidetracked. I gotta reel it in. I don't know. Okay. The blackness of the abyss was eternal. It was timeless. It was unending. Nightmare could not perceive codes, keeping him in the dark even though he knew he was surrounded by something. Nightmare did not know how long he had willingly stayed in this trap between worlds. All he knew was that he could not escape anymore. He had tried to escape some time ago. He was not sure how long that had been or why he had tried to get out. There had been something. A call, perhaps? It was too brief and too weak for him to hold on to it. By the time he considered grabbing onto it, it was too late for him to leave this empty, desolate abyss. There was nothing here but Nightmare. Sorry. There was nothing here but Nightmare and him. Nightmare did not know when the other skeleton appeared. He did not know if he was even real. Nightmare doubted he was truly there, considering what he represented, yet he was present all the same after all. After all, the other skeleton looked far too much like Dream, but Nightmare knew it was not his brother. It was himself. His highlights were gentle lavender, perceptive and clear. His posture was poised and self-assured, his shoulders straight and his back unbowed. His long cape was a dark purple, matching the coat beneath his crescent moon emblem, etched in gold upon its flowing back. His golden circlet laid upon his head, its own moon emblem gleaming gently. Gone were the hopeful features and fragile innocence of a child in favor of a harsher maturity and quiet wisdom of an adult. He looked like the king of a thriving kingdom, self-assured, righteous, and balanced, and just. He was Nightmare, as he could have been. A true guardian of negativity, not a corrupted shadow. And like a guardian should, he condemned the demon. Are you proud of yourself? The question was asked in soft, gentle tones, not like Dream's voice, for Dream could never sound so somberly disappointed. Disgusted, maybe, but the reflection was so far beyond such emotion that he was left numb. Nightmare did not react everywhere he looked. Everywhere he looked, the reflection filled his vision. Sometimes, faded trails of his image would ripple in his wake like shimmering glitches. We can't deny this, Nightmare. We're a coward. We can't even face what we've done. They're so afraid, but we couldn't even bother to check on them. Then again, all we've done is hurt them. We threatened horror, abandoned ink, tried to murder Cross, ruined killer, nearly disintegrated dust. Tears dripped down his perfect reflection's cheek. That was us, Nightmare. We did it. It was of our own volition. Volition? Volition?
Volition.
Volition. His perfect reflection's mouth never moved, but Nightmare knew those accusations came from him. The way he stared at Nightmare, expression flat and filled with utter sorrow and contempt, chilled Nightmare to his core. Not even Dream had ever looked at Nightmare with such quiet disappointment, like he secretly knew that Nightmare was always capable of what he'd done to the multiverse. Such hypocrites. Without horror's influence, we would have beaten Ink just like the villagers beat us. Admit it. We are tempted to do it anyway. Just to spite horror, we would have taken out all our aggression on Ink just because he can survive our touch. He laughed, but the sound was hollow and empty. What does that say about us, that violence is our first instinct? Nightmare flinched. Are you going to deny that too? His reflection changed. You certainly love to pretend you're the hero. Nightmare could not find his voice. Just like what happened with Dream. Poor Dream. How could we have hurt him so much? All he wanted was to help us, but he refused to see it. Poor Nightmare must always be the victim, and so Dream must be the puppet master and the villain, right? But Dream was never the manipulator, Nightmare. You were. Nightmare shook his head. His reflection sneered in his face of rejection. Those memories of the attack, they were obviously fake. Did you truly believe that Dream would betray us in such a way, that he would trick the others into hunting us down? Dream would wanted help.
You cut out, 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 you cut out. Beetle, Beetle, Beetle.
Oh! No!
Dream
Where
only
was
wanted
I?
to help. Read from there.
Fuck. Okay. Dream. Where? Oh. Dream only wanted to help, but you pushed him away. You hurt him and so many others. All those lives ruined, all those worlds destroyed, all those souls murdered. Why? Why were their lives a fair trade for your victory? Do you even have an answer? Nightmare didn't know. Yet you didn't even stop those souls, did you? You could have taken Ink's brother with you or simply kept him in that white abyss as an additional motivator to ensure Ink's loyalty. Instead, you murdered him simply because you could not stand the idea of someone having a good relationship with their brother. Nightmare shuddered. His reflection had no mercy for him. The balance is ruined because your actions. The multiverse is on the brink of death because of you. You don't even have the humility to accept what you've done. Instead, you keep making excuses and giving lessons. You're so determined to be a prideful demon, you might as well go all out. How much more damage can you do at this point? A lot more. Logically, Nightmare knew that. He clung to that thought as he floated, trapped in the abyss between worlds. Ignorant, arrogant Nightmare. His perfect reflection sighed. We're not trapped. We were never trapped. We can leave whenever we want to. Nightmare knew it was true. He rejected the reality of his situation because he also knew that if he broke out, it would not be him that stepped into the multiverse. And Nightmare knew exactly who the corruption would hunt first. Whispering beneath its condemnation were serene, twisted descriptions on how he should punish his disobedient subordinates in Dream and the multiverse and everyone who ever dared to stand against their righteous king. Make the Gen pay for betraying me. Make them watch as I break all of Ink's bones. Throw them back where he came from until he learned his lesson and begs for mercy. Kill Blue for damaging my property. Rip Corfrisk's precious Omega timeline asunder. Make Dream watch the multiverse die before he finally joins them. The corruption was not truly sentient, but it had enough of something to be amused by his resistance. Or maybe it was Nightmare's own sadism reflecting back at him. Either way, it did not mind that Nightmare struggled. It had all the time it needed, and it knew it would win. Nightmare hunched over, clutching at his chest as his dead, blackened apple soul felt so cold it burned. His reflection's smile became thin and wide, his sockets narrowed to an ominous slits as his eyelights burned with a toxic cyan light. Poisonous sludge dripped from his eye sockets, staining his teeth as his grin stretched wide. The beautiful facade chipped away as he leaned in, revealing rotting, writhing black sludge for the briefest moment. The disguise flickered, then returned, as if even if it was not necessary, its prey could not resist forever. Don't fret, Nightmare. His reflection smoothed as its presence wrapped around the black apple that was his soul, piercing like it was poisonous thorns. We've been here a chance. We've been given a chance. We can fix everything. They will never betray us or leave us again. They just have to get out of here. We just have to get out of here. No, Nightmare rejected as toxic black bile dripped down his chin. His reflection's mouth curved upward, his gentle smile beautiful and seemingly warm. If you insist, I can be patient. But I'm not going anywhere without you, Nightmare. We will be together forever, won't we? The shadows cut deeper. Dun dun dun!
That's awkward. That's awkward. I have to go to the bathroom. You hold down the fort, and also
Holding down the fort.
watch KJ
I'm
because
holding
he's
down the
being rude.
Watch who? What? Huh? Who's being rude? KJ? Question mark? Question mark? Oh no, my phone left the live. What the fuck? Being homophobic. Let me see here. Hi, chat. Hi there. Hi, KJ. Apparently. So how did we like this chapter? How did we like this? What did I do? I was just saying hi. I was just saying hi. Homophonetic. For real. Phonetic. Yeah. Yeah, for real. Homophonic. Oh, wait, homophonic. Oh, that's funny. I get it. Me when I get it. Who get a room? I don't understand. I hate these so much. I'm in pain. It's only going worse from here. It's only going worse from here. But then it'll get better, right? Right. While Rose is gone, how do we feel about spilled ink, you guys? I love spilled ink. I think everyone should read Spilled Ink. It is very much full of inks, like more than this fic. However, it's so well written. I love it. I love it. I've read the newest chapter. Chef's kiss. It's so good. It's getting so good. I'm genuinely excited. Yes. Surely Nightmare learns and changes as a person. Yes, literally you guys. Chapter what are we on? Chapter 26. Nightmare literally goes, "Nah, I'd win." And he doesn't get corrupted anymore. Literally. Do you think Killer is normal? Oh my god. I'm so genuinely excited about next chapter because I want to know what happens with Killer and Dust. I'm talking about Spilled Ink. I do think he's faking. I think he's faking. Cause Ink did put protections on him, not to the extent of Dust and the others, but from what I remember, I think he did. So, something. Spoilers. Well, that was from quite a few chapters ago. Sorry guys. Spoilers. I'm just excited. Spoilers. My bad. Y'all should read Council of the Inevitable. Let me write that down. Oh, that's not. I didn't click my pen open. I clicked it closed. Council of Beep. Inevitable. What's it about? Beep. Holding up, holding up. Doodler. What? What is it? What is it? Who? Me when I'm confused. Normal core by the American school system. Oh. Basically, it's Gradient and PJ Central. Air Inc. is Forbidden Love. Uncle Fresh. Ew! No, I'm sorry. I don't like Fresh. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. I don't like Fresh. I actually hate him. Not gonna lie. Also, I don't really... No, it's not that I don't like the ship kids. It's just that I'm not interested in them. Very much. Like, unless it's, like, a super interesting, like, story with the ship kids, I don't really like them that much. I'm not a big fan. Huh? Oh yeah, let's not talk about politics. I just saw that. Beep. Spilled ink dust. He's my little meow meow. For real, for real. Okay, I'm back. Well, hi back. Welcome to stream.
How funny would it be if we forced KJ to just read the killer lines and then like whenever he's like zoned out because of his ADHD, we're like KJ, and he's like, I'm
KJ.
sorry.
KJ, come, water,
KJ, come, read.
line.
KJ, come, audio. Report Balladbeetle.
What did I do?
Snapping at him.
Snapping. Snapping my fingers.
Vote
Come
to
on,
ban
come
Beetle. Hey, come on.
You guys can't ban me.
I keep zoning out in this stream, but I enjoy being here. I'm glad, KJ. I
Yeah,
genuinely
it's like
did not.
all with us.
Yeah, I genuinely did not expect you would enjoy these streams, but then I thought about it. I was like, this is like the perfect background audio for like just like chilling.
Yeah, for real.
But I don't like
If,
pick it up because I'm the one reading it, you know? Psych! Psych! Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, KJ,
yeah, okay.
can I have my $50 back, you know, that I
Ooh.
sent you for DoorDash today? Yeah,
Damn.
yeah. Maybe you should be nice to me.
50? Damn, what'd you get?
Maybe you should be nice to me, KJ. You guys have crazy chat delay. No!
Yeah. Like, you know when Cartman starts fucking crying?
Man! Cartman's not fat, he's just big boned. He's got a huge bone in his ass then.
I forget how she laughs. KJ in debt, that's crazy. Rosa Mr. Beast gave money to manipulate me! Cancel the rules
Whoa.
for putting a minor in debt. But meme!
But man!
I don't know why I have a big chat delay.
Maybe it's your internet.
Beetle? That's really funny of you to say, considering the fact that your mic has been cutting out this whole entire fucking stream. Like, that's really funny. That's really funny.
It's not, but it's not my internet though.
I
like,
laughed.
it's just something to do with my mic or whatever the fuck. It just, I don't know why it does that. I don't know why it does
Question, when I do the voiceover, the previous scene with Nightmare and the Thing, should I make it sound like a younger version of Nightmare? Yes. Yes, you should.
that. Huh?
I'm reading chat, Beetle.
No, I mean, what does that question mean?
With
Younger version
like
of
the
where?
fake version of Passive, should I make it sound like a younger version of Nightmare?
Oh, yeah, I didn't know what to do with that because it talked about, like, it wasn't, like,
Okay.
He didn't have like that
I did
face. of the
actually. I
infant.
did make him voice act today. But the thing is, I paid him $15 for it because he wouldn't answer my fucking messages. So no, I'm not using him for just free fucking voice acting. He had to read 2 fucking lines for a video I'm making. So no.
British like nightmare. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother.
Oh yeah, brother. KJ, are you wanting to do something after the stream? Is that why you're like waiting for us to end it?
Ooh.
Is that why? Because if that's so, we can only read. I can cut it down to only 3 chapters, and then we can wait to do 25 because all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I still wouldn't be able to. Fuck! He said fuck no.
Fuck no.
Alright, then I don't give a shit. We're gonna read 2 chapters more then. Damn, I was just asking.
He hates us. He hates us for real, for real.
He says, yeah. He just wants the cloud, that's why he's here.
Everyone go follow KJ Burbank at.
Speaking of following count, guys, we hit like 5,000 subscribers, I think a good like week ago. And we're already almost at 5,300 subscribers.
Hey,
That's
claps, claps.
That's insane. That's insane. Y'all, are we gonna hit like 6,000 by the end of February?
Month?
That'll be crazy.
February?
Yeah. That'll be crazy.
That would be crazy.
My goal is to hit 15,000 by the end of this year.
Ooh.
Yeah. JJ!
No.
You're just mad because I have more
Please.
subscribers than you. I don't have more followers on Twitter though. Okay. Should I stop goofing around and just
Vote mute KJ.
vote mute KJ? That's funny. We should.
Thinking about it, my hand is hovering over the timeout button. What do you say, Roseverse?
No, because then we're gonna have to deal with the consequences of our actions.
Sigh.
Sigh. Okay, I'm gonna continue reading. Chapter 26. Let Inside. Okay, he's about to like go fucking Super Saiyan in chat. I'm not paying attention.
Or join.
Ink refused to take supplies from Horrortail. Logically, he knew the core was working, so that should not be an issue. There was plenty of food and other necessities from the latest shipments. But Ink gently rebuffed all of Horror's attempts to give him more than the medical items he had replaced before he left. Ink knew Horror was more afraid of another shortage than he let on. That was why he could not take anything. Maybe once Dust and Cross figured out Nightmare's usual supply routes, then that would change, but not now. But my friend's boring stream and I get no love. If it's boring, then you don't have to be here, KJ, but I appreciate it. We'll do a Roblox stream soon, KJ. Trust. We will. We'll do a Roblox stream soon. The only additional items that Ink accepted before he departed were his shield outfit, the gray echo flower he used to contact Aster, and some more gold. The flower hummed with saved messages, and Ink tried not to worry, like he'd most likely worried Aster. He did not know what to say to his friend. If Aster even wanted to be Ink's friend after he didn't answer his calls. Ink had no choice but to put that problem aside for a little bit longer, with the thousands of other problems he currently had. For what must be at least the 100th time, he questioned whether he should abandon his plan and try to hide out in an emptier world in case a corrupted Nightmare or Error went after him. The last thing Error had likely done before his complete corruption was try to find the Protector of Creation. The last thing Nightmare had done before he left was argue with Cross about finding Ink. It was terrifying how easily Ink could picture a corrupted Nightmare tearing Horrortail's defenses to shreds, because all of the traitors, including that loathsome Protector, were in one place. Ink refused to stay in Horrortail because of that risk. That, and the risk that he'd wear himself out further trying to repair the world's codes like he'd try to heal Nightmare while sick. Plus, after undying, he felt uncomfortable in the castle. He could not stay in the Doodle Sphere either, for similar reasons. But it was selfish to risk another world just so he wasn't alone. At this point, Ink just wanted to sleep without something bad happening. Chino's was apparently a safe place if Top could be trusted. It was another risk, but Ink was desperate. Top had not given him over to the Mega Timeline despite the opportunity. Dream trusted Top enough to have him encourage Ink to call the Star Sands, and Top was Prism's pops in the other multiverse. The reasons to trust Top were rather flimsy, but Ink was so tired. When had he last slept? Not been knocked unconscious, but actually slept. Ink could not remember the answer, and the general strangeness of time in the anti-void was not helping matters. That was not a good thing. Although he had his shield outfit and could theoretically travel throughout the multiverse in it, Cross had agreed it would still be best for him to guard to mostly appear together. He also insisted it would not be a good idea for Shield to appear alone and ask for the Starlight Latte. Cross had never been to Chino's before, and he seemed to immediately know that particular order meant something that Ink didn't fully understand. Before entering Chino's alternate universe, Fluffy Tail, Ink simply took off his belt and brown coat, stuffed his left hoister into his satchel, and hid his mask. His black turtleneck pants and green vest were common enough clothes to be worn in the capital without drawing much attention. Ink opened a portal, went through, and simply stepped out of an alley and joined the crowds that filled the streets. It was terrifying to be out in the open like this without his cloak's hood, his splotch hidden, or his mask over his face. He did not let himself hesitate or appear aimless. Ink knew where he was going. He could walk with purpose to not draw unwanted attention to himself. It was like Market Tale all over again, except instead of selling questionable items, there were small shops selling pet toys, animal treats, and other whimsical items to care for a fluffy companion. A brown and cream sign identified a small establishment between a bookstore and a pet salon at Chino's Cafe. Ink hesitantly opened the door and jumped as a bell rang. That was normal. Some stores had bells to alert the workers when a customer came in. There was no need to panic. The first thing Ink noticed were the cats scattered across the cafe. They lounged in the window sills, pranced between the tables, curled around the legs of patrons, or slept contentedly in their laps. Not all the tables were full, but most of them had at least one cat either on or under them. Ink slowly approached the marble-topped wooden counter. He spotted a dark lump nearby and immediately wanted to see how soft the strangely goopy-looking fur of the midnight black cat beside the cash register was, but he refrained. He had never been in a place like this before, and he needed to be careful until he learned the rules. The cafe was warm in temperature, atmosphere, and colors. Ink noted the mellow creams and browns used throughout the establishment, with the cream-swirled wallpaper shifting into cream-colored stone paneling behind the counter. The hanging plants added splashes of green to the establishment, though it seemed one of the cats had made it his mission to climb into them. Ink paused to watch the small, brown and white furred cat clamber gracefully up a cat tree before launching himself at one of the plants. He missed his intended perch, but landed softly next to a much larger cat that was missing his ear and one of his eyes. The small cat began patting in a circle around him as he meowed in discontent. The larger cat nudged the smaller brown and white one away from the cat tree, but he immediately zoomed across the cafe to the black cat that Ink had noticed earlier. The black cat did not react as the brown one snuggled next to him. The Sans behind the counter, likely Chino himself, watched the two with a small smile, another cat on his shoulder. How is he able to, get stuff ready for customers with a literal heavy-ass cat on his shoulder? Okay. I'm not questioning it. Ink realized he had been standing in place for a while and hastily approached the counter. The smaller cat perked up and Ink noticed he had black splotches on his paw and cheek. His collar showed his name to be Blot. The black cat, Midnight, still did not raise a head or look at Ink. Although his eyelids were closed, Ink could tell that he, like the large cat, was missing an eye. The Sans' smile was redirected at Ink. His name tag confirmed that he was indeed Chino. "Welcome to Chino's. What can I get you for today?" Chino's voice was surprisingly soothing and soft. It reminded Ink a bit of Aster's. He tried not to think about his friend as he anxiously studied the board on the wall behind Chino. The menu had a bunch of fun names for the different drinks along with brief descriptions. Things like Snowden White Mocha, Diamond Days Espresso Macchiato, and Cinnamon Scotch Frappy. Can you tell I don't order coffee a lot, so I'm not used to saying this? Ink did not see a Starlight Latte anywhere. Would it be strange to order something that was not from the menu? Would that draw attention to him? This was a bad idea. He should leave before something happened to happened and do his best to sleep in an abandoned genocide AU somewhere. But if he left now, Chino might become suspicious anyway, and Ink really did not think he could sleep in a world filled with monsters' dust. Ink steeled his nerves, but ended up speaking quieter than he intended. "I'd like to order a starlight latte?" Chino's expression shifted. His smile remained, and he did not show any signs of increased aggression. Ink kept an eye out just in case. "Coming right up," Chino said lightly. "You can take a seat anywhere you'd like. I'll bring your drink." Ink wasn't sure what to make of that. What if he had misremembered the order? Had he gotten it wrong? Unsure of what to do next, he left the counter. He tried not to be too obvious that he was scanning the area as he headed over to a table near the wall and sat down. The other guests were a clam guy, Pyrope, a papyrus and Azrael from a type of cyberpunk AU, and an Alphys in a dirty lab coat. The papyrus and Azrael were discussing how good the prices were for the drinks they'd gotten. Ink hadn't paid for his, except Chino had not given him an amount. Did he pay after he got it? Was that how it worked? Except the register was by Chino's counter, and Ink didn't even know what he had ordered. Ink stared at the smooth wooden surface of the small round table he sat at, and tried not to look anxious or out of place. What is happening in chat? KJ, we're gonna time you out. Stop it. You need to behave too. Vote to cancel. Don't yell at Beetle. Thank you. Because KJ's a jerk. That's why. We're kidding. I'm
He's
kidding.
being funny.
He's being silly. He's trying to be silly. He's also probably tired, so he has no filter right now.
He's cranky.
He has no filter right now. You didn't even tell me what you got from, like, your DoorDash, which is very upsetting to me. That's why I'm angry at you right now, and I keep coming at you.
Paid for his DoorDash
I
and
have
he didn't
some
tell you what his
empathy.
DoorDash-
Have some compassion! Because everyone affects people! KJ needs to go down for his nap. He's getting a little cranky. Yeah, yeah.
It's like 8 o'clock or something.
It's like 8 o'clock, it's time. He's getting a little cranky, it's nap time. Ink stared at the smooth wooden surface of the small round table he sat at, and tried not to look anxious or out of place. Are you gonna buy it with the $50 I sent you? Yeah, sure. We never got to play Jackbox the other day.
Yeah, we didn't. I sat and called. I'm like, hey guys, when are we playing Jackbox?
Guys, when are we gonna play Jackbox?
When are we playing Jackbox? And everyone said,
KJ,
fuck you.
Go ask, like, people, like, in the server. Beetle will... I don't really mind, but Beetle will talk in there as well, like, what pack we should get. Because I think there's a couple that we can choose from, I think. But I have to keep reading, so... I'm fine with whatever, though. He obviously knew what he was doing and was just a regular Sans. There was no reason to be paranoid. Nightmare was not about to break into a positive AU like this, except he just might. And if Era had run out of patience, he would have found Ink again already. Ink would have to go back to him and maybe explain the Gino situation, without mentioning Gino himself, because Era absolutely would go pick him up, aka kidnap him, personally. Hopefully that would help Era keep some more hope. On second thought, who knew what state Nightmare was in? He hadn't returned despite the gang being chased through the castle by Error and Cross's capture. Was it another lesson? Was he in trouble? Or did he think it would be better if he stayed away? Ink could not make an accurate guess. He did not try to either, because the last time he tried, it turned out Nightmare was killing people behind his back. Ink forced himself not to press a hand over the black splotch on his face. He did not cover it this time. Would that be another mistake? Era now knew what his disguises looked like now anyway, but Ink's exposure was in direct opposition to Nightmare's orders. Again. Ink's breathing hitched and he kept his head down, willing himself not to make a sound. There was soft music and chatter in the background, but people would notice if he was upset. He prayed no one would try to come over and ask what was wrong. Please leave me alone. Something brushed against Ink's leg, and he startled, looking down. A single eye stared up at him, and the large cat from before meowed lowly. He was apparently called Terror. In contrast to his name, he took one look at Ink, decided he was a perfect perch, and sat peacefully in his lap. Ink glanced at the other patrons that had their own cats and copied them, carefully petting Terror behind his ear. Terror purred in content. He was so large that he could lay his head against Ink's sternum with ease. The low, soothing noise and his comforting weight chipped away at Ink's anxiety. Stop, mate! British KJ's next. Please don't make more British Rosa art. Make British KJ art, please. And send it to his Twitter DMs. I'm begging you all.
Oh my god.
Terry's fur was so soft. Ink wanted to hug him close, but he refrained because he did not want Terror to feel trapped by his arms. He wondered if the gang would like a cat. Then he remembered that Nightmare's aura tended to scare off or kill animals, and that if Nightmare was in a worse state when he reappeared, the corruption might actually kill the cat himself. The castle wasn't safe anyway after Era's attack. I want to go home. All of us. Ink's expression crumbled and he hid his face in Terror's fluffy fur. He heard footsteps and hastily raised his head, gaze fixed on Terror as he prayed it wasn't a well-meaning or friendly patron. A mug and saucer was set in front of him, and the empty chair at his table scraped back before Chino sat down. Hey, you're okay. Chino spoke so softly that Ink had no fear that his voice would carry. Would you like to wait until closing time to talk, or would you rather talk now? We have a few cats that like to hang out in the back if you want to meet them. No one will notice either way. Ink nodded before he could really think about it. He stood up with Terror in his arms and followed Chino to a back room behind the counter. Muffet was watching the counter now. She gave Ink a sharp, friendly smile as he passed. Thanks, Chino whispered to her as he went by. This did not seem to be Fluffy Tail's Muffet. In fact, Ink highly doubted it was. In spite of the potential danger, Ink was trying not to look too closely to see the personal code data of the people around him. He did not want to know why they weren't in their home worlds. Ink's paranoia that he was being tricked eased when Blot zoomed by his feet and clambered up another cat tree, perching on top of a large black cat with yellow rings on his legs and tail. The black cat opened his eyes, revealing mismatched colors, and studied Ink with an aloof expression. This is Glitch, Chino introduced. He's our resident antisocial kitty. And the little one is Blot. He's a new addition. I wouldn't approach right now because Glitch is a bit protective, but... Chino trailed off as Blot darted up to Ink and meowed at him. Glitch rose to his paws. Terra immediately vacated Ink's arms and ran back into the cafe. Chino grimaced and circled around Glitch, but the black cat ignored him, sitting by Ink's feet. Blot ran literal circles around them both before he planted himself at Glitch's side. Chino seemed surprised. The others are this way. Ink tried to move, but Glitch sat on his boot. Blot took cues from the larger cat and decided to see if Ink's left boot was edible. It turned out that it was not, so he happily batted at Ink's leg instead. Blot's paws were too soft to be any threat. Did he even have claws? Huh, Chino said, amused. Glitch is usually more aggressive. Guess he likes you. He picked up Glitch, who yowled angrily, and set him aside so Ink could move. Blot followed on Ink's heels as Chino led him to what looked like a common area, and Glitch stalked after them, hissing lowly. There were even more cats in this room, though most stayed back when they saw Glitch. Blot seemed determined to visit everyone as he zipped around the room, playfully batting at or nuzzling anyone he could reach. He tried to climb up a bookcase, but was stopped by a white cat with a red patch on his face. He grabbed him by the scruff and carried him away from it. Blot did not appear to mind as he climbed onto the back of the other cat instead. It was difficult for Ink to keep his guard up with so many fluffy animals around. He supposed that was the point of Fluffy Tail. Chino set Ink's drink down at a small circular table near the edge of the room. Ink hesitantly sat, then blinked in surprise as Blot ran over and climbed right into his lap. Glitch sauntered up a moment later and curled up next to the smaller cat. The other cats wisely kept their distance. Okay. You already met Terra and Midnight, Chino introduced. Menace, Cherry, Vex, and Lingo are also out front. Menace is the cat with the black stripes on his face. Cherry is the red and gold mix. Vex is the white one with a red patch on his cheek. Lingo is the colorful one. The golden cat is Daylight. The one with the blue paws and tail is Sky. The ash-colored one in the corner is Soot. He tends to sneak around, so watch your step. Same for lingo. He likes to jump on people unexpectedly. Ink acknowledged the information with a nod. We thought about naming them after people from around the multiverse and maybe give them little outfits, but, well, Chino grimaced. Considering how things have been, it didn't feel right. Anyway, we have many more kitties, but those tend to be the ones that wander through the cafe. They also like to go into guest room. There are cat doors in each one that you can lock if you want to. Otherwise, don't be surprised if you wake up with a few cats laying over your feet. You can also lock the room door if you wish. It took Ink a moment to understand what was happening. When he did, he still could not believe it. You're offering me a room? Just like that? Yes, Chino said in his quiet, gentle voice. The Starlight Latte is a signal that you need help and somewhere to stay. Ink was at a loss for words. He knew what Top implied about Chino's. He just didn't expect it to be true. But I didn't... He caught himself and did his best to put on a neutral expression. How much gold do I owe you? Or what would you like me to do in exchange? Chino met his gaze levelly. No gold, and I'd like you to know you're safe here. You don't even know my name, Ink said suspiciously. If you want to tell me it, you can, or you can give me a nickname to call you. Ink was starting to get an idea of why some monsters stared at him with such confusion when he helped them. He kept his guard up so that he did not tear up in front of the stranger and held his head high. Ink. He realized his mistake too late and froze. A small paw batted at his coat and Blot meowed insensitively. Meanwhile, Glitch raised his head and gave Ink an unimpressed stare. Why is he... Can you watch, KJ?
I am.
Good.
It's fine.
He's
Don't worry
the only
about it,
one that
Rosa.
needs to be monitorized right now.
Yeah.
Monitorized.
Monetized.
Okay. Despite his annoyance, he did not vacate his perch and instead leaned over so his head was resting on Ink's chest. He remained there as a warm, calming weight while Blot nuzzled him and purred. With their presence, Ink found it easier to calm down. Is that name truly okay? Chino prodded gently. Ink suspected that Chino would accept whatever name he blurted out next without question, yet he still chose to nod in essence. His name would mean nothing to a majority of the multiverse, and if it did mean something, then Ink should probably avoid the people that knew the name of the protector from multiple multiverses. Chino did not press him, or demand anything from him, or anything like that. He simply chatted with Ink about the different cat habits before leading him upstairs to the room he could rest in. Ink still didn't understand how Chino could do this for him without any questions. He kept further questions of his own to himself. If I brought the others here, would Chino help them too? The answer would be too good to be true, so the answer was likely no, he would not. Even though Chino was kind so far, Ink could not make himself believe that he would help Nightmare's gang so willingly. Ink would have hoped Chino would before Horrortail and Flowey, but now he was a bit more jaded and wary. There must be a limit to Chino's kindness, and asking him to harbor the gang would probably surpass it. It would be irresponsible for Ink to hope otherwise. He'd probably end up leading the others into a trap. There were several vacant rooms over Chino's cafe. Ink's was smaller than the one he and Cross had used in the Snowed Inn. Ugh. It had a single twin-sized bed, a bedside table, and a lamp, a dresser with a mirror, a clock on the wall, and a television like the one at Paprika's and Papyrus. Oh my god. And Horror's house. Its presence did not matter much to Ink. He was only going to sleep here. Otherwise, he'd be out in different AUs for the most part. Or maybe he'd be in the cafe once he figured out what Chino wanted him to do. Hold on, I got distracted.
Don't get distracted. Easy.
Here, wait, I'm trying to... Okay.
Y'all do know Fresh is in this fic?
Yeah, he's coming up.
Unfortunately, I also... I don't like the idea of, like, parasites. It freaks me out, and I hate it. Like, I have, like, such a hate towards it. hate beetles, but I tolerate. I'm not a real beetle. Maybe that's why. Silly goose. Meow.
Sorry, I'm reading. I got a message on Discord. I got distracted.
Don't get distracted.
I hate beetles, but I tolerate you. Okay, where was I? Ink checked his reflection in the mirror and saw black marks up his neck, almost to his chin. He tried to pull his collar up, but it didn't reach far enough. Shield's outfit would show even more of the marks. His desire to get a scarf of his own was becoming more of a necessity, along with a want. With the exception of his shield attire, all of Ink's other clothes were in the castle. Keeping those identities as separate as possible was essential now. Ink would hate to be the reason that the gang could not get vital supplies they needed, because Shield and Arc were discovered to be one and the same. I need to meet up with Error and to give him an update. Find Nightmare, find Chino, heal Error, heal Killer, figure out what's happening with Cross and X-Caster, help Cross get supplies as Shield and Guard, figure out what to do with the Star Sands, try to repair Wartel's codes, help stabilize Phantom Papyrus's codes, try to repair worlds from the Doodle Sphere. Ink gripped the edge of the dresser in front of him and stared blankly at his tired reflection. I can afford to sleep first. Just for a few hours. I just need a few hours. Ink's instinct demanded he go out and help this instant, but a voice that sounded more like Prism's than his own reminded him that if he wore himself out helping everyone, he would incapacitate himself and help no one. He needed to sleep, prioritize, and figure out a plan. The game would help with the last bit. With most of the plans, at least. Ink finally acknowledged another reason why he was willing to go out into the multiverse alone. It would give him more opportunities to run into the stars without the other gang members. The guilt he felt about not telling any of them about what happened in Undertop left a heavy weight in his ribcage, but he knew a confession would not be taken well by most of them. Even if they did support Ink to some degree, it would only add to their level of stress and could cause further arguments between those that agreed and those that didn't. Why so serious?
Why so serious?
Especially when Nightmare returned. Even if he was corrupted, he would still be enraged that Ink was willing to work with Nightmare's brother, the gang's greatest enemies, and Ink wasn't certain that Nightmare's discovery of his own corruption would change his stance on killing. Ink couldn't trust him to stop. He was not sure he could trust much of anything. But hearing Prism's recounting of his own struggle to open up and trust again made Ink want to at least try. He didn't want to fear the hidden motives of everyone around him at all times. It was exhausting and scary. He hated being afraid to go to sleep because what if he woke up to a betrayal or an attack? Ink was staying at a stranger's place and just had to hope that Chino was as nice as he presented, would not go back on his word, and would not do anything to him as soon as he fell asleep. This is such a mess, Ink thought tiredly. He pushed himself away from the mirror and wandered around the room. After checking for listening devices and cameras, the first thing Ink did was call Horror. An axe album appeared on his bracelet, but like discussed, Horror did not speak. This was a check-in only because there could be people listening. I'm safe, Ink said. Horror hung up. Ink fought down the urge to call him back. He could return to Horrortail, even if he could not stay long, but he knew he would not be able to rest there. It didn't bring him any comfort to know the gang had tried to contact Nightmare through his own bracelet, only for it to not connect. Had he intentionally removed his, like Ink had? Or was there another, more insidious reason why Nightmare wasn't responding? Would the bracelet even work if Nightmare was overtly corrupted, or would the corruption register as another entity, thus making the failsafe activate? Ink had no answers. He tried not to think too much about how much he was relying on him not screwing everything up. He had everything he needed to do out in the multiverse. Remembering Prism's tale helped calm him down a bit. He supposed that was why Prism shared it. It's okay to rest and sleep, Ink whispered at his reflection. You need to rest. It's okay. Nothing will happen. It's okay. Ink whispered the reassurance a few more times to himself, acting as if Prism or Horror was the one saying it to him, and found it easier to accept that way. He immediately felt ridiculous, and his cheeks burned a rainbow shade that was less colorful than normal. It was yet another sign that he really needed to rest and recharge. Ink reluctantly sat on the bed and checked on his supplies just in case he needed to leave in a hurry, to go help the gang or to escape his pursuers. Either was possible at this point. He pulled the intact gray echo flower out of his pocket and grimaced when he noticed it was humming. That indicated he had a message. Multiple messages. It was difficult to imagine that Aster would be angry at him, but the paranoia remained. Regardless of the corruption's presence or not, Ink had misjudged Nightmare so badly. He hoped Aster was in a similar case. Ink anxiously brushed a finger against the petals of the flower to play the messages. Is this thing working? Aster's voice sounded hesitant as he spoke. Oh dear. He hung up. Aster sounded much more confident in the next call. Ah, it was working! How do I... He accidentally hung up. Wait, so is it this way? He accidentally hung up. Don't need to press the center then. Oh, not again! He accidentally hung up. Oh goodness, I'm sorry for spamming you with messages. That is what Alphys calls it, spamming. What a funny word. Aster's chuckles were low and warm. He cleared his throat. Nothing urgent has happened? I am safe. When you have a chance, call me back. He hung up, intentionally this time. A laugh bubbled out of Ink's mouth and he covered it, glancing around anxiously. A quiet meow announced Blot's return as he padded into Ink's room. Glitch wasn't with him this time, but Daylight was. The smaller cat circled around the golden one and meowed persistently until Daylight leapt onto the bed next to Ink. Daylight wasn't even quieter than Blot. He made a few sounds as he scanned the room, searching for a nice perch. Daylight soon decided Ink's lap was a great place to sleep and did just that. Ink looked from the peacefully resting cat to Blot, who immediately zoomed off again, vanishing through the small flap near the bottom of the door. I love this. Oh, it's so cute. Okay. Ink gently stroked Daylight's soft back and took a steadying breath. With that, he called Aster. The answer was immediate. Hello? The guilt lingered, but Ink found he could smile, despite Aster's inability to see his face. Hi, Aster. Sorry I missed your calls. It's perfectly alright, Aster assured him. We did not set an exact time for communications. I'm happy to hear from you whenever. Ink's lingering anxiety slowly lost their grip on him as he heard Aster's soothing, happy voice. Aster was not in danger. Aster was not angry. Most importantly, Aster was safe. Despite everything that happened, in Prism's warning about the Omega Timeline scientist, he could not picture Aster as anything but genuine. Made him feel worse about his own secrets, but Nightmare would go after Aster if Ink revealed anything now. It wasn't even a question. He would make it his mission to hunt down Aster if Ink shared anything. Nightmare wanted to use our friendship to get information on the Omega Timeline. Even with all the realizations Ink had, he was still unable to fully process all of his boss's deceitful actions. Ink sniffled and tried to cough to cover up the sound, but it didn't work very well. And by didn't work very well, he meant didn't work at all. Are you alright? Aster asked immediately. Ink wanted to tell him everything. About Nightmare's deception, about his own, about the corruption, about Undertop and the stars and protectors and from other multiverses. All of it, but he knew it would only put Aster in danger. From both Nightmare and the Mega Timeline. Ink hated keeping secrets so much, but if Aster was hurt because of him, it wouldn't be because of you. People getting hurt and dying was never because of you. The ones to blame for those deaths are the ones that killed them, not you. The voice sounded so much like Prism that Ink had to check the mirror. It was just a normal mirror, with an exhausted, sad-looking skeleton monster in it. Ink didn't have the energy to answer Aster's inevitable questions. I don't feel like talking much now, Ink confessed shakily. Can you just tell me about your day? Or week? Or whatever you'd like. Anything, please? Of course, Aster agreed. He did not demand answers, or ask questions, or anything like that at all. He simply launched into tales about the type of shenanigans he and his lab partners got up to day to day. First, Aster talked about the time Undertale Alphys nearly put coffee into a machine instead of oil. Stretch caught on to her mistake just in time, and they ended up discussing the possible logistics of using coffee to power a machine. Eventually, they agreed that they'd rather have it for themselves. There was also the time when Alphys tried to subtly figure out when Aster's birthday was, but ended up making him believe that she was hinting that her birthday was coming up. Both of them turned to Stretch for help, who decided to play a little joke, as he called it, and sent them both on a wild goose chase to find gifts. Aster and Alphys discovered the trickery, and confiscated all of Stretch's honey as a revenge. That included his stash at his own home. Stretch took the defeat with grace, as in he pretended he was too low on energy due to honey deprivation and fell asleep on the lab's couch. The others did not mind. Aster mentioned that Stretch was working far too hard and really needed a vacation, though they did still hide all of the honey from him. Apparently, Undertale's Undying was bemused to find a grocery store's worth of it in her closet. Aster moved on to several other escapees and light-hearted topics as Ink laid down, absently petting Daylight as the cat snuggled against his side. In another multiverse, or maybe even multiple multiverses, Aster was one of Ink's dads. He could see it. With all his gear still on his person in case he needed to run, Ink listened to Aster's soothing voice until he fell asleep. Bum. Bum, bum, bum. I don't know how to break it to KJ that we're not probably gonna get Nightmare for a while. I mean, we're getting him in the chapter you read, Beetle. It's okay, I'm falling to sleep for this one off. It had been a long time since Cross had lived in the underground. In the last doomed timeline X-Gaster had seemingly created, X-Frisk had broken the barrier when Cross was a child. This allowed Cross and the others to live on the surface for more than a decade, as everything slowly went to hell. Cross wasn't naive enough to hope that Horatel's surface should be reached. It was even worse off than its underground, to the point where it had been agreed long ago that the barrier should remain intact. Not that any humans would make it down to the underground anyway. The negative imprint Nightmare had left in the ruins would kill them the moment they began to fall into the mountain. Though, now that he thought about it, Cross wondered if Nightmare, or some other force, had intentionally prevented any humans from falling since the time Horror agreed to work for the Guardian of Negativity. Then he started to wonder if there were even any humans left on the surface of Horatel. He cut off that line of thought before he could wonder if a surface even existed in this world, because if Horatel would never reach the point where the monsters get on the surface, was anything even there? Horatel isn't like X-Tail. It isn't the creation of one Gaster with a creator complex. Cross pushed his circling thoughts away and focused on his task. He moved through the cellar of Queen Toriel's castle, checking on the emergency supplies that had been previously gathered. Horatel wasn't in danger of losing power or running out of supplies again, yet, but there was always a chance of the situation deteriorating rapidly. With the news of Nightmare's disappearance privately shared with the Queen and her advisors, Toriel wanted to be prepared this time. Cross closed a large crate filled with preserved fruit and checked the list he was scrawling out. He never really felt like a traitor before, despite the shipments he had been in charge of, but now if someone asked, he could probably say he was one with a straight face. It's a perplexing feeling. He subconsciously brushed his gloved hands over the Deltarune on his replacement silver chestplate, noting how they shook. Cross flexed his fingers a few times, growing more frustrated as they continued to tremble inside. That's a heavy sigh, Dusk commented as he peeked around a stack of crates. Are we out of something already? No, just thinking. Cross busied himself with the next crate. This one was filled to the brim with first aid kits. Thinking's a gamble, Dusk noted. Need any help down there? Cross focused on his task. You should be resting, and you shouldn't be lifting anything yet. Ink healed me up, Dusk reminded him, and even if he hadn't, I'm capable of counting with one hand tied. Cross shut the crate with more force than necessary. What do you want, Dust? Dust shrugged and perched on the top of a crate. Perhaps I noticed that you've been kind of quiet. You're also wearing your guard uniform. I know you have your usual outfit in your bag, so what's up? Cross self-consciously adjusted his new purple cape and scowled darkly. It's nothing. Dust was not impressed. You should know that as Sans speak for is nothing. Damn it! You should know that Sans speak for it's not nothing. You're acting off. And you've been avoiding us by hiding out down here. I know we're not that great at the whole communication thing, but you can do better than that. Cross glowered at him as a silent warning to drop it. He moved to the next crate. This one held more medical supplies. How is Killer holding up? It's KJ! It's KJ. It's KJ.
Hey, where's
Yeah.
my lines?
Where's my lines? I'll pay you another $15. He's been taking the whole corruption is messing with your stages thing pretty well. Actually, it's like he's relieved. You know, he finally has an explanation, so he feels that something isn't his fault for once. Dust's gaze was piercing. You could learn a thing or two from him. Cross slammed the crate shut hard enough that the side cracked. Drop it! No! Dust snapped back. You're isolating yourself. Your lucky Horror's got his own problems keeping him busy, or he'd be down here too. What happened to not asking? Cross hissed through gritted teeth. Horror nearly died. Ink nearly died. Ink found out the boss was lying. Killer found out he is corrupted. The boss found out he is corrupted. Error captured you. We all found out that Ink is the protector. Dust's voice softened. An error hurt you. I was tied up in strings and left alone for the most part, Cross claimed. Dust gave him an incredulous look. Really? You're gonna try that with me? Look, you don't know it, but something happened. It's messed with you. You don't have to deal with it alone. Cross wanted to brush him off and snap at him like he'd done so many times before, after each failed attempt to locate the legendary protector. Dust had always been more interested in his missions. The hindsight that came with its final outcome made Cross look back at Dust's interest more kindly and have yet another realization about himself. Once, Cross had believed Dust was mocking him whenever he asked how his search had gone. Now he understood that Dust was being genuine the whole time. Dust had been trying to connect with Cross and truly wanted him to find the protector. It was Cross who harshly misjudged his intentions and saw gleeful malice there. I'm sorry, Cross said quietly. No problem, Dust replied with apparent laziness. So, what are you apologizing for? I was a jerk. Dust's smile did not fade, but his eyelights were sharp. You're gonna have to be more specific. Cross shoved Dust hard, but he merely chuckled. A careful visual scan of their surroundings showed they were still alone in the storage center, and it wasn't like Horatel Flowey was around to listen in on conversations anymore. So many deaths, so many mistakes, and for what? Ink is the protector, but he can't bring Exhale back, Cross confessed. Well, he can maybe bring back the basic world data, but not the people. Dust's easygoing expression faded completely. Oh, that sucks. That's rough, buddy. A strangled laugh forced itself out of Cross's throat. I spent so long chasing a legend that didn't exist. But he exists, and he still can't undo what I've done. My entire life out here was a waste. I wouldn't say it was all a waste, Dust said unsteadily. Cross winced and gritted his teeth. I didn't mean it like that. Good, Dust said, sounding more clipped than before. He blew out a sharp breath with enough force to make the fabric of his hood move. I don't know your whole past with Xcaster, but I'm guessing his death brought everything else down. Cross nodded tersely. He created my friends with Overwrite and could only revive them with Overwrite. I can't bring them back. I can't fix anything. I murdered my brother and friends, and for what? He turned and angrily kicked the closest crate. It tipped sideways and spilled cans across the floor. Cross watched them roll on the stones for a moment, then swore, hastily picking them up and checking that none of them were dented. Dust silently helped him clean up the mess he made and placed the cans back into the crate. One edge of his red scarf slipped out from beneath his hood, and he absently tucked it back in, gripping the fabric for a moment as he did so. Cross remembered which Sans he was talking to, and wanted to hit himself. Enough with the guilt complex. It's a bad look for you, Dust said dryly. We've all done horrible things for good, bad, and good reasons. I can't say I regret what I did, because I don't think I'd go back and undo it if I could. I already went back. Too many times. Not anymore. I made my choice. Picked my battle, and now I have to live with it. But you're not like me. You killed to try to save everyone in your world. So I don't think I can help you stop regretting. But I'm going to help you because... but I'm gonna help you keep living. Capiche? The replacement purple cape Cross wore felt tight on his neck. I don't deserve... Don't make me call anger and horror, Dust threatened. They will happily prove you wrong. Cross said nothing. Dust picked up a can of green beans and appeared to expect it for damage. Did you know that before Nightmare recruited me, I thought about traveling around to warn other Sanses about their Frisk and Karas? Maybe prep them, you know? So they wouldn't make the same mistake I did. So I could make up for some of my sins. He smiled wistfully. What does it say about me that I'm okay with the family I got? Even with what I did to get it. Cross found that he could imagine Dust doing what he said. Despite Dust's claims, he did feel remorse for what he did to stop Kara and Frisk at long last. He committed those crimes to defeat them and save himself. The worst thing he could do now was refuse to live the life others died for. It was a cruel concept, but they were too far along to show mercy to the past. Maybe you could still do both? Cross found himself saying. We're helping here in Horatel, aren't we? A puzzled crease appeared on Dust's brow as he molded over. Then his face relaxed. Yeah, we are. Huh. Shut up, Paps. The last of the cans were carefully placed back in the crate. Cross sealed it and leaned on its top, staring down at the smooth brown wood beneath his gauntlets. I think I know what Error did. I think he messed with something in X-Gaster's activation codes. Those codes are something that Ink can't detect. You won't notice anything's different. And you know what the worst part is? I can't tell if anything is different either. Don't know what Error did exactly. I just remember pain. I'll show you how it feels, Error had said. Cross had thought he meant something like the pain that came with Error's corruption. But what if Error meant that he was going to show Cross what it was like to lose control? After all, Error had hinted that X-Gaster was the one who finally made him lose himself to the corruption. Ink could manipulate codes, but so could Error. And just because Ink could not currently see or change X-Gaster's leftover codes didn't mean that Error was just as incapable. It was likely that Error had done something that Ink could not detect. Cross was terrified to find out exactly what. Dust watched Cross pensively, unaware of the paranoia, that might not be paranoia, tearing through his mind. Whatever you need, I'm here for you. I know, Paps, I'm trying! I don't know if this is something that you can help with, Cross said honestly, double meaning trapped on his tongue. Something was wrong. It must be, but surely he would not be aware something was wrong, just like when Frisk had manipulated him. But what if this time, this problem, was different? What if he was losing control, and he would know the whole time, yet he would still be unable to stop it? I shouldn't be here. Too bad, you are, and I'm gonna stick around to help anyway, Dust said. He fiddled with the collar of his scarf, and bared his teeth in a grin. Oh, and if you try to do some bullshit running away to protect us, I know Ink will chase you down. I'll join him. Subtly be damned. Cross genuinely did not know that was a good thing. He shouldn't stay. But he did not want to leave. Was that his own desire? Or was something else waiting? Inside him waiting. He anxiously adjusted the replacement purple cape that Ink had painstakingly added shielding codes to, and gestured at another line of crates. Well, if you're gonna stick around, you might as well help me. Start with that crate. It should have lamp oil. Da, 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 da. Okay. I gotta get water.
Water break. Water break.
Is the Benadryl hitting you?
I was joking. I didn't actually take a Benadryl.
Oh, well.
You know, I was joking. Just kidding. Just kidding. I guess I didn't sound sarcastic enough. My bad. I have been like drawing with these paint markers that I bought off of your TikTok shop.
Stop cooling, Rosa.
TikTok shop says Rosa, yeah. I'm not a big fan of them.
The acrylic ones?
Yeah.
They're okay.
They're okay. I'm not a big fan of paint markers in general.
I like them. They do the job.
They do the job.
They do the job.
They do the job.
It took Ink a moment to identify his surroundings when he woke up. It became easier when he recognized daylight's warm weight on his chest. The golden cat rose when Ink stirred and padded out through the cat flap, leaving Ink alone in his room at Chino's. He stared blearily at the clock on the wall, then looked out the window before doing some mental math. He'd been asleep for 17 hours. I didn't help Laura make breakfast, was Ink's first confused thought. He remembered why he hadn't, and why he wouldn't for some time. He then tried not to think about it further. Ink wasn't too surprised that he slept so long. He had used a lot of magic and energy in his attempt to heal Error. At least he had not left himself bedridden for a week this time. Ink checked he had all his gear, exited the room, locked the door, and put the key in one of his sealed pockets before heading downstairs. He half expected to be jumped in the main cafe. He was jumped as he emerged into the main cafe, but not by Error, Nightmare, or the agents of the Mega Timeline. A heavy weight landed on Ink's shoulders, but he kept his balance, tensing to keep his magic from reacting to shield his body. The garish-colored cat unsettled Ink immediately. His unnatural, brightly colored fur should be soothing, but Ink found it concerning. I don't know. I'm getting tired. Instead, Ink could cats smile? Cat monsters could, but Ink was pretty sure that most mundane cats did not smile by showing teeth. Didn't they partially shut their eyes as they smiled? Either way, the colorful cat smiled with teeth as he perched on Ink's shoulders. This must be the one that Chino warned about. Lingo, was it? Hello, Lingo, Ink said awkwardly. Lingo blinked pale pink eyes. His pupils were more like a snake's than a cat's. He adjusted his perch a bit, but the movement seemed awkward, as though he hadn't expected something else to happen instead. Ink watched him move his ears, almost like he was not sure what to do with them. He felt a swell of sympathy for the colorful cat. Lingo was an ambush-prone oddball, but he did not seem dangerous. Ink gently pet his ears. Lingo blinked again, and his sharp smile faded. He nuzzled Ink's hand, leaving Ink to wonder how many other patrons had been put off by Lingo's odd behavior. He also wondered how many had been put off enough to shove the cat away. "It's okay," Ink murmured. "You're safe with me." Lingo gave him a blank look and launched himself off of Ink's shoulder. He raced across the floor and into the back room. A second later, Ink heard an angry yowl that definitely came from the glitch. He supposed it was not his problem, and approached the short line by the counter, keeping a subtle eye on the other patrons. The same Azrael and Papyrus were there, along with several more regulars, though an Undying was also present today. Ink avoided looking at the obvious monarch role Undying, and focused on the maggot? Hastabluke? In front of him. It became magenta. Oh my god. Hastabluke in front of him. It became a little more difficult to remain impassive when the Undying stepped into line behind him, but Sky decided to curl around Ink's feet, distracting him. I need to move, Ink told the cat. As cats often do, Sky did not care about his opinion and refused to leave his new seat. Ink sighed and leaned over, scooping up Sky. Sky found this new arrangement agreeable and nuzzled Ink's chin. Midnight was still by the register when Ink stepped up with Sky in his arms. He did not lift his head, and his breathing seemed rather shallow. Ink hoped he was not sick. He anxiously scanned the menu for the cheaper options and ordered a mocha. Chino told him an amount that he owed this time and leaned over the counter as he accepted the money. "You don't have to pay me in any way," he whispered. "You can stay as long as you need to." Ink's cheeks flushed a vibrant rainbow of colors. He heard the Undying behind him make a sound that could either be one of surprise or even a soft awe. He flushed more and decided then and there that he was getting a scarf as soon as he could, not just to cover the marks on his neck, but so that he could hide his face in it. "Thank you, Chino," Ink mumbled. Chino kept a warm smile as he gently pressed the gold that Ink had given him back into his hands. Sky leapt onto the counter beside Midnight, who finally moved in order to shove him away. Sky landed on his feet and did not seem offended as he clambered up Chino's leg and perched on his shoulder. Ink accepted his mocha and left in a hurry before the monarch Undying finished her order. When he reappeared in Toriel's castle in Horrortail, he shoved the mocha in Killer's face. "What is a mocha?" Killer stared at him, then the cup, then him again, bewildered. It's a type of coffee bean, I think? Or it's coffee and chocolate usually." "Oh." Ink held out the takeout cup again. "You can have this." Ink took the mocha and sipped it, blinking in surprise. "It's good. It's still hot." Ink anxiously tugged at his brown bracelet. He had only been in Horrortail for less than a minute, and it already felt like too long. Not because of the gang, of course, but because of who might be after them. Ink in particular. He tried to tell himself that air would not pop out of the walls to attack, but, well, that was pretty much what happened at the castle from what the gang had told him. It was not a comforting thought. "I could have gotten something for everyone, but then they'd wonder who I was getting it for." "I'm sure you did fine," Killer said hastily. He took another sip and his brow creased thoughtfully. "Wow, this is good." He chugged the rest of the drink and disposed of the cup in a bin. Due to the unreliability of Horrortail's shortcuts, the gang was staying in Toriel's castle in order to avoid the commute there, and to be closer to the core in case something went wrong. Ink was nowhere close to being skilled enough to repair that with codes if it broke down. Killer led Ink to the room that he and Dust were staying in. Horror had a room closer to Paprika's, while Cross insisted on being by himself. None of them wanted to argue with him. Killer announced Ink's return through his communicator bracelet, and the others appeared one by one. Dust and Pats waved amicably while Cross barely looked at Ink before taking a seat at the table by the wall. Ink anxiously scanned him again, but saw nothing amiss in his vials or his codes. His fear that Cross might still leave flared up, but he shoved it aside. He had other things to worry about right now. Horror showed up last. He stared Ink right in the face and silently held out a small bag. Ink hesitantly took it, opened it, and saw the neatly folded clothes within. I got you some pajamas and a copy of that black shirt and pleated brown pants you like, Horror said. We have spare clothes as well. You're gonna be okay. Ink knew he was referring to more than just the clothing. He scrutinized Horror's expression carefully, searching for even the smallest change. Do you really believe that? Horror considered the question seriously. Yes. Ink hesitated for only a moment and brushed a hand over the back of his neck. I would like a scarf to cover these. Do you think Nakarat Jester will have some in stock now? Probably. Horror's gaze was piercing. Do you want a scarf because you want one, or because you want to hide? Both, Ink confessed awkwardly, then pushed on. But also because my brother had a scarf. Dust made a move like he was trying not to look over his shoulder as his fingers closed around the red scarf he wore. Killer stared hard at the wall by the door. Cross gripped the purple cape he wore with his gauntlet-covered fingers. Okay, Horror said quietly. We can go later. Ink mustered a smile for them all. Thank you. He looked to Killer, who purposely avoided looking back. I've recovered. I can heal you now if you want. Killer's eye sockets went wide. He stepped back, gripping the edges of his hood of his jacket. Of the hood of his jacket invisibly tensed! What if it changes me? He blurted. His fingers latched on the edge of his left eye socket, but Ink grasped his hand and guided it away. Killer distracted himself and backed up was it just a distract? Okay, never mind. And backed up a few more steps, but Ink didn't take personal offense. He knew Killer was scared. Oh god, the dyslexia is hitting me hard. It is hitting me hard. It's hitting me like a boulder. That's not what preparing and healing does, Ink reminded him soothingly. Corruption is like a wound. It attacks your codes, your health, and your sense of self. Your corruption isn't as malignant as nightmare and errors, but it still is hurting you. Killer did not move. He did not even blink. We can wait until you're ready, Ink assured him. No! Killer denied with such force that Dust startled. I want it gone. I want to be sure that I'm me. Cross's shoulders went up defensively. Ink took note of his reaction, but mostly focused on Killer as he patiently explained the process for repairing codes and the use of green magic, using terms Killer would understand. Killer followed along well enough, and utterly failed to not appear apprehensive. Are you okay, Cross? Or whispered off to the side. I'm good, Cross mumbled. Stop me if I do something, would you? Horror put a hand on Cross's shoulder. It was more of a show of comfort than a restraint. Restraint. Whatever makes you feel safe. Cross's cheeks flushed, and he avoided Horror's gaze. Do you want to move to the infirmary? Ink asked Killer. Killer violently shook his head. Okay, we can do this here then. Ink smiled encouragingly at Killer, who approached timidly and sat in a chair at Ink's side. Killer continued to fidget, but let Ink place his hands upon the side of his skull, fingers curling by his eye socket. Behind him, Dust tried to lean closer, but Horror grabbed the back of his shirt and pulled him away. Green magic gathered in Ink's hand, and glowed in his eyelids as he seamlessly gazed at Killer's codes. The corruption was so obvious to him now, sticking to Killer's stages like toxic gunk. Ink could not make codes visible to others yet, not like Prism could, but after his practice with Nightmare's magic, the encounter with Error, and Prism's lessons, repairing Killer's codes was comparatively simple. The corruption was, as they expected, connected to Killer's stages, bearing him from stage 1 while encouraging him to go to stages 3 and even 4 with little provocation. Killer did not want to go to stage 3 and 4. He did not want to be afraid of what he could do to the gang or himself. His desire to feel better sang through his codes. The corruption was unable to put up any resistance as Ink smoothly unwound it from the codes and repaired the damage it caused, dissipating the glitches. For a moment, white highlights appeared in Killer's eye sockets. It was only for a second before they vanished again, but Killer laughed. Holy shit! Language! Dust piped up. Oh wait. Language! Dust piped up sarcastically. Sorry, I didn't make him cunty enough. Killer flipped him off, but his face was alight with wonder. I feel What the hell? He blinked in surprise as liquid trickled down his cheeks. It wasn't toxic determination. He hastily scrubbed at his face before anyone but Ink could see it and laughed again. I feel so... Ink silently pulled him into a hug. Killer trembled slightly, then hid his face in Ink's shoulder. The rest of the gang gathered around, and made no comments as Killer struggled to compose himself. Ink was no dream or nightmare, but he could tell what Killer was feeling, even if he was unable to find the words to describe it himself. A dark weight had been lifted from Killer. The pain the corruption had caused him, so obvious in hindsight now, that it was gone. Everything that the corruption had ensnared was now freed, letting Killer react to what he had lost and just regained, allowing him to finally breathe. Ink wished that fixing everything else could turn out just as right. Unfortunately, he knew that healing error and Nightmare's corruption would be much fiercer battles. Time was not on their side. Ink could not stay in Horrortel for long, even though he wanted nothing more than to cook with Horror, read with Dust, train with Cross, and maybe even prank Killer. He wanted to do chores, play games, and look up new words in dictionaries. He wanted to sleep in his bed in the castle, stay in one place, and know he was safe. He wanted to cling to the gang and never let go so they could all pretend things were normal. He wanted Nightmare to come back. But that wasn't meant to be. Not now, not yet. Things had changed. All he could do was move forward. Ink's next stop was in Horrortel Snowdon. Nakara Rat Jester's store had much more stock than last time. Seeing full shelves should be a comfort, but it just reminded Ink that the situation could quickly change if Nightmare did not reappear, and even if he did reappear, it might not be a sign of things getting better. Only Ink and Horror went to the store, leaving Dust and Cross to watch over Killer. For the trip, Ink donned his full Ark outfit once more. He wondered if he should even bother anymore before recalling Nightmare's previous actions to other Horrortel residents. Flowey's death haunted Ink as he carefully ensured his mask would remain in place. As soon as he and Horror entered Nakarat Jester's store, Ink's sight fell upon a display at the back wall and his soul squeezed in his chest. The wall was filled with scarves of different colors, fabrics, and styles. The one that drew Ink's attention was a long brown hooded scarf. It was made of a type of cotton mix, lightweight but sturdy enough that it would not easily rip. The hood was attached by a few buttons that were the same shade as the rest of the fabric. Letting them blend into the scarf and make it appear to be one solid piece. The outside of the hood was brown. Its interior was a light green, like the color on the pinkies inside of Prism's gloves. It was also the color that Ink's eyelights often turned when he used green magic. Ink took the brown hooded scarf off of the display and retreated to the safety of the changing room before he removed his mask and coat. Horror stood guard outside of the door while Ink exposed his face and tried on the scarf. He wrapped it around his neck and took another moment for himself, staring down at his boots so he would not see the mirror just yet. Taking a breath, Ink lifted his gaze and stared at his reflection in the mirror. It was his reflection, not Prism's or Solas's or anyone else's, just him. The brown scarf's tail were long enough that the ends still hung down by the bottoms of Ink's calves after he wrapped it around his neck. The hood hung loosely around his head, but stayed up even when he moved around. The green interior of the hood was clearly visible, contrasting the exterior nicely. The collar was loose around his neck, but thick enough to easily cover the new marks that had been scrawled onto his bones. If Ink wanted to, he could detach the hood and tuck it in the ends to wear the scarf under his shield cloak. He could even wear it hoodless, with his Ark outfit if he wished. Should he risk it? Prism had said the Omega timeline of Ink's multiverse had spied on him. They probably saw his brown scarf. But Ink wanted one. He just wanted a scarf, a brown one, not for any grand reason, just because he wanted it. Ink gripped the collar of the scarf and thought about his brother, and Prism, and Solus, and even Collage. He was not Prism, or any of the other Inks in those other multiverses, but maybe he did not need to be. His fingers rubbed against the hood of the scarf, and his thumb slid over the smooth green fabric on the inside. Ink took the hooded scarf off, put his mask and coat back on, and exited the dressing room. This one. Horror did not question him. He brushed his hand on top Ink's skull and took his purchase to the counter. Nakarat Jester gave them the scarf for a quarter of the ticket price. Their smile was as sharp as ever, yet still optimistic. Ink wondered what they knew. He wondered what everyone in the Horror Tales general public knew about the state of the multiverse and the threats to their world. Ink was determined to make sure no harm came to these people. Whether that threat was a corrupted error, nightmare, the Omega timeline, or Horror Tales glitch code itself. Ink may not be able to fix everything, but he was going to keep helping wherever he could. Killer was holed up in his room. Technically it was his and Dust's room, but Dust wasn't there right now, and Cross was off doing whatever he had been doing since he got to the castle. Ink and Horror were out too, getting the gang's little healer a scarf. Such a minor, mundane thing, but Ink never really asked for anything, so Killer understood Horror's desires to get him one. He understood that desire so well that he kinda wanted to cry. Or maybe he simply wanted to cry, just because he could now. Fully, unabashedly, without shame or any fear that he was going to choke on the darkness pulling around from his eye sockets, Killer did not let himself cry. He was capable, but he did not let it happen. He sat on his bed, in his and Dust's room in Horror Tales Castle, not Nightmare's Castle, not home, and the only risky thing he let himself do was summon his soul and stare at it. Killer's soul remained a target shape, but he knew that if he let it, it would become a heart with a red outline. He could fully return to stage 1. He could be Sans. He was not ready to be Sans. He was not sure he would ever be ready, or would ever want to try to be. Because even if Killer let himself feel, and process, and cope, he would never truly be Sans again. Too much had happened for him to go back to what he was before he was tortured into accepting, Kara's deal. By this point, he very well might have spent longer as Killer than as the Sans he was before Kara encouraged him to try something new. Killer did not know what to do. He did not know how to feel, but he did know one thing. He was more determined than ever to fight. He could not go back. Kinda late and I gotta leave the stream. Alright, bye! Thanks for joining us, Mari. He could not go back. He could not undo what he had done. He was not sure he wanted to, but hell would freeze over before he stopped fighting for the gang. I am Killer. I killed everyone in my underground. I survived Kara. I joined Nightmare's gang. I like pulling pranks. I love chocolate and hate white chocolate. I'm different than I was. I've changed, but I'm still me. The old Killer would have called him sappy and emotional if his past self saw him now. But that past self had been trapped in a cage he had not even known he was inside. Everything was so much clearer now, like a veil of shadows had been lifted from his sight and his soul. He could see, he could feel, he could change. Into what? He wasn't ready to experience. Maybe someday. It was also wonderfully, terrifyingly new and overwhelming all at once. Killer rubbed at his eye sockets, nearly dry, got up, and went to the door of his room, opening it. He did not want the others to think he was moping like Dust and Crosswood. He'd have to prank them in retaliation. Prank, not throw knives at. In hindsight, knife pranks were a bit much for the gang, but maybe not for their enemies. And maybe Cross. Heh. Think of someone, and they will appear. Killer nearly ran into Cross the moment he stepped out of his door. He halted, unable to stop a snide grin as he noticed Cross was still wearing that guard outfit of his. Are you ever gonna change, or do you just sleep in that? Cross said nothing. His white eyelight stared briefly at Killer before he turned away. I'm fine. Killer raised an eye ridge at him. I didn't ask. That is something KJ would say. Damn it. He really is Killer Sans. I didn't ask. Damn it. He trailed off as Cross swept down the hall without another word. Killer watched him go, his smirk shifting into a puzzled expression. He could see more clearly, all right, and he could clearly see that something was wrong with Cross. It was a beautiful, clear day in Underswap. Not a single cloud drifted across the wide expanse of blue, leaving the sun to make its journey alone, burning and bright. The heat was not uncomfortable, but it did not need to be for Dream to shift constantly in his chair on Blue's back porch. No matter how he sat, one dull pain or another nipped at his bones, keeping him in a constant state of agitation. The sweet bird saw in a distant buzzing of the lazily flying bumblebees didn't drown out the prickling energy in Dream's bones, like the warning before lightning struck. Dream nervously looked in through the back window to see Blue trying to steal a closed bottle of honey from Stretch, insisting it was for Dream's tea. Dream did not particularly feel like drinking tea, and he doubted it would help his scratchy throat much. He just felt awful. There was no denying it or downplaying it this time, especially not to Blue. Dream felt genuinely sick and feverish, like his bones were made of prickly wax that was slowly melting in the gentle sunlight. Every once in a while, a twinge of pain would tear through his chest, so sharp and sudden that he had to grip the arm of his chair so he would not reach for his sternum. He had felt like this for a few days now, and he had no idea why. The chair Dream sat in was a rocking one, so he rocked back and forth. It was better than standing in place and shaking. The rocking movements were too quick to be relaxing, something Blue would notice upon his return. Dream was too anxious to stop. He took a shaking breath and wiped sweat from his brow, trying to understand how he could feel like he was burning and freezing all at once. Dream needs a spa day. I love the Dream decaying scenes. He's literally decaying like an old man. So true, he's literally in a rocking chair. Another jolt of pain tore through his chest. He wrapped his arms round himself and hunched over so far that his forehead nearly touched his knees. Something is horribly wrong, Dream whispered. The sky did not hear his warning. It remained ignorantly clear. I'm not ready for this one, Beetle. I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Oh dear.
I'm not ready for this one.
You're not ready. I gotta read it.
I know, but I made the animatic for it. I'm not ready for it. I'm not ready. I'm scared.
Well, and that's when the stream ended.
And that's where we're gonna end it today.
Oh, I'm blind.
What? What happened?
There's a monster tab on my carpet, like really far away in my room, and I was scared because I thought it was a roach, which makes no sense. I have never had roaches in this house.
I was about to say, what? Because I've been to your house totally before.
Oh yeah, totally.
I was there last week.
Rosa comes over. Rosa comes over for real.
Yeah. And your mom loves me. And I love her. We're dating.
Yeah.
In case you didn't know.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Heavy trigger warnings for emotional and physical abuse. This gets dark. Like I'm not being light here, guys. It's gonna be bad.
It's gonna be bad.
There's a lot of description of injury as well. Just be cautious when we're reading this. Well, when Beetle's reading this chapter.
No,
Also, you know what's really cool? The chapter is called "The Fight for Survival," and literally in the animatic I made, it's like we do what we have to survive. Is one of the lyrics. Because I'm such a fucking genius.
Me, I get it.
Okay, Beetle,
I get it.
take it away.
I'm already sad. Okay. All right. Cross set a notebook filled with paper scrap bookmarks on the table and sat down, posture straight and jaw set as he considered the others. As he considered the others sat around the small table in Dust and Killer's temporary room. What's the problem we're starting with? Ink finished his passive scan of Killer, satisfied that the corruption that had clung to his stages was truly gone. He did a similar scan of Dust's recently healed arm and kept his silence, waiting for the others to give their piece. His scarf, minus the hood, which was tucked into his satchel, was around his neck. Its ends were folded in so they did not hang out of the bottom of his brown coat. Is Arrow going to attack us again? Dust asked. I blocked Arrow from Horrortail, but I'm going to meet with him to tell him that I have a plan to heal him, Ink responded. He raised his hands in front of him, signaling a stalling motion to quiet their protests. Please don't try to tell me I shouldn't help him. He's the way he is because of the corruption. Helping him will help everyone. Unless it gives him his clarity back and makes him a better destroyer, Dust muttered doubtfully. Dust. Ink did not blame him for his... Ooh. Dubbity? Rosa, help.
Where?
What?
Where?
Ink did not blame him for his... I really want to know how to say this word now. Dubbity?
I think it's Dubbity.
Dubbity, yeah. He checked the additional bag he had filled earlier, and with Paprika's enthusiastic help, as he replied, Air's not a saint, but he shouldn't suffer. Leaving those that deserve it is one of the reasons for this whole mess. Nothing will change if things keep going as they've been. Ink knew his stance would be unpopular. He could practically see how horror held his tongue, likely so he would not say that he did not want Ink anywhere near her. The gang had been exposed to the Destroyer's evils for much longer than Ink had. Plus, he had just captured and hurt Cross. That was not a good foundation to build any type of trust or willingness to assist. What if he hurt you? Horror asked bluntly. What if he hurts you? Horror asked bluntly. Ink spoke plainly in return. If he tries to hurt me, I will defend myself. Cross winced. What happened was not your fault, Ink reminded him. I know that's easier to say to other people than to accept yourself, but it's true. Cross avoided looking at him. Dust seemed smug, but even he had a downward turn to his mouth. None of the gang were convinced or happy, but they did not try to dissuade Ink further. Nightmare probably would have argued by focusing on how Ink was helping another enemy of the gang's, but perhaps he would have ordered him to stay away anyway. Sorry. Stay away. I've lost where I was. Nightmare would have argued both things.
Stayed away from him, Eric.
Stay away from air. I don't know why I said anyway. That's probably why I got mixed up. But Nightmare was not here, and Ink was not asking for the others' opinions this time. He was telling them what he would do. Air needed to be healed. I'm also worried that the boss is going to show up as completely corrupted and hunt me down like Air did, Ink confessed. I have no idea why he's staying away or where he could be. Can you do that thing that Air can do to hunt people? Dust asked awkwardly, like he wasn't completely sure he was asking the right question. Paps had a similarly confused tilt to his shadowy skull. I don't really know how Air tracks people's codes across the multiverse. Prism tried to explain, but it's complicated. I can sometimes do it inside individual AUs, but I'm nowhere near multiversal yet. Maybe the boss meant into Dreamtale. Dust suggests. Ink hesitated. I could check it out. I hope the boss is sulking. Killer blurted. He slumped in his chair and dragged a hand down his face. The black marks beneath his eye sockets were thin enough that they could be mistaken for drawn lines. What are the chances that he's not going to be himself when he shows up? Overwrite is what caused Eric to corrupt so horribly, Cross said tersely. Maybe Nightmare won't be so badly off. Nightmare's corruption is more subtle than that, though, Ink noted. It's so entwined inside him that he thought it was a part of himself. Not to mention that with what happened to Horror, it could already take control without him remembering what he did. There was an uncomfortable silence as the gang remembered why Ink had fled from the castle in the first place. Killer shifted, features set into a hard expression, and Ink wondered if he thought he could mask his remorse for his part in the murders. He could not tell if Killer was remorseful that he had killed those bystanders on Nightmare's orders, likely not, or he was remorseful for betraying Ink's trust by doing it, more likely. Killer himself probably did not know either. He had a lot more access to emotions, thoughts, and the abilities to sort through them now that his stages did not overwhelm him whenever he became overly stressed or emotional, but sometimes his own head still remained a mystery to him. Don't go to Dreamtale alone, Ink. Cross's order was more of a plea. If the boss is corrupted and violent, we have a fight. If he's corrupted and pretending, one of us might be able to see the signs, and if he's not corrupted, we might be able to convince him we can help. Dust slouched in his chair, seemingly at ease, but his fingers tugged anxiously at the fabric of his scarf. We go as a group then. If we do have to fight the corruption, Boss's touch might be even more fatal. Crosses mentioned. Maybe even the air around him will be. We might not have the time to realize before we're dust. I can try to contain that kind of aura, Ink offered tentatively. I don't think I can stop his direct touch from being deadly, but Prism mentioned techniques to alter the codes in the air. Let's not worry about that yet. Cross abruptly changed subjects to a strain to his voice. We have to talk about the supplies. Dust made a face. Ink anxiously noted their reactions. What are you most worried about? We're missing the parts to repair the core if it goes down. Core mumbled, voice slurring. He was so quiet that he was almost inaudible even to Ink's sharp hearing. Ink scanned Horror's vitals, but although his soul beat was rapid and his breathing was sharp, it wasn't to an overly concerning level. His soul sank. Is it at risk of failing? Not yet, Cross said grimly. But it's too close, and with our luck, it just might. The lights flickered, everyone froze in place, staring at the ceiling and specifically at the bulbs that remained illuminated. Horror pulled his hood up. Ink and Dust glanced at each other and simultaneously moved their chairs closer to his, leaning against his side. Horror's breathing stuttered and slowed down. Thanks. Dust hummed and kept leaning against his side. Ink also kept contact with him. Where can we get replacement parts? Cross appeared to glare down at his crossed arms, or maybe he was glaring at the Deltarune emblem on his guard armor. Market tail. The more dangerous part, most likely. Great! I've always wanted to go there, 'cause it sounds fun, Ink said sarcastically. He glanced up at the lights in the room again. They glowed steadily, for now. Then when should we go? Cross's eyelids flicked from Horror to the lights as well, as soon as possible. I'm going to Air first. We don't need him chasing us through Market Tail. Ink pushed his chair up and stood up. If I'm not back in an hour, come after me. Horror made as if to grab onto his arm, only to stop himself. He aimlessly moved his hand in the air a bit before gripping his own upper arm. Ink, I'll be okay, Ink said. He sounded a lot more confident than he felt. I'll fight to defend myself, remember? I promised. You did? Don't hesitate to kick Air's ass, Dust encouraged. He paused and whipped around to stare at Paps in disbelief. I can't believe that Ink is the one that stands a chance against the Destroyer. I could stab Hair, Killer muttered. Please don't. Ink declined. No, that's not a challenge. Killer shrugged. Ink gave him one last warning look before he addressed the room at large. 1 hour. He opened a portal, took a breath, and stepped through. The white emptiness of the anti-void was less of a shock than last time. There were too many glitch codes in the air for it to be back there. Ink took a moment to focus on breathing, soothing himself with the textures of his clothes and the colors he could see. They were real. His memories were real. It was all real. He could leave. You have this. Once he was calm enough, Ink made his way to Air's strings. Just like last time, Air stood in place watching Ink as he approached, without a hostage hanging over them. Ink found it easier to keep some semblance of tranquility. Hi, Air. Ink greeted him quietly. I promised I'd be back. Ink. Air's voice was much clearer than last time. The damage to his skull was the same as when Ink left, but it meant that it had not deteriorated again after his healing session. That gave Ink hope. Though Prism's comments about passcodes kept him from being overly optimistic. I'm sorry I took so long. I found someone who taught me more about coding and other protector things. Ink looked around the desolate anti-void again and hesitated. Have you been here the whole time? Air nodded. Have to stay. Can't leave. I'll destroy more. Ink knew he was right. Okay. He gathered his courage and made himself speak. Do you think you could listen to something upsetting without becoming angry? To his surprise, Air nodded firmly. He raised his hands and strings wrapped around his arms as the other end attached to the ones on the ceiling. Seeing him restrain himself made Ink's soul ache, even as some part of him felt touched that Air was determined not to harm him this time. Ink braced himself to block an attack or to dodge, just in case. Here's the deal. I need to repair you outside of the anti-void, but first I need your passcode in order to access your core codes and expel the corruption. Passcodes? Air's face fell, and he clenched his teeth so hard that Ink could hear him scraping together. Don't remember. Air's strings slipped away as he sat down and pulled his hood further over his head. Ink did not tell him about Chino. That would be a bad idea if Air tries to seek him out himself. Or, if, even more concerningly, the corruption whispered that Chino was another threat that needed to be eliminated. Ink crouched beside Air and put a hand on his shoulder. I might have a way to figure it out, but I'm not going to give up on you, so don't give up on yourself, okay? Air peered at him from beneath the shadow of his hood. His eyelights were too dull for his stare to be menacing. Ink really wanted to give him a hug, but he was not sure if it would be welcome, so he smiled instead. Some of the light returned to Air's eye sockets. Okay. Ink settled right beside Air and pulled his additional bag into his lap. Since you're going to be here, I brought some things for you to do so you have something to do. There's games and some books, and he checked the bag he and Paprika had packed. I found some knitting patterns. Air stared at him, unblinking. He was so close that Ink could feel the corruption seething in his codes. Without warning, Air's hand snapped up, latching onto the collar of Ink's brown scarf. He gripped the fabric tightly, and Ink could feel the tips of his fingers and thumbs pressing against the side in front of his neck. Ink remembered a cool tentacle wrapping around his throat and repressed a shudder. Keeping eye contact with Air, Ink slowly reached up and grabbed his wrist with his left hand. Stop. You are in control.
This isn't you.
I'm sorry, you've been so quiet this whole time.
This isn't you. This isn't you.
This isn't you.
Error.
God. Error. That scared me so bad. Where was I? Where was I? Stop. You are in control. Air kept staring, his gaze sharp and predatory. Then he blinked, and Ink saw his eyelight shift from a thinner, snake-like slit to a rounder shape. One by one, his fingers lifted and he released Ink, pulling away. Sorry. I know it's difficult, but keep fighting, Ink said, because he would not say, it's okay. It wasn't okay for Air to threaten him any more than it was okay for Nightmare to. We're going to figure this out. I believe in you. Air hid under his hood again. He was picking through the different knitting patterns when Ink had to leave. It was difficult to judge an hour in a place like the Antivoid, but Cross and the others did not charge in with blasters blazing, so it must not have been too long. Cross was agitatingly pacing across Horror's room when Ink returned to Horrortail. The gang's undeniable relief when he emerged from his mirror-like portal made his guilt well up all over again. They were not built for dealing with multiversal threats like Air. If Ink was in trouble, there was only so much they could do to assist him. It was a sobering thought and strengthened Ink's resolve to help Air without putting himself into harm's way. As much as he was able, anyway. His bag... I skipped a sentence. In Horror's room, Ink placed his Arc outfit in his bag and changed into his shield attire, for what felt like the first time in ages. Once everything was in its place, he stared at himself in the mirror. He should probably remove the brown scarf that he'd tucked beneath his purple cloak, or get a different one for shield, but he wanted to see that brown color. Plus, it covered the scars and marks on his neck. Ink touched the soft fabric of the scarf with his fingertips and thought of the hood portion that was in his satchel. Maybe I won't have to hide at all one day. I'll wear my scarf whenever I want, however I want, no matter what I'm doing. He smiled wistfully at his reflection.
Trans allegory? Maybe?
Oh, whoa! Isn't that such a silly, wonderful dream? Dream. Where am I? Oh. Ink emerged from Horror's room. Horror wasn't there, but Cross, Killer, and Dust were. He guessed Horror was with Toriel or Paprika, and moved forward with the next step of their plan.
I was about to say you cut. Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, Beetle.
I'm ready. Are we sure we should use a token? Our cover is even more important now that some of our usual supply routes are inaccessible. We don't appear to enter through the multiverse gate in Market Tail. They'll notice, Cross reminded him. He pulled in at the edge of his new purple cape, adjusting the top of his neck as he grimaced in discontent. He studied Ink carefully and frowned deeper. Bracelet, Ink. Ink glanced at the thin brown band on his wrist and bit his lip. What if we're separated? What if you're searched? Cross countered. Then the bracelet should look like a normal bracelet, hopefully. Though hopefully was not a guarantee. Ink reluctantly removed the bracelet. He was debating whether to put in his small satchel or in the hidden section that held his art outfit. When Killer stepped up to him. He plucked at the bracelet from Ink's hand and pulled at the collar of his coat, attaching the bracelet around his scarf near the back. There, Killer said. It's hidden by the fabric and it looks like it's holding the scarf in place. Is it touching you? Ink nodded. Good. It should still work. Killer pulled Ink's hood back, brushing his hand over his skull as he did so. In a voice so soft that Ink could hardly hear it, he whispered, Keep an eye on Cross. Ink nodded again, sharper this time. Killer stepped back beside Dust, who'd been observing them with a bored expression. Without warning, Killer plucked the token from Cross's hand and examined it, ignoring his annoyed squawk. Are we sure this is going to send you to the right place? Yes, Cross said with a hint of frustrated exasperation to his voice. I said it. Killer hummed and handed the token back. Just checking. It's weird to use these without the boss. Cross turned away with a grumble. Behind him, Ink saw Killer's hands go into his pocket. Killer held out his hand and Ink took it, waving goodbye to Dust, Paps, and Killer with his free hand. They waved back as Cross activated the token. Their reappearance in Market Tale was as smooth as the last time Ink's visited. Cross briefly froze as they stepped out into the multiversal gate, and Ink patted his arm, drawing his attention away from the massive crowds. He almost asked if Cross was okay before he remembered that Shield wasn't a talker. Ink hoped his reassuring smile conveyed the message instead. The panicked alarm faded from Cross's highlights, and he nodded curtly. Let's go. They joined the crowd. Even though Cross was at his side, Ink felt more nervous about entering Market Tale than he did the first time. Maybe because the last time he knew he could return to the castle if things got rough, and he did not know there was a bounty to bring Arkan alive. This time there was only Horrortail. Horrortail was pretty well defended, but it was not home. They headed into the open streets, and Ink immediately noticed the atmosphere was different than last time. Market Tale had never been an overly friendly place, but it had never felt overly hostile. People did not mingle freely, instead sticking close to their individual groups. Everyone hurried in their destinations as they eyed monsters around them with suspicion. The only people who smiled were some of the shop owners. More accurately, their mouths smiled. Their eyes did not, as they observed their surroundings with sharp, wandering gazes and their attack magic humming just below the surface. Cross did not need to tell Ink to stay close. They went straight into the mechanical parts store Ink had shopped the last time he visited. Scowling Mech Guy's scowling expression was harsher than Ink remembered. It eased when he spotted Ink, but came right back when he saw Cross. Hey, Shield, who's this? I'm his brother, Card, Cross introduced shortly. Ink tapped his hand, giving him a pointed look. Cross made a face but forced his shoulders to relax. Shield told me you. Oh. Told me about you. I could read. It's good to see that you're still alive. Likewise, Mech Guy said. Most would take his tone as sarcastic, but he seemed to genuinely mean it. What do you two need? Ink handed him the list. Scowling Mech Guy scanned it and lived up to his nickname. Core components, huh? I don't know those. I don't have those parts, but I don't want to deal with the competition. You have to go to Gerson's and Waterfall. You're kidding, Cross said flatly. Ink saw how his fist clenched and trembled with tension. I'm not, Mech Guy retorted bluntly, but not completely unsympathetically. I'm guessing you know how dangerous that part of Market Tale is. I've heard rumors, Cross said. He pulled out the small bag that hung from a chain around his neck that had most of their gold. Mech Guy shook his head and made a dismissive gesture before Cross could put any of it on the counter. You don't need to pay me for information. Customers are useless if they're dead, and your little bro helped me out. His scowl softened, and he gave Ink a brief smile before his grim look returned. Here's what you need to know. Firstly, you want to summon a weapon and wear it openly in Waterfall. Your shield will work, Shield. I don't know what your brother has. Knives, Cross confirmed. Mech Guy did not look confirmed. Mech Guy did not look surprised. Secondly, if anyone tries to stop you, say you're going to Gerson's. Waterfall is a violent hellhole, but Muffet, Grillby, and their people know to leave Gerson and his customers alone. He survived this long for a reason, and he doesn't appreciate it if someone interferes with his business. Both Ink and Cross acknowledged his advice with a nod. Thirdly, be prepared for Gerson to ask you items along with gold, especially items that have personal value to you. Also, be prepared for him to make some dark jokes, to make you uncomfortable or to throw you off. Don't agree to do any favors for him. That's an easy way to get you into debt. Cross made a face. Got it. Thanks for the advice. Scowling Mech Guy nodded curtly. Don't end up at the bottom of the river. Ink tried not to look too apprehensive. River Person's ferry waited for them on the outskirts of Hotland. They had no reaction when Cross stated their destination was Waterfall. The river person's features were completely hidden by their cloaks, so they could be giving the travelers pitying looks or smiling wickedly for all Ink knew. Though considering the anatomy of some monsters, it could be that they were their cloak. An interesting thought. Ink and Cross stepped onto the boat and River Person departed from the dock. Cross stayed near the bow while Ink lingered near the stern, watching the water ripple in their wake. River Person hummed softly and whispered as they guided the boat over the smooth, flowing water. Ink absently listened to their murmurs as the heat of Hotland shifted into cooler colors and temperatures. Tra-la-la, I go anywhere the river flows, hot or wet or cold. Tra-la-la. Have you ever heard the river sing? Lately it's been screaming. Tra-la-la. Bright colors can be so beautiful when you see them. Just make sure you don't go blind. Tra-la-la. Wait, bright colors can be so beautiful when you see... Oh, no. Anyway. The riverbed is made of dust. Tra-la-la. An offered hand can become a close fist. But a closed fist can become an offered hand. Tra-la-la. Remember to take a break. Everyone needs a break. Tra-la-la. Beware of the traitor in your midst. Beware of the shadows of the lunar eclipse. Ink jumped, whirling around to stare at the river person. Their hood faced forward and they continued to hum to themselves as they steered the boat down the river. Cross sat near the bow of the boat, still scanning the riverbank for any potential threats. He had not reacted to the river person's words. Had he tuned out their murmuring and not heard them? Tra-la-la, the river person hummed. The waters are violent today. Bad luck. The waters looked smooth to Ink, though the river had slowly gained a gray tinge, becoming clouded. Ink pretended that it was because of the gray silt for his own peace of mind. He forced himself not to make a sound as he hid his shaking hands in his cloak. River persons were known for their cryptic statements and warnings. He should not be surprised that one alluded to his traitorous conversation with the star stanzas. Oh, what was that? Ink anxiously looked at Cross and pulled his purple hood further over his face. Market Tail's waterfall was unlike any that Ink had seen or heard of before. Many of the cave's walls were carefully carved out, resulting in the appearance of a city built straight into the landscape. Any who hoped to overhear a conversation through the echo flowers were out of luck, as the paved streets were filled with customers and clients. Unlike in a majority of alternate universes, Waterfall was not a serene location in Market Tail. It was another full, bustling, and dangerous city. It kept its beauty, but that beauty was sharp and dangerous, like crystalline spikes that promised to cut anyone that got too comfortable around them. Ink had a bad feeling that Bluke Acres and their snail farm did not exist here anymore. Many monsters who wore their hoods up to block the sprays of water from the river to hide their faces. It gave them all an eerie and disconnected vibe that was enhanced by the presence of weapons on their person. Not everyone's faces were completely covered, though. A cloaked customer and a weapons dealer openly watched Ink and Cross step off the river person's ferry. The moment Ink and Cross's feet were on the stone ground of Waterfall, they were accosted by three monsters. A definitely ex-Royal Guard 2, a dogressa with a scar down her left cheek, and a slightly melting monster that might be a partial Reaper bird amalgamate, casually approached. Ink knew on sight that none had originated from this AU. He forced himself not to adjust the wrapped collar of his brown scarf behind his cloak. Hey! The ex-Royal Guard greeted them. Welcome to Waterfall. Where are you headed, bros? Gerson's, Crosses said shortly. The three made excuses and backed off immediately. Ink felt their eyes on his and Cross's back as they made their way up the path to Gerson's shop. The area around the cave was noticeably untouched, leaving Ink to wonder if its lack of upgrades was simply because no one dared to set up property near the location. He and Cross entered the small cave to see only a meager display of items behind the counter. Ink knew without a doubt that the wall behind it was fake, and behind that was much more of Gerson's stock. Whoa, travelers! Gerson greeted them. His gaze drifted over Cross and locked onto Ink. What are you selling? Cross shifted his stance so Ink was partially behind him. We're interested in buying. What are you looking for? Gerson questioned. Ink handed Cross the list and Cross held it out to Gerson. Gerson made a sharp move like he'd gone to grab Cross's wrist, and he flinched back. Gerson plucked the paper from his hand with a short cackle and scanned it idly. Core parts, huh? Tricky, tricky. I don't have any in this stock. You're going to have to come back when I get the next shipment. When does your next shipment come in? Cross asked testedly. Gerson grinned at him. When it comes in. Cross took a calming breath. Can you give me an estimate? A week? A few days? A month? When it comes in, Gerson repeated, a cheeky grin on his face. Fine. How will I know when it comes in? Cross asked through gritted teeth. Gerson held up a slip of gray paper. Ink saw hints of magic on it that reminded him of the bracelet wrapped around his scarf. I'll use this to alert you. Cross reluctantly took the paper. How much gold will it cost us? No gold, Gerson said dismissively. I'll take the healer in exchange. It took a moment for the request to register. I can't help it. In Ink's mind. When it did, he stood up rooted on the spot, still unable to fully process what he had heard as a chill went up his spine. Cross reacted much better than he did and scoffed. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't have a healer. Yes, you do. He's right there. Gerson's round yellow eye locked into Ink's again, sharp and cold. You'd think I wouldn't recognize a healer when I saw one. I was in the war. You got that look about you, kiddo. He reached over the counter towards him, but Ink hastily stepped back. Cross got between them, clenching his fist so he did not reach for his knives. I'm not paying for parts for my brother. Oh, I wouldn't. I know you wouldn't. What? Oh, I know you won't, Gerson said.
What is happening with you?
I'm having a stroke.
You're not even halfway done, Beetle.
I know! I'm nervous.
You need to lock in.
No, I know, I'm trying. Sorry, Rosa, it's almost as if I have a stutter and can't read.
I do as well! It's not an excuse. Lock in. You're telling me to
My bad.
telling that to someone who also has a fucking stutter and also can't read and has dyslexia. Shut up! Get to reading. Lock in.
I'm sorry. Oh, I know you won't, Gerson said pityingly, like he was speaking to a small, ignorant child instead of a fully grown monster. You might not be that desperate yet, but you will be. How many monsters are relying on you to keep the core running? We all know what happened to Horrortail. We're leaving, Cross said abruptly. He held onto Ink's arm and pulled him forward from the counter, keeping himself between Ink and the vendor despite Ink carrying his shield. Gerson's cold expression was replaced by a wide grin. He cackled. I refused to do his stupid-ass laugh. Just like Blue. I haven't seen such an outraged expression in years. Both Ink and Cross watched him in dumbfounded confusion, and some disgust as he laughed. He noticed their faces, and his grin only widened further. Don't get your twist in a cape. Twist in a cape. Don't get your cape in a...
Oh my god. Beetle.
I'm sorry. I'm really trying.
I know you are, but like, are you okay? Are you having a seizure?
I'm fine.
Are you good?
It's hard.
Don't get your twist in a cape.
I know. That
Such a
one was
hard
bad.
sentence.
I know. Don't get your cape in a twist, Sansy boy. Gerson mocked. What a sentence.
How does Gerson laugh again? Why didn't you say it?
He goes, wah ha ha.
Wah ha ha.
But like, think of it in like that fucking raspy old man voice is how I imagine it. Wah ha.
Dude, he's gonna start having like a coughing fit and he's gonna die.
Yeah, literally.
In the middle of his laugh. Help him, help him.
Grandpa. Oh, good. Oh, no! Peepaw Gerson. Cross's teeth remained bared in his... Sorry, I had to take a second to read that sentence.
Also, you skipped a bunch of sentences.
Did I?
Because you were at "Don't get your cape in a twist, Sandy boy," and I made fun of you, and you're like, "I'm trying."
Oh yeah, you're right. I did like skip like 2 whole paragraphs.
It's been
My bad.
2 seconds, and I just made fun of you. Beetle.
What if you're the one distracting me? Anyway.
I haven't spoken! I've actually been the most quiet I've ever been when you read. And it's made it worse!
That wasn't even a joke, Cross said tightly. That was just horrible. Anything could be a joke if you lighten up. Gerson's grin became smug, and we both know you're gonna need those core parts, kiddo. Cross's teeth remained bared in a snarl. What do you actually want, then? A healer. Gerson crept his wide grin and ignored the aggressive sound Cross made. I have an old injury, been acting up. Heal it? Give me... Whoa! Is that...
Whoa!
What number is that?
Whoa!
They didn't add commas, so I have to
think
look
it's-
at this.
I think it's like 1 million?
1,500,000
Yeah.
G? That's unacceptable.
It's core
Hello.
parts.
That's true. Oh, fuck, you're right. It is core parts. Kind of important. Still.
Acting like we live in the world.
I know.
It's
I'm
core
feeling
parts,
stinky
Beetle.
right now, being like, damn, is it really that worth it?
Don't you know? Core parts are so expensive in the multiverse. We
Oh
had to
my
buy them
God.
last week.
Yeah, literally, just last week. We just went to the core store. Fuck.
We went to Gerson's store. I almost found out that Luan's a fucking healer and almost grabbed them from me.
For real.
Luckily, that didn't happen.
Almost sold KJ for core parts.
Honestly, I would have done it, but, you know, they wanted Luan. Luan would
And I'll
be angry.
reconsider the parts paid for. I'll consider the parts paid for. Yeah, of course they're paid for. You just asked for 1 million G and to be healed. Fucking... Alright. That sounded expensive, but these were rare parts. Yeah,
Sounded
exactly.
expensive. It's $1 million
Yeah.
fucking dollars. Okay, little rich kid. You're like rich kid showing ink. Holy shit.
He's only lived in a castle, okay?
Oh my god.
Oh. He's used to fine dining and living. Ink met Gerson's yellow gaze uncertainly, and had the sinking feeling that if they said no, many more monsters would learn that a Sans in a purple cloak was a healer. It would not matter if word spread that S.H.I.E.L.D. was still capable of green magic or not, they'd become very interested in him. Cross understood the same implications. His eyelights burned with a repressed anger that was so violent that Ink thought he was a purple shade. He saw a purple shade in his eyelights. He can't heal your eye. Good thing it's not what I wanted him to do, then, Gerson replied. He raised his right arm a little, bending it at the elbow, and rolled his shoulder. My shoulder's here. It's my shoulder here. I can't swing my warhammer like I used to. Help an old monster out.
You cut out, Beetle. You cut out.
Where was I?
You were like, help an old monster out. And then you went silent. Like you died.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Well, because I immediately started yelling at you.
Would you, kiddo? Ink did not want to be within reaching distance of Market-Tail Gerson, but he could not deny a request for healing. Cross put a hand on Ink's shoulder and stopped him from stepping forward. If he heals you, you won't tell anyone he's a healer, that he's capable of green magic, or anything about him. I don't like sharing, Gerson commented, so I accept those terms. Trusting Cross to save his back, Ink stepped up to Gerson, who might have winked. It was difficult to tell since he only had one eye. Ink ignored him for the most part and did a few scans, noting the inflammation in his shoulder. Despite Gerson's claim, the injury was not old. In fact, it had been given to him within the last week. He must have gotten in a fight recently. Without proper care, it could easily affect Gerson's ability to use that arm for the rest of his life. Ink did not understand why Gerson hadn't gone to a hospital for treatment. Then he remembered what world Gerson was living in and supposed others would take advantage of his weaknesses to try to take his territory for themselves. Healing the injury was easy enough, maybe too easy, because Ink saw Gerson's eye widen with shock as his arm mended. Though he quickly hid his surprise, Ink wasn't in the mood for mind games, so he did not bother slowing down the healing session or pretending to struggle like most healers probably would. If Gerson kept his word, it should not be a problem. You really do have that look to you, Gerson commented. You remind me of one of my medic buddies in the war. He was a good healer, kind, gentle, determined to help. He smiled, showing the gaps of his teeth. The humans killed him first. They purposely targeted him, in fact. In alternate universes, that would be considered a war crime these days. Then again, many humans don't see monsters as people. But many monsters don't see other monsters as people either, do they? Ink said nothing, merely kept a wary eye on the unpredictable shopkeeper. Gerson's wild grin faded and he planted his hand atop Ink's skull. Keep yourself safe, kiddo. Once the final discussions about the shipment were made, Cross and Ink could not leave Gerson's shop quickly enough. They took a moment out of sight of the main street to gather themselves, rattled by the elderly monster. I got cut off. I was drowning.
Okay.
I was trying to hold it back. What the funk was that? Cross muttered. He blinked in puzzlement. Ugh, it does rub off on me. Fucking shell. Shed? Rad? Ink's confusion. Ugh. Sorry. Sorry.
You have to read him. You have to read. Do you want me to read Fresh's parts for you? So you don't. Do you want me to read Fresh's parts for you so you don't have to say his dialect?
Would you do that for me, Rosa Cooling?
I would do that for you because I love you so much, Beetle.
Honestly, I could probably just do it.
Okay.
It looks like he doesn't talk that much, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. I'll see.
Okay.
I'll see for you. Ink's confusion did not last long. Rather abysmal self-preservation instincts were already on high alert due to Gerson's joke, and it easily put together what the new threat was. Ink's expression went lax with horror as his battered soul began a frantic sprint in his ribcage. Cross grabbed his hand and ran. There were too many people lined up at River Person's boat for them to make an escape that way, and with how things in Marketel operated, Ink would not be surprised if some stanzas had managed to turn Marketel's shortcuts into a cutthroat business of their own. Cross's gaze frantically roamed the busy streets, searching for dangerously bright colors in the horde of dark cloaks and muted shades. He gritted his teeth, gripping the handle of his knife with his hand, and Ink knew he was debating the risks of leaving Marketel through a portal instead of the official channel. Sorry. Even without the threat of their identities being discovered hanging over them, the authorities would not take kindly to someone leaving Marketel through a self-made portal. Funk! Cross hissed. I'm sorry. He pulled Ink into an alley that undoubtedly had several cameras set up by Marketel's Alfies. Cross spun towards the entrance of the alleyway, flinging the barrage of purple-tinged bone attacks at random, and several went flying into the rocky walls. Ink heard a crunch of breaking glass and realized he'd purposely targeted the cameras along with their pursuer. They did not stick around to see if Fresh had been hit. Cross sliced open a portal and they ran through. Their feet hit grassy ground and he flinched, clenching his teeth as his eye sockets shut tight. Ink scanned him, sensing no injuries, and squeezed his hand reassuringly. Cross's eye sockets snapped open, revealing white eyelights. I can protect you. I can protect you. I'm a guard. That's my job. I can protect you. He kept up the mantra as they fled into another alternate universe. They went through 25 AUs to hopefully get Fresh off their trail. Cross swore for almost 5 full minutes before he accepted that Fresh was gone and opened a portal to Horrortail. The others were waiting for them in the entrance hall of Toriel's castle. Fucking hell. Cross spat and kept on swearing. Cross froze in place, failing to hide his worried expression as he scratched at the broken edge of his skull. How did it... Ink stepped forward and clung to him. Horror immediately stopped picking at his skull in order to hug him. What happened? We had to go to Marketel Gerson's, Cross began. He made a joke about buying ink in exchange for core parts. Dust's face went blank with disgust. I've heard some bad jokes in my day, but that was what the actual hell? I'm gonna kill him, Killer said cheerfully. Oh, that was not very cheerful of me to say. I'm going to kill him, Killer said cheerfully. No, you're not, Horror denied. We can buy the parts elsewhere. We don't have to. Like I said, it was a bad joke. He's getting the shipment in exchange for gold. Ink noticed that Cross had not mentioned the healing session that gave him a puzzled look. Cross did not look back at him. We almost ran into Fresh as well. Horror gave a full body shudder. Ink patted his arm and whispered, "We're okay." Horror did not relax. With his brief explanation done, Cross continued swearing in the background. Dust was too rattled to take the opportunity to comment about it. Are you sure you don't have a tracker on you or something, Ink? Killer asked. The impact of his snide tone was lessened by the disturbed look on his face. I don't. I checked. Ink reassured. That was rhetorical. Killer enunciated slowly. Ink's cheeks flushed. Oh. Dust shivered and pulled at the edge of his hood. Do you think Fresh was buying a new body or something? Ink's first confused thought was that Dust was talking about a robotic body. Then he remembered what Fresh did and had to swallow his nausea. Fresh isn't the type to hang around dangerous places like Markettail for fun, so maybe. He could at least be on the lookout for one, though I doubt he would pay. Cross noticed Ink's horrified expression and quickly changed the subject. So, should we check Dreamtail for the boss? Tomorrow, Horror said abruptly. If the boss is there, he'll still be there. You two need a break. Ink supposed he was rather frazzled by the close calls in Markettail. Cross was similarly disturbed, shifting his weight and keeping his knives summoned despite them being back in Horrortail. Cross would remain in Horrortail anyway. Ink's self-imposed limitations still applied. Ink put the newly purchased copies of his black long sleeve and brown pants on, attached the hood to his brown scarf, put his purple cloak and shield outfit in his bag, and returned to I'm falling back. Chino's. Blot immediately greeted him with a cheerful meow, winding around his legs before he was distracted by Menace and chased him down. Welcome back. Chino noticed Ink's change in attire. That's a beautiful scarf, Ink. Ink's smile felt natural. Thank you. He was about to head upstairs when Chino called out to him. Wait a moment, please. Chino never asked for anything, so Ink paused by the counter, trying not to fidget. Was Chino finally going to demand something from him as payment? His host's smile remained warm and kind. Before you go, I do have one question to ask. Do you know primeval
wingdings.
Primeval wingdings. Why was Chino asking? Oh my god. Chino asking. I can't help it! It's like how my brain reads it. 'Cause it's the double C. Should Ink know that language? Was that a normal thing to know? Ink remembered that Shield did know a kind of wingdings, and that others were aware that he did, and his soul leapt into his throat. Despite his reservations, he cautiously nodded. Good, Chino said, and Ink belatedly noticed the odd inflection to his voice, like it had been accompanied by garbage noises. He cleared his throat and spoke in his normal, softer tone. Few know that particular dialect. It's rather archaic. However, I have made it seem like I slip into such languages when I'm distracted or stressed. Since you know it, we can use it to communicate more privately if we need to. Do you understand? Ink was still so rattled that Chino would ask him his name right now, and he might not know the correct answer. I don't. Chino did not seem to be annoyed by his lack of comprehension. I'm sorry for startling you. You're one of my starlights. If you are in trouble and can find a way to contact me, we can use primeval wingdings to communicate openly without others understanding what we're saying. Oh, Ink said numbly. It's okay. The startling, I mean, I can understand it and write in wingdings. But I don't know if I can speak it, any of it. That still works, Chino assured him. I can ask yes or no questions for you to respond to. Ink knew he was staring. He tried to process Chino's offer, but became caught up in the fact that this wonderful, amazing monster was taking up his extra step of his own volition, without Ink asking for any of it. Ink expected this kind of planning and offer from the gang and Aster, not a practical stranger. But he pulled his scarf up over his face just below his eye sockets. Thank you, Ink mumbled again. It did not feel like nearly enough, but Chino did not mind. There was no seem to or maybe about it. He genuinely did not mind. Ink fought the desire to lunge across the counter, cling to Chino, and ramble about how amazing and nice he was. An angry owl drew his attention, and he looked down to see Soot speed by with Lingo in playful pursuit. At least Lingo seemed to think it was playful. Soot disagreed as he clambered up the cat tree and hissed angrily at his pursuer. Lingo sat on the floor and blinked innocently at him, but his flicking tail showed that his true intent was to chase and harass. Crass? What? I better handle that. Chino sighed. Feel free to order some food anytime. I will. Thanks, Chino. Ink headed upstairs and dug around in his satchel for the key to his room. He unlocked it and pushed the door open, feeling a breeze from an open window. Fresh sat on his bed. Oh!
Yeah.
That's scary!
Oh.
Why is he there?
Why not?
Oh my god. I forgot about this part.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? He's in his room, Rosa. That's like... Think about the, like, weirdest person in your life, and they just appear in your bedroom when you think you're safe. That's crazy. I'm taking a sip of Arizona for this.
You get to read your favorite character!
Guys, it's my favorite! I say it! Oh, no. Anyway. Fresh sat on his bed. His sunglasses displayed a cheery hello as he grinned at Ink. Oh,
Do you want me to read it?
please. Please do it.
What's
I
up,
tried.
Blat? Let's bounce!
Oh! He vanished and reappeared, mere inches in front of Ink's face. Something close around Ink's wrist, and he only had a second to register that it was a magic dampening cuff. Too late. Ink tried to activate his magic-powered communicator and remembered that he hadn't taken Cross's emergency alert bone attack out of his shield boots. A colorful poof obscured his vision when it cleared. He was in a desolate, dust-filled ruins. A code marked Ink's bones, and he immediately knew this was a genocide timeline. The smoke cleared. The moment the smoke cleared, Fresh pounced onto Ink and pinned him down. Oh. His knees held Ink's arms down, and his bat was across his throat, using just enough pressure to choke him. That's scary, because isn't he like fucking like 6 feet tall? Or
Yeah.
like, well, taller than 6. Oh my god. I'm scared. I'm more anxious in this part than what's about to happen. Is that bad? Because I don't remember this part. Ink's magic hummed within his bones, but it was unable to get past the nullifier. What? Oh, I read that sentence already. Error or Nightmare could brute force it, regardless of the cuff. Maybe even Prism could after what happened to him when he was captured, but Ink was not any of them. Fresh's presence was suffocating. It felt cold and distorted, like the skeleton in front of him was a little more than a nauseating hallucination that hid a poisonous snake. He is a poisonous snake, fucker. That heavy, cloying sensation, plus the pressure of the bat, made it difficult to make any noise above a faint gasp. It wouldn't matter if Ink screamed. No one was there to hear him. There were, however, 3 people outside of this world who possibly could. Ink had no doubt that Air would rush out to help him. The problem with that was that seeing Ink in trouble might just unravel every bit of clarity that Air had regained. Just like what had nearly happened when Cross attacked. And once Air was out of the anti-void, he'd start rampaging through the alternate universes once more. Knowing him, Prism would also hear the cry, but Prism would have to possess Ink again in order to do anything, and if Prism had to possess him a second time, Ink's soul would likely break. It would definitely break if Prism and Fresh fought for control, no matter how careful the former was not to damage Ink's soul. The last option was the first that Ink thought of, even though previous experience showed it would be useless. Nightmare, please!
You read
Help
that
me.
wrong.
I know I read that wrong, that's why I hesitated. Nightmare, help me, please. Me when I read words.
Uh-huh.
His faint shouts echoed desolately in the dust-filled empty ruins. There were no sudden cool presences or warping shadows to announce Nightmare's appearance. Ink kept calling anyway as he thrashed, tried to free himself. Fresh let him struggle and for help, watching with a curious expression. At first, he seemed nervous, but when Nightmare failed to show up, he calmed down, as though something he'd been banking on had been confirmed. Fresh suspected Ink would call for Nightmare. He also suspected that Nightmare would not appear Ink should have known that too. Ink's faint cry faded away, and he went silent. Fresh's smile had a smug edge. See that? No one. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. See that? No one ever helps. You can't rely on anyone these days. Now then, let's talk business.
Gave him no voice whatsoever.
Oh yeah, he doesn't get one. He doesn't deserve it. Ink struggled, had not thrown Fresh off, but they had moved him a little. His sunglasses were crooked, revealing his left eye socket and the cracked soul within him. Ink knew without needing to sense it that the owner of the soul was already dead. Sorrow burned in Ink's chest, but he took some consolation that they weren't in pain anymore. His own soul pounded fearfully in his ribcage. Let me go! Chill out, Inkblot, Fresh said with a grin. It might have been more convincing if Ink could not see the cracking in his soul in his eye socket. I'm not going to hurt you. You followed me and broke into my room, Ink retorted, proud that his voice only shook a little. You took me to a dust-filled genocide timeline. You won't let me leave. You're pinning me down with your weapon across my neck. You're already hurting me. Fresh seemed surprised. Really? I didn't think about it like that. His lie was so blatant that Ink bared his teeth defiantly. Yes, you did. The air behind Fresh seemed to shift, like the groaning of an ancient metal door under heavy strain. Ink saw something flicker with codes. Fresh could not see the change, but he certainly sensed the abrupt shift in the atmosphere, like the jaws of a gigantic creature were closing shut. To Ink's surprise, Fresh threw himself off him, scrambling backwards as his head snapped to the side in search of the threat. Ink did not hesitate. He lunged forward and twisted his body so he was behind the much taller skeleton, getting Fresh into a headlock. How? Just as he debated going for
yeah,
a
wait,
second-
how?
Yeah,
You're
I
so
just-
fucking small?
This 3.8 foot skeleton?
Yeah, I don't think that's possible.
Maybe he just jumped really high.
He just leaped, bro. Bro,
He
full
just
on.
fucking flew.
Okay. I mean, sure.
Yeah, I guess so.
That just works.
Just as he debated going for a sedative in his satchel, Fresh reached back and grabbed Ink and threw him away hard enough that he hit the cave wall of the ruins. I know.
Damn!
Ink. Damn!
Damn!
Damn! Ink pushed himself to his feet and took a breath before he dislocated his thumb, shoving the magic nullifying manacle off over his hands. His magic reacted immediately, and black chains appeared at his call, sliding out of his hands and sleeves to float defensively around him. Stay back, Ink warned. Fresh rubbed a hand over his eye sockets, replaced his sunglasses, which now read, and pushed himself to his feet. He kept up his grin, but Ink knew it was fake. I thought you were a pacifist, Fresh commented. Being a pacifist doesn't mean I'll stand around and let someone possess me, Ink snarled. I don't want to possess you, Fresh denied with a blatantly lazy grin. Possessing the protector of creation would put a huge target on me. Plus, your soul is too fragile, Inkblot, I say with a deadpan face. The fact that he knew Ink's role identity did not feel as surprising as it should. The gang had warned Ink that Fresh was a threat for a reason. After all, Ink was wasn't sure of his attack capabilities, and if Fresh could crack him across the multiverse, he might not be able to escape. So he stood his ground and turned Fresh's attempt to unbalance him right back at him. That last one was a lie. Lie! Ink
You
spat.
lied!
You lied! Spat. His eye lights glowed from within the flickering shadows of his eye sockets. You don't want to possess me because, weak soul or not, I would not fall easily. I could rip apart your codes and erase you before I died. I see you. Ooh. Get it!
Get it, bro! Get it! Get it! Get it!
Fresh's lazy smile vanished as he scrutinized Ink. They both knew he'd miscalculated. He saw Nightmare as the He saw Nightmare as the biggest threat that he did not want to deal with. He thought Ink would be someone to mess with. Unfortunately, Ink had a knack for resisting those that tried to intimidate him with violence. If you aren't here to possess me, why stalk me and kidnap me? Ink demanded. Fresh raised an eye ridge. Stalking is very unrad, broski. Now Fresh looked defended. Ink did not give a damn. You know my name and my role, which few others know. You know a lot of information about me, and I have not told you or anyone. You followed me through Market Tale, then to my current place of residence. Actually, I bet you've been following me for much longer. That sounds like a definition of stalking. Ink nodded. Certainly. You probably stalked the ones you possessed first, huh? Do you have to use hosts? Have you tried using a robotic body instead? Are there sources of soul energy? Are there several synthetic sources throughout? There are several synthetic sources throughout the multiverse. Fresh's sunglasses turned into a stunned what? Are you lecturing me? The lenses shifted to really. Ink's voice was flat and unimpressed. You just kidnapped me. I'll lecture you as much as I damn well please. He took a breath and let his voice soften. I understand you want to survive, but I have a habit of searching for options that don't require someone else's death. Have I mentioned the alternative energy sources yet? The lenses of Fresh's sunglasses were blank. He stared at Ink like he had never seen such a strange creature in all of his life. If this kind of thing was Fresh's normal's modus, what? Fresh's normal modus operandi, Ink could not help but sourly think it was about time he was thrown off his groove. You giving me the advice now? On how to potentially keep yourself healthy?
Every time you read him, you just have to like take a pause. And I find that so funny.
Yeah.
You're just like,
You know the looking down emoji? That's me right now. The one I always...
need me to read him.
No, I'm better because I'm better.
I'm stronger. I'm better. I am better.
I'm better. How long were you following me? Ink accused. Did I skip something? Yes, I did.
Yeah, it's
on how to potentially keep yourself healthy? Yes. Ink could not keep all the dryness out of his voice, and on how to not to be a stalker? Also yes. Fresh frowned at him. I'm not an unrad stalker broski. How long were you following me? Ink accused. Fresh thought about it. On and off since Undertop, though you caught my interest before that. Ink raised an eyebrow at him. Do I need to repeat the definition of a stalker? Stalker, Fresh? Sorry, he's so sassy.
he's so
Stalker
he's
Fresh?
so funny. I love this moment in the fic because we finally get to see Ink be the sassy queen that he deserves to be. And I love it. His character development is basically becoming cunty, and that is needed.
Real!
Get
I love it
Ink.
when he gets confidence.
Yes, me too.
Fresh's sunglasses shifted to an empathetic no. With his attacker on the befuddled back foot, Ink took a moment to breathe and frantically scanned the codes around him. He wasn't completely joking about the whole stalker deal. The fact that Fresh knew so much about him and got into his room terrified him. He was just confused why Fresh had taken him if he had no intention of possessing or killing the Protector. The disconcerting presence of Fresh's codes were not helping Ink remain clear-headed. Okay. Where am I? In fact, it was so unsettling that he nearly missed the wrongness that lay within it. Ink identified the familiar sense of wrongness, what the familiar sense of wrongness was, and a few of the missing pieces fell into place. He dropped his defensive stance. You're corrupting. Fresh flinched. A hand instinctively slid beneath his sunglasses and pressed over his right eye socket. Can you see it? That's neato. Ink ignored the bait and offered his hand. Will you let me heal you? Why not? Fresh sauntered over to him, oozing apparent confidence, but Ink knew that he was hesitant. He had to kneel in order for Ink to reach his face. Yeah, how did you put him in a headlock instead of keeping his hands to himself?
I don't know.
Fresh grabbed the back of his neck. Ink calmly pulled his hand away. If you need help to keep your balance, placing your hand on my right arm is fine. I don't tolerate threats like that from Air, and I won't tolerate them from you. Not a threat, broski, Fresh claimed. I don't threaten. You just did, dumb bitch. Ink ignored that comment and gently applied green magic. He could sense the outline of the parasite in Fresh's skull. He could also detect the presence of several scars on his body. Any emotion was set aside in favor of assisting someone who needed to be healed. The code repair was not as difficult as Killer's and nowhere near the level of Air's corruption. The green magic faded and Ink stepped back. Fresh rose to his full height. That's better. Thanks, Home Skillet. You didn't have to grab and threaten me to make me help you, Ink said quietly. You could have just asked. Fresh's near constant grin fell away completely. Nah, broski. I don't do that whole trust thing. But you're weird enough that maybe I should have tried. Guess it's too late now. It's not too late, Ink denied. I'll still help you if you need it. I'm just not going to trust you. Ink. Huh? Fresh was amused. You're not one of those always helpers then. No matter how untrustworthy someone is, helping isn't linked to trust. I help because someone should. Ink's teeth bared, revealing his sharp eye teeth as green flashed through his eyelights. Because screw this messed up shithole of a multiverse that insists people have to have selfish motives for everything. Fresh's surprise became fascination. Everyone is selfish. That doesn't mean they have an excuse to be cruel. Ink hissed. People are so busy stabbing each other in the back, they act clueless when it happens to them. And then that person is targeted next, and the cycle keeps going on in a circle. Fuck that. You don't want more enemies? How about you try being nice? Fresh's grin came back, but it almost seemed sadder, like he had only done it because he thought it was what he was supposed to do. I can't take that risk.
Also, we were wrong. The next chapter is actually where it happens, and I get to fucking read it. Fuck you.
Okay.
Ha
Wow.
ha.
All right. I get to be tortured.
Yeah, you get to just
as
read
usual.
Fresh. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
God.
Fuck you.
Damn it. I can't take that risk, Inkblot. He lowered his sunglasses to reveal a slitted eye and a cracked soul. You know, your buddy's souls are strong. Even Killer's is healthier than ever now that you've helped him. Oh, sorry, he's a creep. So you aren't going to say anything about this or your little meet-up with the stars. Otherwise, I might be tempted to meet up with the gang. Ink's confusion over the seemingly random topic change vanished and a cold feeling curled in his soul. He could not mask his disappointment. Threats are not how you make allies fresh. I said I don't threaten. I just tell it like it is. That's a threat. What? When Ink stared at him hollowly, Fresh shrugged. My top priority is my survival. My best chance of survival rests in trusting myself alone. I know you've been feeling down about your secrets. Sharing them would be a bad idea for all of us. So I'm giving you the motivation to keep them hush-hush. It's a win-win situation. Who's winning? Ink had no idea what to feel. He should probably be afraid and angry. Instead, he felt exhausted and frustrated. After all, Fresh acted like everyone else to blend in and keep himself safe. And everyone else tended to act with violence and threats. You can do better than this, Ink said fiercely. If everyone is selfish and alone, we all die together. Fresh seemed to consider his words seriously before he chuckled. Heh, I have to admit I misjudged you. I thought you'd be easy to handle because you didn't like fighting. I don't like fighting myself, but I'm no pacifist. He adjusted his sunglasses. Ha, maybe you can save this multiverse. Fresh lowered his hand and made a cheery finger guns gesture. I'm glad I didn't take you to the Omega timeline, Inkblot. The handplates reenactment would be real unrad. Oh my god, he needs to die. He needs to die. I'm sorry.
I forgot that he said that.
That's horrible. Not handplates. Ooh. Several details about handplates he used drifted through Ink's mind as he felt nauseous. Are you saying that to try to intimidate me again, or because it's true? Fresh shrugged. Because it's true, yo. Ugh. Ink swallowed roughly and turned that over in his head. You're not allied with the Omega timeline anymore, are you? What did they do? Fresh merely grinned at him. His smile was cold. Don't get yourself captured, Protector. Protect your soul. He vanished with a colorful poof. That was the only thing that I agree with what he said. Ink waited a moment, then numbly lowered his head into his hands, shaking. It took him a moment to gather himself and return to Chino's. I'm gonna take a sip of Arizona because I also need to recover.
It was not that bad.
Anytime he's here, it's bad. I hate him.
It was not that bad. He's not that bad. It's okay, Beetle.
I'll live.
You will live.
I'll live. Ink waited a moment, then numbly lowered his head into his hands, shaking. It took him a moment to gather himself enough to return to Chino's. Ink sat in his bed and stared at the wall as he robotically updated the codes to keep Fresh out of his room. Such a creep! You shouldn't have to do this. Ink would have to do the same with Horrortail once he returned again. Unfortunately, Ink doubted it would keep Fresh out forever. One of the reasons he was so dangerous was that he showed up in unexpected places. He threatened to possess my brothers. A low, elongated creak, like straining metal, chain links whispered through the air around Ink. It was not the only thing in the air. Visible only to his sight, codes simmered, humming with energy fields as they emerged into his view. Ink was not looking. He did not see them. His eyelights were glazed, his attention drawn inward to anguished tightness that gripped his soul. Fresh had tracked Ink down so the protector could heal him, but simply asking for help wasn't good enough. Fresh took it a step further and used the intimidation and threats. The worst part was, Ink knew it wasn't outright malice that motivated Fresh to use such tactics. Fresh's motivation was to act natural and blend in. Such threatening acts were so normalized he believed that they were an expected requirement, and any deviation from that expectation would bring him harm. So he simply implied a threat towards Ink's family to keep him quiet. Oh, he's thinking about them like family now. Ink stormed over to the open window and slammed it shut, twisting back towards the room with enough force that his scarf whipped behind him. It was not the only thing that reacted to his movements. A writhing volley of translucent black chains lashed out towards his body. They passed harmlessly through the mirror, bed, lamp, and even walls. But although they did not touch anything, they exerted physical force and shoved the air they passed through aside. A blast of wind that roared in chains wake tore the sheets from Ink's bed and caused the mirror to tremble in its frame. The now closed window rattled as well, its tone unnaturally high-pitched like the glass was about to break. The noise and movement shocked Ink out of his trance, and the roaring in the air immediately ceased, leaving behind an eerie silence. Downstairs, Ink heard a couple cats yowling, a frantic cry about an earthquake, and Chino's urgent calls for them to calm down. Ink stared at the air that crackled ominously with codes and covered his mouth with his hands. We may be protectors, but that doesn't mean we're incapable of some destructive levels of power. I'm not telling you that to scare you, and I know you're against using violence, but try to, whoa. I'm not telling you that to scare you. I know you are against using violence, but to try to think about what you can potentially do with codes, intentionally or otherwise. I don't know why that was so hard to read. Ink had not damaged anything with his outbursts of magic. He had not even harmed the codes by altering them, but he knew that he had the potential to transform them in order to cause devastating harm. He knew he could use them to kill. I refuse to hurt anyone, Ink whispered in defiance. I'm going to heal, defend, and repair, because that's what's needed, not more violence. The multiverse did not respond. Ink's focused on his breathing, trying to slow down the frantic pounding of his soul. I should leave since Fresh found me here, he thought miserably. He knew he wouldn't. He was already too tired of running, and he'd barely even been out in the multiverse that long. He was just grateful that the rest of the gang still had a relative safe haven in Horrortail. However long that would last. Don't jinx it. The cat flap moved. Ink's breath hitched but relaxed as midnight peeked through. Upon spotting Ink, he nudged the flap out of the way and limped towards him. Was he hurt? Ink watched his slow progress and hesitated, debating whether to pick up the cat to check his paws. By the bed, Midnight leaped up but failed to reach the height he wanted, sliding back down the edge of the bedspread towards the floor. Ink quickly caught him and gently set him on the bed.
My little dog has done that before, Buster, where he's tried to jump on the bed, but he slams right into the side of it and bounces off, and I know it wasn't as dramatic with this one, but I can't not think of that.
See, my dog's done the opposite. He's tried to jump on my bed, but overdid it and has run into the wall. Because my bed is against the wall.
Oh no, because I'll be like, Buster, get up here, come on. And he'll try, and then boom, he'll square, like, right into the fucking wall.
Poor baby.
And I feel so bad. This old man just ran into the wall.
Oh no. Ink quickly caught him and gently set him on the bed, where the cat instantly lay down. He did not know much about the cats, but Midnight seemed sickly. He did not see anything in his paws that would cause him to limp around. Ink would have to alert Chino to Midnight's possible illness, once he calmed himself down. Why can't people just be nice to each other? Ink whispered. Is it too much to ask for? Midnight did not have an answer either. He did not seem to mind that the hands that pet him were shaking. He forced himself up again and unsteadily clambered onto Ink's lap before he curled up with a meow that was far too quiet for it to be normal. Ink carefully stroked his back, got up with Midnight in his arms, and went to find Chino. Chino was turning the sign on the door to close when Ink came back downstairs. Back already? Ink. Whoa, every other name. Chino commented. Do you need anything to... Oh. His warm smile faded when he spotted the dark cat in Ink's arm. I think he's sick, Ink mentioned, instead of saying, he's sick. That was what a not healer would say, right? He wasn't used to working with cats, but his scans had shown worrisome results. Chino's face showed no surprise, only a quiet, solemn type of acceptance. Let me see him. Ink carefully passed Midnight over. The dark cat did not react much as he was moved to Chino's arms, simply laying his head on the new shoulder that he found himself near. Midnight hasn't been doing well for a while, Chino murmured. Is he old? Ink asked awkwardly. He knew pets did not live as long as monsters, but he was not sure how to breach the topic of one dying of old age. I don't know. He and Daylight are from the same litter, from what I can tell. Daylight's been slowing down too, but Midnight... Chino sighed. I think he was injured a while ago. It's only affecting him now. The vets weren't able to do anything. I'm surprised he even made it upstairs. In a world like Fluffytail, where everyone had animal companions, the fact that their vets were unable to help was a terrible thing to hear. I'm sorry, Ink said helplessly. He scanned Midnight again, noted all the little blips that indicated illness. Ink had been about to offer to try green magic. He nervously pulled at the hood of his brown scarf, praying his eyelights were white. They needed to be white. Ink should not reveal that he could still use green magic because of a cat. Honestly, he's so real though. I would
immediately break my rules and be like, Chino, give me the fucking cat. Give it to me.
Let me have it.
Let me have the cat. I need the cat now.
I got this. And he'd given Ink a place to... But Chino looked so sad, and he'd given Ink a place to stay with no questions asked. He also went above and beyond by discussing a covert way to help Ink if he was in trouble. Chino did exactly what Ink hoped for. He proved that people helped for nothing in return. Ink made a decision. Can I hold him again, please? Chino gave him a thoughtful look and handed Midnight over. Ink mumbled a thanks and fled upstairs with the cat in his arms. He locked his door, checked the window, and settled on his bed, staring at Midnight. The cat stared back with his single, dull, cyan eye, and quietly laid his head against Ink's sternum. Ink took a shaking breath and fought against the cold, calculating memory of Nightmare's voice as he warned Ink not to heal anyone outside the gang. This was not like Gerson, who had supplies the gang might need soon. This was just a cat. Nightmare would say it was not worth it for Ink to blow his cover over someone else's pet. But Nightmare wasn't here. Ink was, and he would help. Real! The healing session was so easy when compared to the struggle against Air's corruption. Ink kept a constant watch on his surroundings as he worked, pushing aside any remaining... I'm not gone. I've just lost where I was.
Pushing aside any remaining fears.
Where is that? Oh, pushing aside any remaining fears, Nightmare would be livid, and insecurities. Chino would definitely put it together. What if he demands more? In favor of focusing on his patient. Low-key, sometimes when I blink, like, I lose where I am. That's why I keep pausing sometimes, because I don't know where I am. Midnight stirred and blinked to cyan light.
Welcome to the stream, Lux.
Huh?
I'm reading chat. Ignore me.
Okay. Midnight stirred and blinked his silent eyelight, which was less clouded than before. His meow was rather insistent, but he did not try to wiggle to escape Ink's hold. Instead, he nuzzled against him, purring loudly. A beaming grin crisscross applesauce, hands in your lap.
Oh my god, Beetle. You're almost there. You're almost there. Please. Just lock
I know. I'm sorry. A beaming grin crossed Ink's face. He carefully hugged the cat and petted his soft black fur. I'm going to prove them wrong, Ink muttered rebelliously. Fresh, Gerson, the boss, all of them. Things are going to be better without more violence and killing. Midnight meowed in content, his sight clear and his movements steady as he purred. Ink cracked a smile and set the cat down so he would change into his pajamas. He would worry about Chino's possible questions in the morning. Ugh! Here's this dumb bitch. Anyway, Fresh had miscalculated. He liked to pretend to go with the flow and avoid thinking about his mishaps, but this time he accepted that he'd messed up. It would be risky of him to try to shuffle all the blame into the corruption that had been picking at his mind, but Fresh knew it wasn't all that. He prided himself on his habits of observing, adapting, and surviving. This time he didn't observe and adapt enough. The multiverse ran on levels of violence, in both literal and a figurative sense. Everyone either killed someone else, wanted to kill someone else, or ended up killed. And although Fresh would rather not be killed, he did not go out and murder dozens of monsters because some goopy octopus demanded it. Ink did not do that either, but his gang broskies sure did. The Protector would doom them all if he trusted Nightmare's gang. He would doom them all if he trusted the Omega timeline. Either. It was a lose-lose situation. Bummer. Of all the places the Protector could show up, it just had to be with the goopy, gloomy octopus, huh? When Stretch confirmed Ark was the Protector, Fresh simply had to check him out. Plus, he wanted to see if the Protector could help him out with his little problem. So Fresh did what he did best and butted in on someone else's business. Approaching openly acquired too much trust, too many opportunities for a trap to be set, as experience taught him. Sorry, I almost yawned. So Fresh didn't. Truthfully, he had banked his whole scheme on Nightmare not appearing to rescue Ink. Antagonizing the Guardian of Negativity by threatening his property, that was his recruits, was a risk, but Was a risk, but one that would pay off if it weakened the trust between the Protector and his corrupted boss. Like it or not, Nightmare was the enemy. Wanted them all dead and could not be trusted. Same for the gang, and everyone else to some extent. None of them would protect Ink in the end. At their core, everyone was selfish and would put themselves over anything else, even the multiverse's survival. It was naive to believe otherwise. Ink needed to see that before he got himself killed. He needed to understand and learn. Many were so focused on kill or be killed that they often forgot the other neato little phrase that was just as popular. He called out for help, but nobody came. Nobody ever did. Nobody ever would. It was weird, but Fresh was kind of bummed about Nightmare's no-show. The disappointment was so unrad. Ew. The plan that had been flawed and desperate from the word go. Fresh had predicted Ink would crumble when Nightmare failed to save him. Instead, Ink proved to be much more willful than he accounted for. He
Beetle. You cut out.
Where?
You cut out.
When Nightmare failed to save him?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Instead, Ink proved to be much more willful than he accounted for. He pushed Fresh away, standing his ground, then offered to heal him anyway. Huh. Interesting. And unexpected. Just as unexpected as the sheer power of the Protector wielded. Fresh did not know that what Ink had done to the air, but he felt something closing in around him. Like an invisible beast had been ready to pick him up like a plastic toy and snap him in half. The moment that shift occurred, it was like the world itself had turned against Fresh. Even his usual sensors failed him like they'd been effortlessly overridden. The sheer weight that its presence still left the chill in Fresh's core. A similar sense of otherness, eldritch and unknown, ancient and watchful, lurking within the light that was beyond anyone's understanding as it glowed deceptively warm gold, curled protectively around the Protector's soul. Protectively over the Protector. Ink was wrong. Fresh would not be able to kill... Fresh would not be able to possess him. That thing would kill Fresh before he had the chance to try. Fresh should have grabbed the code nullifier cup too. He hadn't believed in the murmurs about the Protector's abilities and deep connection to the alternate universes of the multiverse. He should have given them more consideration. His assumptions almost led to a fatal mistake, a fact that left him shivering in his host's skull. Ink may be a pacifist, but his ability Ink may be a pacifist, but his abilities sure weren't. He could have crushed Fresh like an insect. Ridding himself of the corruption was the main goal, so Fresh didn't mind Ink's offer. The little ink blot was a weird one for sure, weird but naive. The multiverse was selfish and violent. It taught Fresh that if he wanted to survive, he had to be smarter, sneakier, harsher, and watchful. He had to make others regret messing with him by messing with them first. It was another hard-learned lesson. Ink had not learned it yet. Fresh was certain he would. His scars ached. The implied threat to the other members of Nightmare's gang was a necessary safety measure. No one could know that Fresh had ever been corrupted. He was already barely tolerated by the ones that knew he was a parasite because the Omega timeline would rather have him on their side than not. Throw corruption into the mix and Fresh would be on the chopping block and hunted down even though it was gone now. Not cool. I love how he's trying to convince himself he's in the right. Poor Frisk was supposedly omniscient. That was a lie if Fresh ever heard one. Oh, if only they and their precious Omega timeline knew. Their hero act was already amusing, but if they knew, it was actually insulting. They better not know. Fresh's corruption was gone. Good riddance. But he wasn't completely satisfied. In hindsight, he almost wished he had gone with a more Guardian-like introduction like Stretch suggested. I can say words. Fresh wasn't going to put his life at risk for anyone, but having a bit of Ink's trust would have been beneficial in the long term. Oh well, maybe he could course correct later. For now, he would have to see what happened next. It would be a real buzzkill if the multiverse died. Yeah, no shit. Of course it would be a buzzkill. You'd be dead. Oh, I gotta be good. Anyway. Oh, we're back. We're so back. KJ's not here for this, though. That's too bad. He floated. He fell. He stood. He sat. He walked. He ran. He screamed. He did all that, yet none of it at all. The blackness of the abyss was eternal. It was timeless. It was unending. Nightmare could not perceive codes, keeping him in the dark even though he knew he was surrounded by something. He did not know how long he had willingly stayed in this trap between worlds. All he knew was that he could escape any time he wanted. He could not escape. He had to remain. He knew what would happen if he got out. Nightmare's perfect reflection stayed with him. He could not identify when he started simply calling him corrupted, despite him looking so pristine and unbroken. He was the image of a king and guardian. Nightmare was the demonic monster. Patient eye lights shifted between gentle lavender and a toxic cyan. Corrupted tipped his circlet adorned skull and frowned deeply. Do you hear that? Nightmare did. Nothing had changed in the abyss. His empty surroundings left him in the darkness, floating and falling and distorting. He kept drifting. He kept drifting until there was fear so violent and soul-shattering that it was pierced through the veil of shadows, accompanied by a terrified cry. Nightmare, help me, please. I almost said it again. Wrong. Ink? Nightmare croaked. Corrupted gently brushed his hands over Nightmare's eye sockets. The darkness of the abyss receded from Nightmare's sight, allowing him to peer through a jagged tear into another world. The lingering sense of misery, fear, and death immediately identified that the alternate universe as genocide timeline. The purple catacombs of the ruins were splattered with piles of off-white dust, marking the final resting place of countless monsters. 2 spots of color stood out among the dull purple light and light gray. One was instantly more visible than the smaller brown figure pinned beneath them. Nightmare tried to move. He could not move. Why couldn't he move? This was what you wanted, right? Corrupted asked quietly. For Ink to learn his lesson? Well, it seems he's learning. Nightmare listened in horror as Ink continued to scream, calling for him and begging for his help. Fresh simply held him down with a smug smile on his face, clearly enjoying his prey's futile cries. Nightmare tried to move, to break through the wall between them and that world, but his body was locked in place. He could not close his eye socket to block out. Yawning, sorry. Where am I? He could not close his eye socket to block out what he was seeing. Even his tentacles were still. Eventually, Ink's cries went silent. Nightmare wanted to shout at him to keep fighting, but no sound could escape the ice-cold prison his body had become. Has he learned his lesson yet? Corrupted whispered. and Nightmare felt like his soul was being torn apart. Nightmare underestimated Ink again. The hopeful jolt in his soul, a blip of warm pain like a scalding fire that burned the surrounding ice, was all too brief as Ink seemed to escape Fresh and what must be a magic nullifying cuff, only to stand his ground, with chains raised defensively. The parasite observed him with amusement. Why wasn't Ink running? Did he want to die? Did he want to die? Nightmare did not know how long he had been in the abyss. It had been long enough for Ink to get a new scarf, along with retrieving his favorite outfit from the castle. But was it from the castle? Or perhaps Cross had gotten it for him? The thought of Cross disobeying his orders and helping Ink should anger him. He was too terrified to feel angry at either of them. With the Nightmare gone, Ink should be back at the castle with the others. Instead, he was in a genocide timeline alone, except for the parasite. Did he feel so unsafe that he didn't go home, even with Nightmare's absence? Or did he think he was not welcome there at all anymore? I'm sorry. Fresh's mouth was moving, but Nightmare could not hear what was being said anymore, until Corrupted's hand brushed over the sides of his skull and he could. Honestly, I'm tempted to tear up that sad little soul of yours, Fresh said with his usual lazy grin. Possessing the protector of creation is a one-time irresistible deal. Your soul is so fragile, Inkblot. So Fresh knew Ink was a protector, or a vessel. Would the latter or former case make it more difficult for Ink to be possessed? The vivid image of Prism and Fresh fighting over Ink's soul, slowly tearing it to shreds in their skirmish, burned itself into Nightmare's mind. That last one is a lie, Ink spat. His eyelights glowed defiantly from within the flickering shadows of his eye sockets. Weak soul or not, I won't fall easily. I could rip your codes and erase you before I die. Nightmare heard his voice tremble. He sensed fear curling around him in the darkness like it was the air itself. He knew Ink's threat was empty. Fresh must know as well, but he took the statement as a challenge. His fake smile vanished and he stared darkly at Ink. Nightmare wanted to scream at his recruit to take the opportunity to attack.
Beetle.
I'm yawning, it attacked me. But he knew Ink would never do it. Again, he pressed against the barrier, but his magic did not obey his commands. Corrupted watched him dispassionately. This kind of reminds me of that one scene in Interstellar where he's like banging against like a bookshelf. He's like, no,
Murph!
no.
Don't let me leave, Murph! Don't let me leave, Murph!
No.
No! Don't let me
So
leave,
sad.
Murph!
That movie was so good and made me so sad.
Anyway.
How long have you been stalking me? Ink demanded. Fresh pretended to think about it. Since Undertop, though you caught my interest before that. You always stalk your targets then? Ink eyed the parasite warily. Eyelights flickering with green magic, and slowly released his defensive stance and a shocked look flashing across his face. You're hurt. No. Nightmare tried to scream, but no sound came from him. I tried to oh fuck, I gotta focus. Stay away from him. Ignorant to his boss's pleas, Ink offered his hand, open and non-threatening. Let me help you. The offer was undeserved. It was unwarranted. It was so unapologetically Ink that Nightmare felt like he was drowning. Fresh sauntered up to Ink, oozing malicious confidence, and grabbed him by the throat. Ink flinched and pulled at the hand, but Fresh did not release him. His face leaned uncomfortably close to Ink's as the parasite slithered within his cracking eye socket. This is not a threat, broski, Fresh commented. I don't threaten. Nightmare knew that was the truth because the mere threat implied that Fresh would not follow through with it. Ink remained silent and gently applied green magic to the injury, like he always would, as though his patient was not one grip away from snapping his neck. His face was tense with slight discomfort. From the hand on his neck or the parasite's proximity was unclear. Nightmare watched as the silent, trapped observer who could do nothing to help. The green magic faded and Fresh released Ink. He stepped back. Fresh rose to his full height. That's better. Thanks, Home Skillet. You didn't have to grab and threaten me to make me help you, Ink said quietly. You could have just asked. Nah, broski, I don't want to do that. Fresh, near constant grin widened. You know your buddy's souls are strong. Even Killer's is healthier now. Is healthier than ever now that you've helped him. He lowered his sunglasses to reveal a slitted eye and cracked soul. You aren't going to say anything about this little meeting. Otherwise, I might be tempted to meet up with the gang. Nightmare's shock twisted into desperate fury. Corrupted watched patiently as he railed against the barrier that kept him contained. Spider-web quacks manifested beneath the blows that made his tentacles and fists, but even as they split and began to bleed a dark substance, Nightmare could not break through. Ink's confusion became fear. Don't hurt them. What do you want from me? The truth is, I'm not ready to skedaddle into new host yet, and you might be right about your sad little excuse for a soul. When Ink stared at him hollowly, Fresh shrugged. My top priority is my survival, and my best chance at survival rests in the Omega timeline getting their claws in you. I know you've been feeling down about your whole runaway situation. Going back to the Bad Sands would be a bad idea for all of us. So I'm giving you the motivation to make the right choice. Go to the Omega timeline willingly and let them do what they have to. It'll be a win-win situation. Nightmare could not feel the aura of fear that surrounded him anymore. Instead, he felt empty and cold. You can do better than this, Ink whispered hopelessly. You don't have to be cruel. Fresh pretended to consider his words seriously before he chuckled. I have to admit, I thought you'd be easily handled because you didn't like fighting. I don't like fighting myself, but this is still fun. He adjusted his sunglasses and made a mockingly cheery finger guns gesture. You can't save this multiverse with that horde of unradical killers, so I'm giving you an option. Give yourself up to the Omega timeline. The handplanes reenactment you'll get might be real unrad, but otherwise I'll have to visit your gang broskies, understand? Nightmare had sensed, though, enough negativity
I'm so
from handplanes
stupid
and
because I was
use.
just like, I just now realized, like, oh my god, he's manipulating what the conversation was.
I was gonna pause for a second and make a comment about it, but I'm like, no, that's so obvious. I'll
I
just
was
talk about it
like,
after I'm done reading.
whoa, he's manipulating the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Heavily manipulating it, Rosa.
Guys, I'm making a video essay on this.
Yeah.
I know what I'm talking about.
Oh no. Get your highlighter. Nightmare had sensed enough negativity from handplates they used to know exactly what Fresh was implying. He could usually observe such atrocities without batting an eye. Atrocities, yes. He imagined Ink in that position and wanted to throw up. Ink's eyelids turned a haunted dull white. Are you saying that to try to intimidate me again, or because it's true? Fresh shrugged casually. Because it's true,
Callously.
Callously? Oh, yeah, that's the word. I'm falling asleep. Ink swallowed roughly, a hopeless look on his face. Why not take me to the Omega timeline yourself? Freshly merely grinned at him. His smile was cold. Because it keeps things interesting. TikTok protector. Them or you. He vanished with a colorful poof. Nightmare watched Ink bow his head, shaking violently, and felt his own soul break. The vision went out, leaving Nightmare in the dark once more. But Ink was all right. He was alive. No thanks to Nightmare. You abandoned him out there. You abandoned all of them. And now your enemies are hunting them down. Sounds like the Omega timeline could wipe the gang out, but instead they're making a game of it, huh? That seems familiar. How terrible is it for the ones under your protection to be on the other side, Corrupted moved his hands from Nightmare's eye sockets. How long had he held it there? He placed both hands on Nightmare's chest above his black apple soul and stared into his silent eye with a determined expression on his face. It isn't too late, Nightmare. You can make up for all your mistakes. You can help them. You can save them. You can keep them forever. Just let us out. Let us out or sit here and watch them all die. Nightmare's fear for his boys turned too quickly to a desperate... his boys, their family, turned too quickly to desperate rage. He had already failed the multiverse. He had already failed Dreamtale. He had already failed his brother. He had failed almost everyone he thought he could actually help. Prove he wasn't the demon. But even though he had failed the gang, he had not ruined them. There was still a chance he could not lose them too. He had to get out. He would get out without his corruption. Nightmare turned on his false perfect reflection and struck. His tentacle stabbed straight through his enemy's ribcage and emerged from his back, piercing through the purple fabric of his cape. The force of the blow knocked the circlet from his skull and it plunged into the abyss, consumed by the darkness. Lavender Eyelight stared at Nightmare in shock, his mouth parting in confused motion as the purple magic dripped from between his teeth. Nightmare bared his teeth in triumph. Certainly, he had won. It was his last in a long, long line of mistakes. Corrupted smile widened. It widened and widened, further and further, until his skull split down the middle, and black ooze dripped down his face, covering his right eye socket, and hiding one of his eyelids that now glowed a toxic cyan. The sludge pooled in his mouth, turning his teeth black, and his laughter was choked and gurgling like he was drowned. Silly, arrogant, prideful Nightmare. You never learn, do you? The corruption smiled warmly and caressed his cheek with a blood-stained, dust-covered hand. We are one, you and I. We are together forever. Nightmare's perfect reflection exploded into black dust. The dark substance writhed through the darkness of the abyss and swarmed Nightmare, slipping into his mouth and his eye sockets and his ribs. The corruption gleefully tore through his body, diving straight for his soul. Nightmare's anger was already there, his fear was already there, his pride was already there, as was his desperation to never be alone again. Now he never would be. There was little pain as Nightmare slipped under the surface. He did not even notice when everything he had realized about himself since learning of his corruption was subtly tweaked, with the pesky, undesirable traits removed. Anger was enhanced, fear became a ruthless aggression, pride exploded into pure narcissism, desperation twisted into obsession. Nightmare was right. He was always right. The multiverse was out of balance. Well, Dream never tried to explain that, now did he? And now it was far too late. Thousands died due to his attacks on the AUs. It wasn't his fault that his gang was so eager. There were thousands more worlds to gain negativity from anyway. The villagers had thought he was a demon. He'd wear that title with pride. The Omega timeline thought he was the villain. He'd gladly prove them right. The gang feared they were his possessions. They were. They made those deals with him in order to escape their miserable lives. They owed him everything. They belonged to him. Ink thought that he had the choice to take Fresh's deal or not. It was never an option. He had no say in his own fate. Everything had gone wrong after Ink crawled into their lives. Then it was Ink's fault. What? Everything had gone wrong after Ink crawled into their lives? Then it was Ink's fault. Ink was his. The gang was his, and the Omega timeline and that parasite threatened to kill them. No one took Nightmare's pawns from him. A cold fury consumed Nightmare's soul. Ooh, me when I could read? No. He had to fight. Keep fighting. Don't let them take control. No, I don't want this. Help me, please. I can't. I'm not strong enough. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Nightmare drowned, and he broke free. Nightmare's castle was silent. The AU was completely devoid of light, without even a fly there to lay claim to the unstable, desolate structure it had become. The crescent moon was cast upon its barren, empty black towers, barely holding back the darkness of the night and the absence of light that once shone from the palace. That was the gang's home. From the palace, that was the gang's home. Words. Slowly, black clouds moved across the dark sky, passing over the moon and light. It was not enough to pierce them. The castle was cast in darkness, its shadows cutting deeper until it was no longer resembled a home, but a ruin that had been abandoned ages ago. A pulse of magic destabilized the northeast tower, and it collapsed in on itself, sending up a plume of dirt and debris as it crumbled. The rest of the structure remained standing defiantly, waiting for its occupants' return. It would have to keep waiting. He appeared in the entrance hall the gang so often traveled through, at the base of the grand staircase that led deeper into the castle they considered home. He grabbed onto the wooden railing for support. It blackened and disintegrated at his touch, turning to ash between his fingers. Huh. His hand slipped through the air, falling to ashes, pressed smoothly against the black stone of a stair. His sharp phalanges cut easily into the stone, leaving deep gouges. The stair cracked beneath his fingers. The stair cracked beneath his fingers, slowly crumbling, but supported him as he pushed himself up onto his feet. He lifted his skull towards the dark, starless sky. He opened his eye. He smiled. And that's the end of that chapter!
Look, literally the next chapter literally has a chapter content warning. I wonder,
Next week is gonna be great.
I wonder what this one is. Physical, verbal, and emotional abuse, manipulation, victim blaming, violence, blood, injury, panic attack, psychological torture.
Ooh,
I wonder what that could mean.
yeah!
And you know what's so funny?
What is
Roseverse's chapter 6 is not any better tomorrow. So you guys
Oh my
don't get a
goodness.
break.
That's just so exciting. I love that. I love that. This is great. So many warnings.
There's so many warnings.
Literally shaking in my
I get to
boots.
read it. I get to read it. I get to read it. Yes.
You have fun. Fuck. I don't
Nothing crazy happens in the chapter. Nothing
That's what I'm saying.
crazy.
Chapter 28, bro. Oh my god.
Nothing crazy
Oh
happens in the
my days.
Roseverse chapter. I mean, nothing crazy. I mean, we find out a little bit about Dream.
We found out a little bit about a dream.
We get to hear more about her mindset on life.
I'm so excited. Me when I'm so excited. Me, I'm
Mhm.
so excited.
We get to see her be a little bit vulnerable, maybe. Who knows? Roseverse.
Roseverse.
The full name. Dude, we've actually streamed for 6 hours straight.
I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. I have work tomorrow.
What? Why didn't you tell me?
Cause
Oh,
I
I'm gonna
felt
hurt
like-
her. I'm gonna
I
hurt
don't
her.
it's fine.
She's gonna be hurting a lot, actually. So will Ink, actually. I'm really excited for that chapter. It's also a shorter one. I say shorter one. It's looking to be about 11,000 words.
Yes. Excellent.
Roseverse cooling verse. Yeah.
Roseverse cooling.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
not
I
good.
don't do mud.
It's not good. It's not fun. But I think it'll be fun. It swaps chapter, guys.
Swaps chapter. Are you excited
Aren't you
to see them
excited?
definitely not flirting?
Yeah. Shut up, Beetle. Shut up.
Huh? What happened?
Nothing.
Who said that?
No,
Who
nothing.
said that?
Beetle's hallucinating because that's not what they were doing.
Yeah, guys. Lack of sleep. Lack of sleep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They do not kiss. No. No, I don't like the gays. Anyways.
Rosa hates gay people.
Anyways, we have been live for 6 hours. To all of the people who have been here for the whole entire 6 hours, that's fucking insane. Love you so much. While we were in this stream, we managed to hit 5,280 subscribers. When I started the stream, I think I was at 250. So that's really cool.
Yay!
I want y'all to have a good night's sleep because tomorrow is gonna be even more sad.
Yay!
But there's also gonna be good news announced, so keep in mind for that. Me and Beetle are gonna go to bed. Love you guys. See you next week. We'll technically see you tomorrow because I'm probably gonna get asked. Bye bye.